anything in this round so far. Everyone's been pushing out. Everyone's been going down. Shadow's finally able to find one. But he might not be able to pick up the weapon just yet. He's going on the hunt and doing so much damage to Scream. Nicely done. Now he has the Spectre. He's going to have Shao with him on the Marshal, but Shao needs to hit some incredible shots. Straight onto the Bucky, expecting the person to get up close and personal. Soulcast is going to back away from that. He might have a good idea that that's what's going on. They're going to try and push together. Nice bit of damage done, but Link's finishing them off with the pistol, whipping them down. And they're not going to make the same mistakes that FPX did, picking up the pistol and falling straight after. Liquid stands strong, and they're well in the lead right now at 9-5. It's very beautiful.
Yeah, the fact that he got that kill, the fact that FPX got all the kills they did is a massive positive, and they almost walked away with a little bit more as well. The issue is, though, now having invested as much as they did, it's not going to be an easy round. They're coming in with just pistols, I believe. Obviously, we see phantoms above their head, but that is usually a glitch. Oh, no, they've got it. They actually saved over enough money. That's a misread by me. So, solid stuff. Yeah, okay. I'm with it. Thought we were seeing like the
baited out by the bug.
Yeah, but like Liquid have really turned it around from the previous map where they were 7-5 at the half, but you remember then they just lost all the rounds. They lost the pistol, they forced bought and lost that one.
No.
Now they've got a nice comfortable lead, and in this round as well, things are going their way at least at the start.
Spam coming in from Angel. No one's pushed out into him yet. Scream straight onto Shao. You watch him disappear. Can't do anything about it either. You've just got to watch and wait. Scream will take a new angle here, and if Shadow pokes into it, it could be over for him. Angel's looking to try and do some more damage, but he doesn't expect Eccles to be taking that position. He just turns away, and Shadow, well, he dunks onto Scream, but now he's all alone. The rest of his team has fallen. He's in a 1v2. He's got good health to try and do it with. Goes in for the tap. Expects it. Straight onto one. He's trying to clutch it out. This could be huge from him. He's looking to get it halfway. Going straight in for the challenge, but Eccles is ready for it. And Liquid managed to make it happen. Try as he might, Shadow can't get it done.
Really nice attempt, though. I mean, that was gorgeous to not even stick it halfway. That first time just tanking the flash, turning away, and easily getting the kill. I really thought he had it. Oh, he's not happy about that one. But it was so close to being a massive play. I think he can, again, it's this position where like Shadow almost clutches it out, but he did more than you'd expect from him in those kind of situations. It's more the early round that they're falling apart, and that's what they should be getting a little bit agitated about.
There's a few of these swing rounds that make this game a bit closer than what the scoreline currently shows. But if you're a Liquid fan, remember, this is the elimination map for them. They're already down 1-0. It's 13-11 last map on Ascent. With Shao falling already, Liquid are looking to gain one step closer. Shadow wanted to be sneaky, but Soulcast well aware of what's going on. And everyone from FPX is just pushing one by one, and they're all meeting the same fate. No big damage being done with the pistols. And this is where it starts to get very scary for FPX. They can start mount a comeback, but they're running out of very little wiggle room on rounds that they can drop.
Yeah, absolutely. It is all about that. Okay, is it possible for them to come back? Yes, it absolutely is. Is it likely when they go down 11-5? No, it's not. It doesn't matter about the comp of Liquid at that point. With the amount of individual skill we've already seen, it has been overflowing for them. This is looking solid as can be. Angel with a beautiful little shot to Link, but he's going to need a whole lot more than that to get back into this one. Liquid coming in with no flashes on a map that we gave the caveat that you really kind of need them. But at this stage, we haven't even gotten to the point where they're essential. By the time the buy rounds come out, it might just be a very one-sided scoreline. Wow.
Oh! What? How did he even get Eccles there? Meadow looking to try and finish it off now. He's on to Scream, and it's going to happen. How on earth did they get away with that? Angel is an absolute beast, and Meadow comes in to save the day. That was just guaranteed Liquid's round, and they made just errors on the positioning. I guess they didn't expect FDX to be pushing. They probably just thought they'd fade away. Oh, that shot onto Eccles that Angel got. What? I want to see that again and again and again.
I'm going to be honest, Banks. You reacted to that shot, and then I was like, wait, what happened? And I looked up and like, wait, he killed him? How? No, it's not allowed. It's not possible. 10-6. This is doable. Especially with the momentum they've just picked up. You almost win a couple of clutches. The pistol was close. Shadows 1v1 in the end was damn close. And literally a millimeter away from a headshot on that one to close out the round. And then right here, look, oh my God.
Like I thought he was dead. I just looked up and was like, whoa, what? Like, how? Oh.
How is he? Sorry, the man that David P said, "You're an old man. Why are you still opping?" That reaction time was faster than anything I've ever seen David P or anyone on G2 do. That was disgusting.
Sheriff shots, confident placement. Angel making the magic happen, followed up by Meadow. And that's a huge save, right? Because you've now got the buffer of 2 rounds to try and mount this comeback in. You've just picked up a round where you were pretty much saving anyway with only the Sheriff in. Now you've got a big buy round coming into play. And they know Angel might try and go for this ult orb. But I believe, yeah, he's got his ult up anyway, so he doesn't actually need to. It's Xiao that's going to benefit from it. He's straight in. The Hunter's Fury's there, but that bullet, that went straight past him. Nearly kneecapped him. He'll be limping for the rest of the round.
Yeah, lost the ability to run.
Nice shock dart as well from Xiao there. Right deep to get Eccles. He couldn't even fade away from it.
The battles on middle have been interesting. We've seen early aftershocks. We've seen the shock darts come down. It's all shocks, isn't it? It's all about shocks. Certainly on the middle area, that's all it is. You go through the peak and all of a sudden you're surprised. You're getting a shock. So 10-6, a position for Team Liquid. They need to win this round. They want to. They're pushing B again. We said this is going to be the bread and butter of a team versus a full buy when you just don't have anything to work with in terms of smokes. That was close to being a nice early kill. Meadow straight through the smoke, but a great flash return. Solkas has just saved his team.
And Solkas the whole time is just wondering what's going on. He's now going to try and push it, and the Killjoy ult's been activated as well. Solkas trying to make it work. Lynx popped his ult at the same time. Solkas still getting away with the kill as well. Xiao's Hunter's Fury, less than ideal for him. And Link, this could be huge. He's going to be needed. He's going to have to come up. Oh no, that's not the one you want to be doing it on. They're ready and waiting for him to move out of position now. So much committed from both sides in that one.
In this instance, you see Lockdown basically used to try and bridge the gap of no smokes. The whole point that Angel made about this composition was that you just cannot keep them out of the sight for long whenever you don't have smokes, because they're simply just going to walk right. Like, okay, you nade it with a raise, or you jet smoke it. Okay, yeah, let's just count to 5, and then we'll walk back in. But in this instance, they put down the lockdown to try and deny that. So these players are forced back to allow them the space to set up for the post plants. The problem is, once you have Hunter's Fury still online, and we saw this just the other day when it was kind of debuted as a counter for lockdown, you can just straight target lockdown. And now maybe you'll think, well, what if it's elevated? Or what? You can just mark it on the map. You can aim exactly at it, whack it once. And the benefit of that even further, Banks, is you know there's probably a player there because someone had to plant it. So you can at least destroy it and then maybe get a tag along the way.
I love that we're seeing the switch up though, right? Oh, nicely done by Link to do some good damage. The rest of his team pushing through, but Meadow, he's going to fall back on it. Xiao, just in the nick of time as the first shot's fired off, and he's going to take 2 for his cause. It's only against pistols, but this is exactly what FPX needed, the cleaner of rounds to come out of him. 4 still alive, and I'm really liking the fact we're seeing Meadow switch it up. Sometimes at A, sometimes at B. He's making sure he's keeping a good eye on everything that's going on around him.
This has been
staying as less predictable as possible.
A quite literal, just a Hail Mary. They threw it, and somehow they've landed the touchdown after Angel came through with that gorgeous 3K with the Sheriff. That brought them right back into this game. They were going to be on a full buy in the next one anyways, but the fact that it's obviously forced out that previous round eco from Liquid a round earlier than it would have been, and that they've stopped Liquid from hitting 11. I think that's honestly, it's a mental block. When you get shut down like that, and now you're coming into a position where you're still quite a bit away from that victory, you know? You're not 1 away from an overtime, 2 away from a win, but instead it's a couple rounds chained together that you need to get there. And that is going to cause some problems with how close FPX are. This round is what stands between FPX and double digits. It'll be an eco coming out from Liquid if they lose this one. And so FPX could be right back up in even territory.
Ooh, that's dangerous. Good molly put down, but that's all Angel's going to be able to do for this round. Cryptix burns, but he still walks away with a kill. From the grave, Angel's able to find it, and for now they've halted the aggression of Liquid. Zipan, ready and waiting, wants to try and land the shot with the spike on the floor. Liquid have no choice. They can't back away from this one just yet. Link's going to try and maybe challenge for it now. At least he's going to have the opening scope for it. Scream's pushing on forward. The spike's been picked up, and that's exactly what they needed here. It's all going to come down to this shot and this duel as Liquid, they slowly work their way in, expecting players to push out, but nothing's happening just yet. Meadow's not rotated either, and that's a key factor here, because they know Liquid can still go anywhere. The teleporters can make for a quick change-up. But Scream now puts the spike down. 20 seconds to go. Meadow will start to make his way across. Zipan baits out the shot from Link. He is now well aware of what's going on. That nade's going to go out. It's going to work out perfectly. Oh! Link still gets it, but the nade finishes him off. So it's still the 2v2. Eccles and Scream in a great position here, playing around lamps for now. Shadow, oh, he upgrades. Huge. Or downgrades, depending on how you look at it, but it's a better weapon for this fight. Good information for Shadow to play off of here. Are they going to check the corners? Straight onto Scream. They soften him up. They tag him up. The flash goes out. Meadow and Shadow, they save the day. They grab the round. It may be just one alive. And hopefully Shadow can go back and grab that operator. But that was oh so close. The fact that Link even still manages to get that shot on Zipan after that nade. Oh.
Filthy. Filthy. Absolutely filthy. That made me lose it. That nade was so... hold on.
Boom.
Oh, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. This guy's so good. But then... So what was also interesting to me was basically when you come into this game without smokes, you need to figure out other ways to enter into sites, and more importantly, to pull offers off angles. They realized Zipan was just holding them when there were 3 players in Bath, and so Shadow, he just, or not Shadow, excuse me, Eccles, just went for the fault line straight in towards the window. That pushed Zipan back, but the patience on Zipan to actually hold in, he stood there for 25, 30 seconds, didn't even peek out. He was nice and passive, waiting for something to happen. Here's the spike being planted. He baits it out again with that little jump peek so that the shot is fired. That opens up the potential for the nade, which obviously ultimately got him the kill. Really gorgeous work by Zipan to be that patient. And he must feel a little bit robbed with how he was slapped by that peek by Link. That was just gorgeous. But all in all, a really good retake by FPX. They didn't burn up their flashes early, which is something I was almost, in my head, I was thinking Shadow should just flash so Zipan can peek, but they didn't want to take the risk. And in the end, still having that flash for the retake in the 2v2 was what won them the round.
This hit on B. Killjoy going down. If Angel wants to use his ult as well, that could be a huge deterrent here, and that's exactly what he does. He puts it down, and he pokes out in the middle of it all. He knows he was going to be detained. The rest of his team can back away, but actually Meadow's still hanging about. He's done a nice bit of damage. He's not done yet, but Scream finds it. He manages to make it work and can heal himself up. It's Eccles who's been tagged up a little bit, though. Shao looking to try and find his way in, but he's going to be oh so cautious from here. A quick flick, and he makes it work. He's now pushed into the site as well, making plenty of noise as Zipan catches Cryptics. It's all up to Scream. How much can he get done? He keeps healing himself up, and if he can take the Jules 1v1, it might be potential, but look at the time with that spike being down. He needs to go for it now, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's pushing on forward. He's spraying around, but look, one player's just backed away. Zipan finish him. It's no problem at all. And FPX, they will not allow Liquid to get away with it.
Great use of orbital strike there as well. So that was used to just counter lockdown and simultaneously push those players forward. Really smart. And with that, you can see Liquid are feeling deflated. They've just been torn apart by something that I'm not even going to call that one due to smokes. And that was straight up aim duels going the way of FPX from start to finish. Angel even getting one. The fact that he destroyed lockdown allowed Meadow to get a lot more done. And even then, he didn't deliver. But his teammates were there to come back in and just slap them around. So I really like Zipan's idea in that round, which was to move quite slowly towards the site from spawn. And the reason he did that was he didn't want to make too much noise. He saw the player actually flick over, I think it was Scream, flick to the left, because he heard the other teammate who was making a lot of noise, stampeding over like an elephant, in which case then Zipan could just completely catch him off guard.
Full focus from Liquid on lamps for this round. The shock darts going out. Liquid, you've got lamps control. You're trying to try and push on this. A big battle coming out here. The knives being used as well. It's actually gone in favor for now of them. But you've got to be careful near the teleporter. Zipan hanging around too long. And they're going to back away to B. Angel already on the... Or Shadow, sorry, already on the flank. Straight onto Scream. Can he get another? Trying to tag him up as well. Shadow locking it down. Operator in hand. He's looking to save the day. 2 versus 2, and both the Liquid players are low. But Link with a judge. That can be scary. but not at that range. Doesn't manage to fire off the shots. And for Cryptics, Spectre and a Ghost in hand, got the spike. Meadow can hear it, but he can just wait for his teammate. They can play it together. They can play it smart.
I wonder where this nanoswarm's going to go. 1 versus 2, 10-10. This is definitely the time to use up your utility. But it looks like he just wants the straight up aim duel. Here's the steps. 1 player out, second as well. They're making their way towards this side. He's going to try to get up behind them mid through lamps. This might just work out. Oh no, he's just tucking around the back of APC. They've cleared out mid. They realize he's not here. Time is quite low though. He could get this nanoswarm down potentially. How does he want to handle this? The straight swing over towards that diffuser. He's got the kill. Nanoswarm down. Now he activates it. That could be the round. Done and dusted. Shadow, has he got an angle to get around that? He's going to just tank the end of it, but it's not enough time. What a clutch one out. And we see perfect usage. Waiting in to use the nanoswarm as well is what ultimately gets Liquid that round.
Smart plays. The big brain paying off. And Liquid, they get themselves 1 step closer. Think of all the work that Shadow did in that round. Liquid thought they could escape and get to B, but it wasn't going to work out for them.
Oh, I mean, you just take a look at Scream there. He's not immensely happy. There's a little bit of a smile, but for winning the round, I expect a little bit more.
He'll be happy with the map win, or at least the series win. That's what we're going to see him crack one.
But I think this is I think they're realizing over on the Liquid side again, they got away with murder. That round was huge. It was massive for them to actually be able to find that. But the reality is, in general, you're not going to be able to see Liquid repeat those kind of rounds. The early rounds have gone towards FPX pretty consistently, and so we need to see it clock up. We need to see something change for Liquid, because in these full buy rounds, the success just has not been there.
And that's a massive problem for him. Shao getting a very small bit of info there. And actually, maybe an over rotation coming out. Technically, it's the right call for now, but if Eccles is able to see this, might be something that Liquid can play off of. Zipan, poised and ready with the operator, looking towards bathroom, waiting for him to push on out. Oh, easy. 2 operators there waiting for him. And the ult's coming out as well. Nicely done. More damage, more kills going the way of FPX. Zipan just pops the ult as soon as he's got the opportunity for it. He may not find the kill with it, but Liquid are massively on the back foot now.
Looks like he's got 2 primary weapons, because that was overkill. Just coming in with the showstopper. My God. But look, it might have secured them the round in a different environment, but what is going to secure them this round is the time. The clock that is ever in FPX's favor on the defensive side. As it comes to a close, we will see 11-11 on the scoreboard as Team Liquid save over a lot of their weapons. Angel, hello. He wanted to change over towards the Vandal, and instead he's lost his weapon. That is interesting.
The face says it all there, that like breathe out like...
Yeah. Well, in fairness, when you see they're saving, you're not going to imagine that they are where they were. Like, why is he so aggressively saving? Yeah. You know, I really want this weapon in the next round, but I also want to kill you. Like,
oh, it's so close, Mitch. Liquid are giving it their all, and this is on Bind, which is FPX has been oh so dominant on for quite some time. Some of the rounds that have been won and lost by either side as well. Closer than close. And how much can this double operator setup continue to pay off for him? FPX pretty much relying on it at this stage. Oh, the timing. Shadow's not going to have the information about it just yet. And he goes down to the hands of Link. He's been so solid with the operator. He's continuing to deliver. Now he will be smoked off as Angel wants to reposition, but that's a miss that they couldn't afford to make. He's onto the Vandal. But Meadow trying to even up the numbers. He's going to back away for now. The Hellfire's already down. Oh, it's tapping him up. Soulcast is the one finished off. Cryptics has escaped. He's trying to get himself pushed into elbow. But Meadow's holding the angle. The nades coming out as well, but luckily for Liquid, they've escaped. They've not put themselves into the site just yet. Angel swinging onto Scream, and you never want to try and do that, but he can't heal himself up. He has to go invulnerable. The Killjoy ult's coming in, but it may not work out. Meadows just continues to do more damage. Scream's giving away his position. The ult's been destroyed, and the Cypher ult's going to massively help him in this. But Scream, he still lands the headshot. This is what you've got to be oh so careful of. Link's alive as well, and he's continuing to deliver it, but now it's Shao versus Scream. Not the time that Scream really has here. Has to bait out the spike plant. Shao onto it, and he plays it oh so well. The young man steps up against Scream, who continues to give it his all, but it's just not working out. And 1 point is all that separates FPX from marching on forward to face G2 again in the final and eliminating Liquid. But also, that's all Liquid need to try and force us to overtime, and Zipan is so happy with that previous round.
This should never have happened, Banks. Really, this all comes back to Liquid over-peaking all day long versus those Sheriffs and giving FPX that opening right back into the game. If they don't make that mistake, if they don't get cocky in that instance, they maybe they don't have the game won yet, but they don't have the game lost. And we're very close to 12-11. FPX have gotten a lifeline like I've never seen before. And as we come into this one, oh no, Angels just dominated Solkas to open it, and we don't even have ults to try and pull this back for Liquid.
Could be all on Scream trying to pop it and make it work. Link with a judge. He's been incredible for this team across the entire series. He's taken a few shots in the dark, but they're not going to connect. And now he's got the flames at his feet. He's taken further damage. Angel, you got to be careful, buddy. You know better than that. Link took full advantage of it, and now he's upgraded his weapon as well. Mistakes are being made left, right, and center here, Mitch.
This is potentially the final round. It all comes down to how this plays out on the side itself. They have the Rolling Thunder still for the retake, so there's no need to panic just yet. That spike plant given over, but lockdown is far and away from being found in this round. So the ultimate doesn't really matter on the back of it. It's just time that switches in their favor. Shao, he needs to win this fight, but Eccles gets the superior peek, and we're back to a 3v3.
Eccles playing it smart, goes in to find the rotates. Position maybe no, now an FPX. They get it done. They managed to take down Liquid once again, and Liquid tried as they might. So many opportunities for them to be ahead in this game. At one point they were, but FPX, they never gave up, they never backed down, and they'll be facing G2 once again in the grand finals.
It all comes back to that mistake. Sheriffs and a 2 versus 5 that managed to go to FPX that ultimately nets them the win or sets in course all of the rounds that went afterwards. Liquid have got to be deflated. They've got to be heartbroken, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. It's time to throw it to a break, and when we come back, I guess we're going to be talking to each of these teams and seeing how they feel about that grueling matchup.
But let's see how they can lock it down on the defense now, because they've got a huge mountain to climb.
Now let's see if they can lock it down with a super offensive comp. Now look, the Killjoy can actually present a lot of opportunity. Smoke goes through, here's the flash after the turret spots them, swing through, and one found at least for Link. His teammates are cleaning it up. Really well handled, really well done. The ability of Link to play through these smokes that you're going to see him play for the Brimstone is solid.
Scream pushing in the invulnerability once again. Scream back to his old tricks. This is what you want to see from him. He's not checking the back of the site though. Meadows just hanging strong, hanging tight, looking to sit on position. Headshots being landed. He's getting ready for it. One more to find, and Meadows shuts him down. A huge clutch comes in, and this madman, he may have had a slow start, but that's a strong finish, exactly when FPX needed. And he's being smart. He hears the drone. He's not going to be spotted out by it. He doesn't want to give away his position. The question is, both players in the same spot. David P might actually be given a chance with it. Doesn't need to tap onto the bomb yet. Looking to check the location. Finds the first. Looking for the second as well. He's getting it done. David P, he's getting it all the way. Gets the defuse in. It's going to be very close. And he should just be able to have it either way. It's going to be a 2-0 for G2. For Mitch, that was way too close, and we should have ever had it.
Yeah, well, absolutely. You gotta look. Oh, Nardis is the kind of player that comes through with pride. What is this? What in the world? They only have pistols. In fairness, so the strat there is to go fast towards B. The problem is you do. Ooh, that's a nice little ult by Ryan. They have a 90% win rate on this map versus the best teams. And NIP, they've not come in looking fresh and new, not to the extent we needed to see from them. Fearoth has just swung into 3, giving back the man advantage for a second, but G2 still behind by 1. It's a 3 versus 4 as they push on into this B site, and they're overwhelmed up close by him, who's able to get a nice little double, who's coming in with confidence, a straight mid push, trying to get up behind them early on as G2 look for aggressive A control. In fact, they're still looking for it. They lost short, but they just run out on sight, and Artis picks up a double. What is this?
This is aggression, this is confidence, this is G2.
So taking down Mixwell, the head-to-head that we wanted to look at earlier, and we're seeing it right there. Into a 3v3. Smoke, but Looker wants to go through it. He's looking to push on the back of it, gets a kill up close. David P wrecked as Looker. Oh my God, what is that? Pith deleted, and Looker's looking for even more. Classic in hand. Here comes a TP, free as can be. Looker's got 4, and my God, Nip, pick up another.
Although Liquid fought until the bitter end, ultimately Bind would go the way of FPX, and with that seals their fate in the grand final later today against none other than G2. It's going to be a huge game to see who will be taking home the championship title, but before we get into that, we have got to break down the action that we just witnessed. And Tom, we talk about games being so close. This took it to a whole nother level because Liquid, they started off reasonably strong. What were they initially doing so well on this map?
I think a lot of it seemed to come down to momentum in the early stages. Yeah. Like they were being relatively aggressive and able to get away with quite a lot. I think in the early stages, Link was absolutely fantastic with the amount of opening picks he was able to get. And I think there were a few moments for the side of FPX which kind of came down to timing. I think the early round, Xiao getting peeked by 3 different players at once as he tried to kill someone, picking up an orb. Like, those are moments that probably aren't going to happen too many times. So it's one of those things where you kind of look at this and go, hey, this was a good performance from Liquid. It was a agent comp that we never expected to even come close to working. At the same time, the thing that kind of lost them the game wasn't really the comp. It was actually just some misplays from them.
Rude.
Yeah, and I think we need to talk about that one major misplay indeed, James. We didn't even realize it had happened during the game until you reacted to it. Angel managing to get that kill onto Eccles. Do you feel like that was a turning point through the entire game? Because I know you were talking about the confidence, and the FPX kind of thrive off of that. When they get those rounds that they have no business winning.
Yeah, that's when you'll be singing Pump Up the Jam, right? Because you hit shots like that. Angel, for him, it's probably not like, it's like, okay, great. But for the rest of the team, they see that as the time to shine, the time to go into it. He gave Meadow that opportunity to clutch it out in the end against Scream, and already, right, so much has been done in it. The thing about this game, and the thing that I'm going to say here about Liquid, is although they must be feeling awful right now, there were so many opportunities for this to be won by them, or at least taking it to a third, that give this comp a bit more time, because we were maybe not believers to start off with, but there's definitely, you can see it working with the individuals they've got, and they've only been playing it in practice games. When you get into more officials, you kind of see it and work it out. FPX were really being pushed to their limits by this.
Yeah, I think we should start to unpick that a little bit more, because I totally agree with what you said, James. You know, there's ample opportunity for Liquid to be winning it there. So, Tom, where were the issues for this side coming off of that round from FPX that, you know, shouldn't have gone their way, really?
Well, the interesting thing was before that sort of mishap round, I was actually kind of enjoying what they were attempted. I've got a clip coming up a little bit later to sort of display how they tried to get around not having any smokes. And although it's difficult, it seems that because they're so comfortable in the agents they're playing, it actually works out quite well for them. We see players like Link absolutely thriving. Like, if you're talking about MVPs in this series, it's really, really tough, as we'll see coming up later. I'm sure people will maybe disagree, argue other things. But if Liquid win this game, it's the easiest MVP ever because it's Link. It just is. There's no one else that you could really have on the board. Like, I think he had the most opening kills. He just had fantastic individual plays. He had so many different rounds where you go, okay, this shouldn't be happening, and he manages to make it work. It's just a rough one. I also want to give a shout out to Angel as well, because although his statistics weren't necessarily the best, if you look at how he's able to use the utility on Brimstone, there is no one better than him. Like, some of you may have seen David P's tweet talking about the sort of memeing about how all the best players on every agent are the guys on G2. I don't question that there is nobody better on Brimstone than Angel.
Indeed, it is, and I think we need to talk about that FPX going forward as well, because we've seen so much dominance from them in this game, their ability to turn things around, James. And I know we were critiquing a little bit before the game. We needed those individuals to step up, and you kind of mentioned a lot of them there, Tom. They definitely stepped up when they needed to most.
Was that okay to me? I thought you said to James
anybody
and then
can
said
take
it to me at the same time.
Yeah, there's
I'm
both
very
my names in
confused.
there. I was lost as well.
You could take that one, James.
Do you know what? For me, right, individuals certainly did step up. Tom, you mentioned about Link, right? He had a 75% success rate in terms of his opening duels. I was trying to look at the stats there while we were talking, just see exactly how it went down. He was phenomenal with that operator. He's definitely feeling a lot more comfortable in what he's able to deliver. The times he's decided to pop his ultimate as well on the rounds where they don't have so much invested in it, it's been really strong from start to finish. But I don't know who you're going to go with when it comes to the MVP, Mitch, but Tom, sorry, but like when it comes to this, it's it's so close on all the sides, right? Because you can make an argument for many players here. Like those moments that Angel had that literally brought him back into it. The use of his ults on the Brimstone were spectacular. Zipan has had a turnaround mode from start to finish. Shadow, he's just playing this breach so well. I love seeing him on it. I feel like he's probably the most confident breach going in, and he's got the backup of a team that can really deliver when it comes to it. But this man right here, my boy Shao, the Shao stopper, on this Sova, he is really delivering. He's showing us a hell of a lot right now.
He was definitely delivering indeed. But of course, we've got to check in with the Liquid side. And massive thanks, Eccles, for joining us for this post-match interview. Commiserations to you, Eccles, man. It's so unfortunate to see you guys losing out because, it was so close. There were so many opportunities where you guys were really, really fighting FPX, definitely compared to what we saw on day one. Why do you feel it sort of slipped away from you in the end?
It's just we lost a lot of sloppy rounds that we shouldn't ever do. Like I'll say it. I'll come out straight out and say it. The 2v4 eco where we lost that round. That is like the worst round I've ever been a part of, and it hurts. It's still hurting now. Just like stuff like that is like it normally never happens. So I think it's just like a lack of discipline there that's just crept in, and they've capitalized on it for us.
So going back to Assemble, we saw your squad ended up in quite a few retake situations where we sort of watched it back and go, if there was just maybe a smoke here or something there, like if that was in place, it could have gone a little bit better. There were also a few moments where I feel like maybe like the comms were a little bit off, like somebody pushed a slight bit before, and if you just had the few little bits together, you could have taken those rounds. Is it going to be the retakes that are really that much tougher when you are playing a comp that doesn't have any smokes?
We prefer to play for the retakes because I feel like the composition with Breach and what we have is really strong. I remember there's one retakes where you were right. Because we've only been practicing with this comp for a week, so trying to cover all the maps for this like big tournament's quite hard. So we have like set retakes what we tried to do, and I think on the last round we smoked something. Like we smoked off B main instead of like the two parts into the site. So that just because that's one smoke thing went wrong, like the whole round came crumbling apart at the set retake. And it is to be expected with only a week's practice. Like it's only one thing that, it just comes with time. Like we're quite happy with how we played. Obviously we want to win, but like we're showing like huge potential, I feel like, with this comp.
And Eccles, mate, it's a huge step up from what we saw on day one to where you are now with using this comp, and you're finding your form with it. Obviously, you've got the confidence with it. And Sliggy was telling me about the mid-round calls maybe sometimes not being so ideal. What is your kind of route to trying to plan this out and find more success with it? Is it overcoming at times, or is it not enough communication? Where do you see it being the problem?
Sometimes I feel like some people just aren't on the same page, like especially when things get hectic. People like, stuff's going on, like causing chaos, we call it. When like chaos is going on, sometimes it's hard to play off each other in the perfect way. It could be like overcommon, could be undercommon, stuff like that. So it can like come into it, and it just comes with practice. Like I know the four of us besides Scream, we've come from like a background where we've not been high tier professional players. We know what we need to work on.
Exactly.
It's just a slow process for us at the moment.
And when it comes to what you guys have done, like you said, right, it's only a week of practicing with this comp, and it's such a new comp for you guys to play in with. The difference is you're saying, like, oh, it's had success in practice games, but officials are so different. So I just want to say to you, mate, like, I'm all in for this. You guys continue to keep going for it from start to finish, because you showed us, like, there was many rounds there. We should be potentially looking at a third map, and I know it probably feels real rough to you right now, but you should still give yourselves a pat on the back for trying something different and actually delivering what you've done.
Yeah, no, it was brutal to lose the way we did. Like I said, we're all in for this comp. Like we believe in it. We know we just need to. Trav's there. We just need to have a little bit more time to practice, and yeah, we'll get there in the end. Like we like it. Obviously, like you said, the first day it was like nothing like we played in practice. I think it was like the first official on it where everyone was kind of like, oh, what's this? Like this is all new. But then we're like, guys, let's grow a pair and just like give it to them. And we showed that versus Nip, and we showed it in parts today. But end of the day, they were the better team on the day, and they take the win. And I wish them all the best.
Well, it's all a learning experience going forward, isn't it, Eccles? Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. And I'm sure we'll see you flourishing in future tournaments.
Cheers. Thanks for having me, guys. See you later.
Absolute pleasure to have Eccles joining us up here on the desk. Well, I do want to move it over to the side of FPX, because I know a player that we kind of touched upon a little bit in the pregame was Shadow, and he was actually top fragging in the server throughout this this map, the second map, which was FPX's map pick. What do you kind of make of his performance in particular, Tom?
Oh, I think he did a very good job, especially in the second map. If you look at his operator play, there are a few rounds where he was able to rotate in and support on Zipan, and I think that double AWP is something that Angel mentioned. No, actually, I think it was NIP mentioned yesterday as a really good counter to their comp, because without any smokes available to them, you throw in this double AWP, and it's really, really difficult to face against. And luckily for this squad, although they have players that don't necessarily play operators all the time, like it's something they just pick up here and there, they have two players in both Zipan and Shadow who can do it to a very, very high level, and they proved to be pretty much the defining factor in that second map. I think without them, they probably would have lost.
Well, speaking of the devil, and he may appear, we have actually got Shadow on the line for our winners interview after that incredible game. Shadow, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Massive congratulations, man.
Thank you.
So I just want to start off by talking a little bit about Liquid. We obviously saw you facing them on day one, and it was a really, really brutal performance from you guys. But Liquid, they had adapted coming into this game. Where did you kind of see the adaptations and changes coming from on the Liquid side, and how did you adapt to them during the game?
I don't really know. Like, they played amazingly individually as well. Like, they really stepped up. But it's so hard to, like, go as a terrorist to like go into site without smokes. So we just like played retake, just were holding them when they went in.
So in terms of the match, obviously coming up a little bit later today, we know the last four maps basically from you guys have been fairly slow starts. Like it's always been you down and then having to come back into those rounds. Is there something that you're going to try and work on in the next couple of hours to maybe get off to a bit of a better start? Because we know against a team like G2, once they get rolling, it's very, very difficult to stop them.
Yeah, like we lost almost every like first pistols, and that's so hard to like when at least like G2 gets the momentum, like it's so hard to stop them, and then we need to like we always win like the first weapon round as well, but then I feel like we always just get resetted there and they just get the momentum.
Now, Shadow, I've got to ask you about one round in particular, that insane round. You may have not been a part of it in a massive way, but Angel and Meadow clutching out with those shells.
Yeah.
What was the comms? What was the mood like after that? Because I let out a big scream. I think I turned into an 11-year-old boy again. Like, it was insane.
That was what started everything. Like, that was so insane shots by Angel. And then, who was the last? Meadow? Meadow clutching a lot?
Yes, man.
Yeah. That was just so insane. And then we just kept rolling from there.
And you really did keep it rolling from there. That's what brought you guys back into the game. Now, Angel told me an interesting thing about you, that you're also the one to kind of hype the mood up when things are getting down. And how important is that for you guys? Because you've got some young players in here. You've got some players that don't have so much experience on the top level. Do you see it as a vital thing to keep bringing the guys back in and keep that mood high? Because we know how tough and how close some of these games can get.
Yeah, like having a good mood is like everything in this. Like, that's how you keep the momentum, and that's how you like don't get momentum. Like, yeah.
And who do you think benefits from that the most? Because like sometimes we see like Zipan and Shao will come to their cameras and they look a bit deflated, but then they'll have one of these magic moments, these crazy moments, and they look incredible again.
Yeah, I don't know who benefits the most, but I think everyone does. Like, it's just a upswing in the mood. Like, I think at least for Meda as well, he's like getting more pumped.
Well, hopefully we can see that momentum carry you forward as you face G2 later in the grand final. Of course, you've got to get a bit of preparation time in for that, so we won't keep you any longer, Shadow. Massive congratulations on that win, and we'll see you later in the grand final.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Awesome stuff there from Shadow. And I think that leads us perfectly into our Gillette MVP of the match. Tom, I know it's a little bit of a struggle to pick who exactly is going to be getting this one, but who is it?
Going into the last couple of rounds, I was jumping between Meadow, Shao for the clutches, but eventually it just had to be Zipan in the end. I think that his hold within the A site after what was like such a poor performance yesterday to come back and just be dominant, his utility usage as well off the paint shells was just so devastating. And the biggest thing as well is like in a lot of these rounds, there was a high reliance on Soulcast to actually like get them some space, like using that blaze to try and give them some cover. And somehow he always seemed to get the opening pick onto him. I don't know how he did it, but it was just taking that man out of the round, and then it became really tough for anything to be done. I think also for such a young player, he has those explosive rounds, but also has the patience to know when to wait for his team. And that's something I think it's very experienced, or he looks very experienced for someone so young, and well, basically who could just take over a round anytime he wanted.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like Zipan was the perfect person to be awarded that MVP. I don't know how you feel, Mitch, about that one as well, because I just think we've seen so much from this player in this match.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, look, myself and Banks have been massive fans of Zipan since the first days we laid eyes on him. He is one of the most fun players to watch when it comes down to playing Valorant at the top level. Again, my heart will always go out to Meadow. He's my boy. He's in the back lines doing the job, the thankless job a lot of the time. But no, 100% agree. Zipan has been the MVP.
Well, thankfully, we'll get to see a little bit more of them later on as they're going to be taking on G2 Esports in the grand final, no less. And we can take a look at exactly where that leaves us with our tournament overview bracket. Of course, all the games have been done bar that grand final. It's a best of 5, no less, James. Obviously, G2 Esports are going to be coming in one up because they took the quicker route to this grand final. But this is going to be interesting. We've got a lot more maps maybe coming into the mix here. Are you excited for this one?
Oh, I'm super excited because this is the redemption story for FPX. Yes, okay, Liquid pushed them to their limits, definitely in many ways in that. But for me, we've got Zipan, who just played a good game. He can be riding high on confidence, the same alongside Shao. Shadow's doing his thing. Angel's having those magic moments. Meadow is staying as Mr. Consistent and Mr. Smart with it. The one thing I'm looking forward to see is just, okay, Shadow, if you're the one that's got to hype up this team, I want to see you bring Shao and Zipan pumped up, fully supercharged into this game, because I don't want to witness a repeat of yesterday.
We definitely do, not Atid. I want to see it going to the full 4 maps in the grand final. But of course, before we jump into that, we've got to get into our show match. I'm thoroughly looking forward to jumping into this one. It's going to be Team France versus Team Turkey. Of course, 5,000 euros on the line for the winning team's charity of their choice. We've already seen Team Zonix take it their way yesterday, so I'm super excited to see what is going to be going down in our next best of 1 show match. And we'll be getting into it after this short break.
Hello, my name is Lucker. I'm here with Hyp. We are from Team Ninjas in Pyjamas, and today we're gonna play Signature Shoutout. And the rules are we have 60 seconds to guess different voice lines that the other guy reads out.
När du ska prestera ditt bästa kan små justeringar göra stor skillnad. Varje rörelse, varje vinkel. Och när du rakar dig är det ingen skillnad. Gillettes rakhyvlar är utformade för att anpassa sig till ansiktets konturer. Så oavsett vad som väntar får du alltid ett perfekt resultat. Gillette.
Enemies might as well join me.
Oh man.
Yeah. Look at me, know that I'm by your side.
Sage?
Yeah, it is. I drain the life from our prey. That's all they're good for.
Reyna?
Yeah. When I'm done, there'll be nothing more than ash. When I'm done?
Phoenix?
Yeah. Pay attention, might learn something.
Sova?
No.
Cypher?
No.
Who was that?
That was a good run. That was Brimstone.
Ah.
Like all these characters that we never have, you know, it's hard.
Are you ready, Lucker?
I'm ready.
Stand in my way, I dare you.
I don't know, Raze?
No.
Jet?
No.
Breach?
Yeah, Breach.
Oh.
Think you can keep up? Who am I kidding?
Jet.
You know? Oh yeah. I am boss, shield, and sword.
I don't know, Breach again?
No.
Brim?
No.
Cypher?
No, I am boss, shield, and sword.
Oh, okay, Sage.
Yeah, they have no idea how earthless I am.
They have no idea how hard this I am?
Yeah.
Reyna?
Yeah, they think I'm an old dog? Hey, I will show them how many tricks I know. Yeah, Brimstone. Wherever they run, I will find them. Easy one.
Jet?
No!
Oh, Cypher.
No!
Nova.
Yes, Sova. Just like a seat, I got this.
Raze?
No.
Jet?
No.
Reyna?
No.
Who else is there?
You want to pass?
Yeah, just go next one.
I am the beginning, I am the end.
Oh, that's Omen.
Yeah. My power dot... Okay.
I was
And just like I said, I got this was Phoenix. But that's
okay.
hard to find that though.
Yeah, you
Like
need
what?
to go with playing, my friend.
If you want more content like this, please make sure to follow Blast.
När du ska prestera ditt bästa kan små justeringar göra stor skillnad. Varje rörelse, varje vinkel. Och när du rakar dig är det ingen skillnad. Gilettes rakhyvlar är utformade för att anpassa sig till ansiktets konturer. Så oavsett vad som väntar får du alltid ett perfekt resultat. Gillette.
huge performance from FPX sees them seal their fate in the grand finals later today against none other than the European giants of G2. But before we get into all that action, we need to take a quick breather, and we've got a very exciting show match ready to come your way. It's going to be Team France taking on Team Turkey in this best-of-1 series. And of course, I've got James, Mitch, and Tom to break down all the action with me. Mitch, we've got quite a treat on our hands, haven't we? Because we've actually got two pretty cool lineups going head-to-head in this charity show match.
Yeah, we absolutely do. I was taking a look down through the lineups, and I think certainly having Woxic versus Happy alone is going to be a really interesting duel. I'm excited to see what Happy can do with the Sheriff in his hands. It's going to be fun. When I'm looking at my man Beyaz there, when we come over to Team France, I thought he came from Turkish heritage, so that's pretty interesting to me. Back in Counter-Strike, if it's the same player I'm thinking about, so I'd be looking at him with some question marks. Maybe it's a different guy, same capitalization on the A. I don't know.
Yeah, potentially. Maybe, I don't know, we might get an interview with him later during the show, so you might be able to ask him that very question indeed. But I'm going to come to you, James, just looking at this Team France lineup. Obviously, we've got Happy, a massive staple of the CS, or the Counter-Strike scene in general. Are there any other players that are kind of piquing your interest from here?
Do you know what? I'm honestly just excited to see Happy straight away. I'm very biased on this because when I started my CS kind of commentary and get involved in that, like, it was Happy all the way, man. This was the golden days. Many good evenings and time spent with him after events as well. But yeah, for me, I'm just excited for another show match. We had a lot of fun last time around, Mitch. We got to let loose a little bit, right, and delve deep into some madness. And it's all for a good cause, it's all for a good charity side of things. So my main point here is it's going to be a lot of fun. But I think with having Woxic and Happy on these teams, you're going to see a lot of competitive drive coming out from these guys, right? It's going to be a lot of smack talk, I'd say, at the beginning.
It definitely is. You know what? I wish we had like the teams could be going in together. Do you remember like in Counter-Strike where at the halftime you had all chat on? Like I used to love that. That was so good. So much toxicity, but yeah, bring back the good old days, right? But I do want to talk about the Team Turkey side as well, Tom. Obviously we've got Woxic, a massive staple of the FPS scene in there. Who else is kind of piquing your interest from this lineup?
Well, they've kind of got an old core of like Dark Passage, like Mini and Mako as well played within that roster. So I don't know. I'm seeing some sort of like old team vibes coming out here from them. I'm not sure if this is cheating, but it seems like it might be. Like you basically gone, yeah, let's just get my old teammates together and get some money for charity. I guess it's for a good cause, so you can't really take anything away from them. But yeah, it's definitely gonna be interesting to see those three back together because I'll be honest, everybody seems to remember the Space Soldiers roster back in Counter-Strike. Everybody loved that team. Like, you looked at the likes of Zontares and Calyx combining. But the Dark Passage roster that came before that was actually pretty filthy as well. Like, I still remember in some of the like old WSG qualifiers, like that Turkish side was dirty. Calyx actually used to be on that team as well and ended up getting picked up because of how well the team played. So I don't know. I've always wanted to see the rise back up of Turkish CS, but maybe I'll get it in Valorant instead.
Maybe. We can all dream. So do you think, as what Tom said there, James, do you feel like there might be a little bit more synergy from this Team Turkey lineup?
Yeah, you could say that, I guess, in some way, right? It might be a possibility in there. When I'm looking at this Team Turkey roster, though, you know, one thing we've got to make sure we clear up here is everyone was like, oh, well, Woxic, right? He's not on Mouse Sports anymore. He's going to quit. He's going to go to Valorant. It was already cleared up by his manager, Jerome. He came out on Twitter and said, no, he's definitely sticking with CSGO. He's just here for the charity show,
That's
man.
what they all say.
So, no. I'm going to take that on good authority. Then look at Tom's like, I'm going to buy into the rumors. Tom's always just trying to stir up some trouble, but no. I can imagine we're going to see Woxic on a pretty good team real soon.
Well, speaking of which, we've actually got the opportunity to speak to Woxic ahead of this match. Woxic, it is always an absolute pleasure to speak to you, man. I absolutely love getting to chat with him. How excited are you to be competing in this charity show match?
Hello, firstly. 1 second. It's always nice to speak with you also, but it's always hard to understand you at the same time. I always saying that. It's gonna be excited game. Me and my friends, actually, they are like my previous teammates from Counter-Strike, Global Offensive, like back in the days. So it's gonna be pretty fun to play like kind of competitive again, but it's not competitive, of course. But it's gonna be like some show match for charity, but. I would like to play with them. Yeah, that's it.
The BM already coming out from Woxic, man. You got to save this for the enemy team. Tom, you had a question that you wanted to throw.
Well, this links to what I wanted to ask. People have said you're not moving to Valorant. Fair enough. But is this the comeback of Dark Passage? Like I remember that team. I like that team a lot. Is it the comeback, man?
I wish I could say like but it's not. So I'm gonna just keep play CS. I'm not gonna play Valorant, but yeah. It's pretty fun to play with your friends, and also like which one you know before is always pretty fun. But I'm not thinking about changing the game now.
Good.
Definitely not Woxic. You don't need to, mate. You still got the skills that pay the bills when it comes to CSGO, mate.
You know me well, bro. So
you know it.
Yeah.
Now, how much Valorant have you actually played, though? How comfortable are you? And what's your favorite agent? I want to see what Woxic's going to come out. Can we expect to see you on the operator?
Actually, like, I don't like to play operator because it's like kind of not good like in CS. I don't feel play like in CS, but I like to play Reyna. This is my kind of main character because like you're just moving, you just can skip everything, the old fights and stuff with some skills. But I like to play more rifle in this game basically, and I played maybe around 200 hours or something.
Damn, okay. Oh, that's legit. Yeah. I like it, mate.
Getting that practice in for sure. I also wanted to ask you, Woxic, can you tell us a bit about the charity that you're competing for here today?
We just probably gonna do our charity if we win the game, like to Yeşilay, we call them. This is like who is against, like they're like kind of community who is against drugs, who is like against alcohol, you know, like they're just their main goal is kind of like a healthy life. Basically, we just want to support them.
That sounds awesome indeed. One last question before we let you go. How do you feel about taking on Happy again? Obviously a player from Counter-Strike that you all know very, very well. Is there a little bit of rivalry?
Actually, yeah, kinda. I don't know what to say about this, but yeah, it's gonna be so different feeling to play against him in different game and with different skills and different characters. I'm sure he's a beast in this game also, but I'm better than him.
Oh, big words to end on there, Woxic. Fantastic to get to speak to you, man. Best of luck in the game.
Thank you so much.
Awesome stuff from Woxic there. I think that leads us perfectly into talking about Team France a little bit more, though. Mitch, what are you kind of making of this lineup? I know we've talked about Happy a lot. Are there any other players that you might be keeping your eye on here?
Yeah, I mean, you've got Roden in there who used to be playing on LDLC back a little bit ago. He's definitely a capable player. Bayaz from Turkey 5. Really just betraying his old teammates, but all right. I respect it. He's coming through as well as someone that's definitely got some capabilities. You saw him more recently shift over towards Demise. Okay, definitely. When you look at this lineup, it is Happy that's competed at the top level, 100%. He is the player I think we'd have to highlight as the one to do the most damage, but he's definitely got some support there from players that you might not know at tier 1, but they've been around the Counter-Strike scene. They've definitely got their bases in FPS, and they won't be players to necessarily massively underestimate.
Well, we've been speaking about him a lot, and we actually have the opportunity to check in with Happy himself. Pleasure to speak to you, man. I hope you've been doing well. I wanted to ask you a little bit about how you're feeling coming into this, because I've just been looking at your game history, and you've been playing Sage a lot, right? What are you thinking of the nerfs to her?
They definitely killed her, I guess, especially on... the exception being on Ascent. I think David P has been playing it, and I'm agreeing with him. The hero is only viable on Ascent anymore, so we have to switch Sage players.
Historically, you have been someone almost renowned for some quote-unquote BM plays, like spraying into players' faces, maybe a little bit of tactical crouching here and there. Can we expect to see that today? Because Woxic, he was saying he's better than you, so I kind of want to know if you're going to be like throwing some shade back his way.
Well, it's all for fun and it's all for something greater than us. But of course, if I have the availability to do that to him, of course I would do
it. Now, when it comes to how you put this team together, Happy, how did it all come about? Was it like just going to try and grab a bunch of friends and play some together? Or were you trying to be a bit more tactical with it and say, oh, okay, I'm going to get the winning team here?
Actually discussing who's going to play what on Bind, and yeah, let's put it that way. It was more of friendships, friends playing together than actually having a tactical team. So yeah, we can expect somewhat funny picks maybe, or I mean, you know, we're gonna take some duelists and shit like something like that. Sorry, and and you know, we'll see. We'll try to get some fun from the game.
Well, you mentioned it there. It's all for the greater good, of course. You guys are competing for €5,000 to go to a charity of your choice. Can you tell us a little bit more about what your charity and which one you're supporting?
Well, I believe we choose. I mean, Jerome was the one like giving us some info on the one charity I had in mind. It's for the mental health and like everything of the soul. I don't remember exactly the name, but we all agreed that it would be a good idea. Personally, I believe it's a great choice because it's a subject that is not really touched about, especially in gaming. It's not really. I don't know if it's taboo or anything, but we've seen some pretty famous individuals suffering from depression and sometimes going even further than that in like really tragic events. So I believe it's something that needs to be discussed about and, you know, being supported.
Yeah, definitely. It's an awesome charity for sure. I do just want to ask you quickly before we let you go, what's the transition from Counter-Strike to Valorant been like? How have you kind of been finding it yourself?
Well, I wouldn't say I totally made the transition yet, but I mean, it's pretty simple. I don't really compare the two games. It's just happened that I tried Valorant and it was really fun to play. So I just kept playing. And for now, I think the game is just really fun to play. And you can see some teams they are playing sometimes really tactical, sometimes really free for all. And I think you can definitely find a lot in that game that you can enjoy, you know, both tactically and aim-wise and stuff like that.
Yeah, we're thoroughly looking forward to seeing what you're going to be bringing to this game, Happy. Thank you so much for agreeing to chat with us. And yeah, best of luck going into the show match. Awesome stuff there from Happy himself. And I feel like we were kind of alluding to it a little bit. We were talking about maybe some spicy agent picks coming out. James, Happy has confirmed that that's going to be happening. What are you hoping for from their picks?
Well, maybe Tom and Mitch will get what they want. They'll get a Viper in play, you know? Someone to throw out a curveball like that. Yeah, no, that's fine. There's only a certain amount of duelists you can pick, right? So let's get a Viper in there. Why not?
Still a better smoker than
in there.
Better smoker than Liquid's picks, that's for sure.
Oh, you had to do it, didn't you? You had to be mean, Mitch.
There's something interesting he said, though. He goes, I don't make the comparisons between Valorant and Counter-Strike while playing for a team called Started from CS.
Well, it kind of works, though. They did start from CS, you know, and then they ended up on Valorant. Like, you give them that, you give them the caveat, you know, why not?
He's not incorrect, for sure. I'm interested to hear. I was just looking at some of his matches that he's played on the Spike, and obviously picking into Sage actually quite a lot. I think it was might have been Breach. Let me have a look. Who was it? Oh no, it's actually Raze that he's been picking into as well. Okay. But yeah, interested to see. I don't know. Are we going to see a Sage pick coming out in here? I'm wondering how sweaty they're going to be going, Tom.
He said they're playing Bind. If he's picking a Sage, then they really are just having a bit of banter with it. Also, he said that it's only viable on Ascent, so he would basically be going against his own choice if he was going to do that. So you never know. He might just be like playing with the opposition, trying to toy with them a little bit, and then have a surprise pick of a Sage. It does work quite well still when it comes to executions. The only problem is, I think the big one is that wall. Like, you put it down to basically get the spike down on Bind, and if you can destroy it much easier, it doesn't really work as well.
Yeah, I think it's a perfect opportunity to kind of touch on the Sage nerfs. Obviously, there was a lot of questions coming into this event. We were talking about it way back in day one in the pre-show. So, you know, there's huge question marks coming into it. We've seen actually David P still picking it out on specific maps, as you were saying, Tom. But Mitch, what are you kind of making of the changes overall? How has it kind of changed some of the team compositions that we've been seeing?
Oh, I think Happy put it best. They killed her. They really did. They've just taken her completely out of the pool. On Ascent, it's still even a choice whether you want to have her. It's no, like, basically beforehand we were in a position where, like, yeah, everybody needs to pick a Sage, or most teams
Almost,
did.
yeah.
It was more we would comment and be like, oh, they're playing without a Sage. Interesting. Whereas then we come into this update and it's more like, these guys are playing with Sage? What is wrong with them? They read the patch notes, but especially when you're not on Ascent, and then it's just ludicrous. So I think it's also impacted some teams like Liquid. They've had to make a completely different approach. You look at Haven. What was the one thing, Banks? If you think about Liquid on Haven, it's the Liquid B push, right?
Yeah.
Wall left side, plant, hold right. Can't do that anymore because you wall left side. Oh, it's gone and you're dead. All of a sudden the round's falling apart. So it's definitely impacted the game pretty massively.
Yeah, it definitely has. I remember I was watching an interview with David P that came out maybe a couple of days before the previous Ignition Series event, the Level Clash 2, and he was saying, plain and simply, I don't understand why any top tier team wouldn't have Sage on their comp. And then literally a few days after, bang, the update comes in. And it's like, David P, man, I feel so sorry for him. But he has made it work. Yeah, he has made it work on Ascent in particular. I know you were speaking about, Tom. I'm wondering though, do you see David P kind of maybe swaying away, going into some other agents now that we've seen enough coming into her on all of the maps across the board?
I think if it's a comfort pick on Ascent, maybe not, unless they're punished. I don't really see a real reason for them to change, but at the same time, it's very possible with him playing enough of other agents like Breach that it might just become that he starts to enjoy that a little bit more. And I think that's something that you have to take into big consideration. Like when we talk about Liquid, when we talk about the likes of FPX, a lot of the time it's their coaches, their analysts, their behind-the-scenes staff and in-game leaders that are trying to make pushes to change things. With G2, it is, I like this guy, so I'm going to play this guy. And although it sounds almost a bit like silly and potentially could bite them in the future, for now it really does work because all those players are confident within their own right. And you even see it on Liquid to an extent. Like they tried to make all these changes and then Scream ends up on Reyna. That's just because Scream is the best Reyna. So it makes sense for you to sort of play to your strength. So for G2, I really don't mind it. And I think unless in particular on Ascent, he starts getting like severely punished or he finds an agent he prefers, I don't see a reason for him to change.
Well, as Happy alluded to there, of course, we're going to be playing out this best of one show match on Bind. James, what are you making of this map?
It's going to be a lot of fun, right? It's open when it comes to attacking that A site. We've obviously seen that if you don't use smokes on it, it can be difficult. You know, Liquid, they try to make it work. They try to make the magic happen. Mitch already threw some shade on them for that one. But all in all, you can't really predict what these two teams are going to deliver. And it looks like we're getting straight into it. So Freya and Tom, thank you very much. Me and Mitch are going to take this away. We're going to have the madness unfold in front of us. Mitch, I know you, right? You love your talking a bit of French. So I'm going to just give you Team France straight away. I'll ride or die on Turkey and Woxic. Because you know what, my boy Woxic's never dropping a game to someone as old as Happy. There you go. Even I'm throwing the age bit out there.
You're even jeez. Yeah, look, I mean, I'm talking about Team Turkey having much more experience when it comes to Counter-Strike, at least that I know off the bat. And this is a little bit of an awkward fight in middle. Couple of shots missed by Mini, the long range shorty. But they didn't know about Mako, and he's making it happen. A 3 versus 1, excuse me, now, as Roden has got it all to do.
Oh, he's being sneaky, though. He might be able to at least get one kill. Oh, no, the time is not working out just yet. So they're just kind of bypassing each other. Roden's on the hunt, but if he turns around, it might be problematic. Oh, there we go. Rip goes down. And Roden now needs to try and make the magic happen. Good use of the cage. Turkey's using the Sage in there, though. We didn't really touch on the agent picks just yet. We'll cover that when we get into the next round because Roden believes he can try and make this work. Now, he was tagged up a bit there. He's on 74 health. But Mako, he's already done a ton of damage. And he's looking for more. He's hungry for all of it. He's got the backup from the Sage, which is going to be quite nice, at least in a pistol round, while having the extra benefit of getting that healing, regardless of the nerfs coming or not.
It's going to be a rough one for Roden. The only thing he has is the element of surprise here, really. The numbers are definitely not in his favor as they come in towards Hookah. He's expecting it. He's hoping this is where they're coming. So maybe an opportunity as he tucks in towards long. He might catch some on the crossover. And although they're already on their way, this timing is perfect. He spots one. Ooh. They have no idea about where he is. The wall goes down, but it's blocking him out. Oh, there's a gap in it. That is a big problem. The wall's not quite deep enough, but they're sticking it, and they're going to get it all the way. Team Turkey win out the pistol round. And what a round by Mako that was.
He nerfed the Sage wall himself by misplacing it, you know. Left him alone with it. But, you know, very good from Mako. He kind of saved the day from start to finish. Ooh, hello. This is an interesting cypher face shot in there. I like that. I'm all down for it. Okay, so for everyone to realize, Woxic is 09 MLBOA. So, yeah, we're going to go in for that. Woxic just obviously was on the Reyna. He said he was going to use that. But down these agent compositions, so we've got a Raze, Jet, Sage, Reyna, and an Omen for Team Turkey. And then on for the Team France side, we've got a Raze, Breach, Jet, Brimstone, and a Cypher.
Until you get behind Team France's comp a little bit more than Turkey's. Turkey's definitely looks like they're out for a little bit of fun, but that's what we heard. Both these teams kind of messing around a little bit, looking for the duelist setups, and right away, Turkey are just dominating in this round. Not a single loss taken. They are just in here. Oh, look at that. A very, very happy walk.
Brilliant. Oh, dear. You know, got to make sure you de-stress during the game. Why not? Smiles all around for Team Turkey, and rightly so, after just barreling on forward. Full aggression. Full rush on forward. Thing is, right, I know they're probably going to try it on this round as well. Some mad aggression still, just throw it their way and just see how much disrespect they can throw towards Team France. But they'll smarten up into it. They'll get used to it. There we go. Happy's being backed away already. He's able to escape for now. He gets around the corner.
Oh,
that
was that?
will slowly turn around.
I think that was a team stun. Yeah, it must have been. There's only the breach on the attacking side as well. So communication.
Didn't work out, did it?
Not the forte at the moment. They've stunned each other. But on the back of that, it's all okay. Fault line's going to come back up online in a little bit. You can see just 10 seconds left. And they can start to move towards this A site. 2 players in position. It is a Jet and a Raze, though. Difficult players to deal with. And for Team France, yeah, pushing forward, they've got their smokes. They've got their flashes. This is something that... Oh, they've got their nades as well, evidently. And he's already used up his dash.
He's pushing out with the dash. Oh, did that grenade through the teleport?
Yeah,
oh, no, Vinny, where you going? Straight up in their grills. Mako's fallen as well. The smokes have worked out, but Rip with a Spectre, he catches them slipping. He's looking to do some more damage here. He's not finished with it, but Akuma will eventually take him down. It's all on Rogu now, who instantly gets domed. Rodin's out there waiting for him. And France, they come back with full force.
Well, that was an interesting turn of events. That was so much done by Rip. Look at that. Nice little double spray down for him. Bayaz and Happy deleted.
What were they doing, though?
I have no idea, mate.
They're like having a little party in the corner.
Yeah.
Who wants to take this spot? A little bit of communication, you know?
They're doing a slow dance down there. I appreciate it. Respect. It's all about building team chemistry at the end of the day.
Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Tom said he doesn't like that skin. I don't know what's wrong with it. I'm not a fan of the color scheme that guy's got, but the green one that Mixwell has, gorgeous.
Okay. A bit of aggression being shown from Team Turkey. Rip's gone down elsewhere for now. From the early aggression we saw from Team Turkey, well, it's slowed right down. As of Team France, though. They're poking up. They're very split in pick at the moment, though. Finally grouping up to actually get into the site, and they want to try and hit B, but the rotation's already come in, so you're not reacting off the back of the first kill you got. Woxic. He said he wasn't going to be using the operator. Oh, he's more of a rifle player. Oh, he walked straight into another operator, though. Brams is going to find him. And Rogu, you may be up on the Sage, but it's not you. Up high on the wall, and everyone on Team Turkey is just getting bullied right now. Mini's all alone, and the push is just going to come through from Team France by the looks of it. Flash goes out. Mini goes down.
No chance. And even when they push into the site, they saw that slow orb come from elbow, so they knew exactly what was going on. Easy kill to Rogu. And from there, the round was all theirs, pretty much. They'd already done the groundwork. This is set up to be a nice little... I guess at the start, considering it's 2-2 competitive. But at the moment, it's feeling like France, once they've gotten these weapons in their hands, well, there's been no sign of a white flag. These boys are coming out and taking heads.
Woxic. Oh, dear. 0-3, my man. It's not what I want to be seeing anytime soon. Just needs a bit of time to warm up into it, you know.
Does he take the operator?
Going. Yeah, it was the area. He's like, I'm not going to use the operator. picks up the operator. See, that's what happens when you tell me the wrong stuff. Karma hits.
Still not as much as Sliggy lying to you earlier about team count.
Oh yeah, fully baited out by Sliggy. Well, Akuma's baited out because he walks up, thinks it's clear, gets a sheriff to the face. Brams is going to back away, and that's some smart stuff there. Don't stand around for too long. The Jet Ult's actually going to be popped, but Rip! Well, he's just ripping right through him. Nicely done by Roden. Stops Mini having any success, but Woxic, pistol power, heals himself up, but Brams is on the hunt. Oh no, not ideal. Brams believes he can get this done. He's got his ult up, he's in the 1v1, and Rip has done everything in this round. But Brams, he's looking to save the day for Team France. Rip trying to play it smart. This could be huge. Oh, up in the air. Rip lands the headshot. And he came up huge.
What is this? This guy is on fire. Just been absolutely wrecking face from the very start of this game. Like, that's 2 rounds now we've seen him double spray down players, and then he comes through with the round win as well right afterwards. Absolutely gorgeous. The question is, who is Rip? Is it, we've got... Oh, yeah, okay, so here he is. I've got his profile up. Let's take a quick gander. So he's played on Team Turkey a little bit, quite a bit actually. It looks like those are the only games he's got on history mostly. Team Turkey versus Purple Cobras versus Lothar. Yeah, I was doing a little bit of a dive on these players just before we got into it. Obviously, once the page went up, and he's one of the players I have no idea about. They lost pretty badly to Hip at one point. Yeah, not someone that I'd really... although he's played with a lot of the guys, like some of the dudes that we're seeing from like BBL, for example.
Mm-hmm.
So he's played for a couple of teams that are with a couple of players from the Turkish scene that we would recognize. And obviously being in this one with Rogu, the player from BBL that we know well. But he wouldn't be one of the players I would highlight as what I'd expect a lot from. And, well, it looks like it even takes a showstopper to counter him.
He did commit the showstopper, but Happy took a lot of damage off the back of that. 27 health, but he'll go and join back up with his team as Brams continuing to deliver with this operator. Might be a great way for them to get in, but look at Woxic. He said about using the rifles in this game, and he's currently putting himself into a good invulnerable position. Looks to try and tag it up, and he's able to take down Happy. He's not done yet. He can hear the footsteps, but he's got to be careful from both sides. Bears is able to find him, and Brams is still up in it. 2 versus 1, and Rogu, he can hear the footsteps and knows what's going on, but he's not going to expect that. Brams hiding away behind the box, pops out at the right time. In France, they're not going to allow Turkey to have too much.
No, they're not. They're answering back right away. I mean, that was a good attempt by Woxic, though. He got a lot of damage done.
Happy. We're jumping in your game, mate. How are you doing? It's a little bit tougher than you expected.
Yeah. I mean, you know, they caught us on the pistol with a bait setup or whatever, and but yeah, I mean, except the pistol, it's just one by one, so you know, nothing too fancy for now.
You dealt with Rip pretty well. Yeah, you dealt with Rip pretty well, though, right? Showstopper onto him. You want to put end to him. He was on a bit of a stomp.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when you have a Raze in front of you and she has an ult and you're playing Garden on B, like, you have to be really confident. And I guess it didn't work out for him.
Well, we'll let you go, mate. Go on and dominate some more. Good luck.
Sure, thank you.
I'm just smiling here, Mitch, because it's just like jumping mid-game. He's like having a chat with his people. I'm like, hey, Happy, just stop for a moment.
We should have just tried to chime in the background. Bonjour, comment ça va? Allez,
you could. You could. I'm definitely not giving any of that a
see
shot.
If we can infiltrate. If we can infiltrate the team speak.
Go, hey.
Be like, un garçon, hey. It's just like, oh, where is he? He's behind me? What's happening?
Just do it really lightly. That's what we should do, actually. Okay, production, can we just infiltrate team speak and let Mitch throw in some random French calls?
Some random calls. Like when it's a 2v1, just be like, he's Evan. They're just like, oh, wait, what?
Like, who's that talking?
Was that you, Happy? You're calling that? What the hell? It's going to be a nice, easy round for France. Hopefully, you look at Turkey, they've not got a whole lot to work with. Coming in with just a few pistols. Oh, hello. Mini's just come through the TP and no one noticed.
Oh no, run! Get out of there, Mini! So much damage! Oh, he's going to run straight into the Cypher. Easy for Roden to pick up the kills. He's on the cleanup duty. Only Woxic remains. Remember, Woxic is playing as 092MLBOA. Most random name you could choose, Woxic. Come on, man. He's obviously trying to smurf it out, right? He doesn't want people to know it's him. He's hiding for now, and well, that's a Sheriff shot and a half. He disappears out of there, but he can't pick up the Vandal because of it. Tries to flash his way forward. Ooh, okay, Woxic. He's giving it some welly. He wants to give it some more. Only one more player to find. But it's the Jet who's been very strong with that operator. Tries to bait it out with the spike time in. Looks for the dash. But look at the skills on Woxic. That's why he's not leaving CS anytime soon. He's still got it in the bag. His team are hyped up. Yeah, I appreciate that fist bump. I'll take that, Woxic. You know, I know that's for me.
You know what, Banks? The round started out well for France. They were looking solid, but in the end, they melted away. I mean, losing to the Sheriffs like that, we could call them Liquid after it. That was it was a hard round. It hurt to watch. But
you know, you want Liquid as well as Nip to hate you now, don't you? This is where you're going. You're just trying to turn all the EU teams against you.
Hey, listen, I know Artis won't get annoyed because he can throw his own bit of shade. So at least I know G2 will never be annoyed at me. That's all I need.
Because you've got nothing bad to say about them.
Hey, wait till they lose. Just
spoilers, Mitch. Spoilers.
I didn't say now. It has to happen eventually, right?
Okay,
Surely.
Okay.
By the way,
Surely,
that's a
we'll have to wait
sick
and see.
skin. Look at Woxic's. That's a Phantom, right? This is the
Well,
skin. It's so
he's dead
trippy.
now. Mini is going to reply with one of his own. Needs to do some more damage in here. They're pushing through. Mini's given a lot of room. I'm surprised they didn't focus him. Meku. Bayad just escapes by the skin of his teeth. He wants nothing to do with that. Thank God for the teleport, he says.
You will not kill my allies.
Oh, Wox is being brought back up already in this. They wanted to save onto their guns. They're not taking any risks on this one. Bears has worked all the way back around into this. I thought this is really going to dupe him because they're just ready and waiting. And so far, so good for my boys on Team Turkey. Let's go.
Team Turkey doing well, I gotta say. Not that I chose France. You know, I kind of got lumped into that one.
You speak French.
Therefore. Well,
my boy, that's it. That's
excuse
all,
me, I believe someone didn't choose Liquid today, so can you explain that one to me, Mr. England?
You also speak English.
Well, that's true.
There we go. Mate, I'm just taking a side on the charity, you know. Last time around, we both thought it would be Spain. It didn't work out at all. Of course, right, these players need this little tech pause coming in. Maybe in the charity show match, right, you get into that point where you're like, I'll abuse the system.
I'd imagine. This is the one time I'm going to genuinely say it's a tech pause. Cause
now you're fine with it. Okay.
Yeah, maybe. Nah, it wouldn't be a toilet pause in the middle of this. In the middle of a charity show match.
Admin's
Come
just
on.
checking all the cameras, you know.
Yeah, let's see.
Making
Anyone
sure.
out of their seat? What's going on here?
We haven't got a big water bottle. It begins.
No, no one with a gigantic glass yet.
By the way, he said that was only 0.5 litres. So if anyone's watching the show match yesterday, one player on Team Spain drinking away, and he was like, oh, it's only 0.5 litres. And I'm like, that's not actually as big as it seemed on camera. It just looked huge.
Yeah, either that or it's like some real perspective tricks, right?
Yeah.
The way he pulled it back just made it look gigantic.
No trouble lollies either.
No, this is
healthy.
What is up with the backgrounds today, guys? Come on. You playing a show match? Get your chub lollies. 5-liter glasses. It's unacceptable. But here we go. We're back in. Yeah, that Phantom skin's absolutely glorious. I love it. That's what I'm talking about. Tom doesn't like this. What's wrong with this dude?
It looks like something from Alien.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah. Alien or like Halo.
Yeah, well, like the Flood in Halo.
Mm.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's exactly like we'd expect in the Aliens hive in the movie Alien.
Push coming in from France. They're ready to get this execute on go, and Woxic's just spraying on through. He's got the backup from his teammates. Only Maku's fallen so far. He's dancing around for the moment. But Bayaz, he's managed to sneak through, but he's all alone. It's cost a lot, and Mini was already waiting for it. He's well aware of what Bayaz was trying to try there. He says, don't you try and be sneaky through lamps. I got my team's back. And right now, Happy was confident. He said, oh, they only got a few rounds, it's not a problem. Well, Happy, you may have spoken a little bit too soon, mate.
Yeah. It's no problem. They just got us in the pistol. It's whatever. And then he's getting slapped ever since then. Oh, that's like the two sides of the coin. You get artists confident as hell, wins the games. And sometimes the cockiness doesn't pay off.
This one literally as an operator does look like the gun, doesn't it, from Halo? Ooh, whoa, he got double! Mini! Wow. Off the back end into a dash as well. This is bullying. Woxic's just charging on forward. Brams may pick up the spike, but he's paranoid as hell because he's got to watch all the angles and corners. He misses a crucial shot. They know exactly where he's... Oh, he didn't take the shot. He just dashed and... Well, he was a little bit flustered with that one. The paranoia really got to him. Oh, hi, Cat. Yay.
Yeah, it's a kitty. Oh. We got one.
Oh. he's like, look, you're distracting me. Come on. What are you doing?
By the way, hot tip for anybody who has cats. I've never had a cat.
I do. I got 3.
I have allergies. But if you ever find that your cat, I know you just make sure they're not in the room, right? But some people have, like, say you live alone with your cat. I don't know. You're going to be playing a long time. Still not gaming. What you can do is, if you have a laptop and you're working, whatever, the cat keeps getting on top of the keyboard. The reason for that, I was reading about it, is that cats like to help you out.
About this.
Yeah, it was just like a random thing popped out. It might have been a video I watched. I don't know. But the cat likes to like emulate what it sees you doing. Like it wants to help, sort of, and do the same thing. So what people do is they get a second keyboard, like a really cheap keyboard, and the cat will be content to just sit on that. So it's like, I'm helping. I'm doing the thing.
How cute. They're so smart. I love cats. Not looking so good for Turkey this round, though. It's Team France, so they've got all the smarts. 5 still alive, 3 more to find. The rotation's coming in. Woxic's gone straight in for the ult. Oh, nice tap through. Rams trying to keep him at bay. He's pretty much dead on him. Only a little bit of chip damage done for now, though. No hope of flashing your way through that. Maku is able to get one, but it's after he's already gone down. And if you're Turkey at this point, maybe you just back away. Oh, definitely now. That's it. We're not sticking around.
No choice. Especially with no dash. There's no way to just get out of a fight easily. Mini's was making the right call to back away. Staying around a little bit too long. Maybe overstaying his welcome a little bit. There comes the ult out, but no shot connected. And that is going to be a lost rifle for the final round. A 7-4 scoreline. France finally getting back up there. They're finding around, but it's going to take a little bit more.
That's the most confusing ult I've ever seen. Like, maybe you didn't hear the spike taken away, but like, you're not getting that, man.
No, I think he'd already popped it probably in the very early round because there was no voice line when he pulled it out. So presumably it was already up. Yeah, neither did I, but I'm guessing.
That would make sense. But it didn't pay off for him either way. And actually, on the side of Team France, maybe they just want to pop all their ults now. It's the last round. Go and get it. Go and get that 7-5. Make it possible. There we go. Hellfire's going to be called in. Good positioning, right? You want to try clear out a lamp. It's going to help them push down very nicely. But actually, oh, Maku. Okay.
Maku's been solid.
Ram through.
There we go. Watch it as well.
Again, he's on the operator. And every time he picks the operator, I'll get killed. Then he dies. Mini's just swinging with the sheriffs. Wild stuff coming out as Mako. He's got to try and find Happy, who's snuck on into the B site. They heard the teleporter go, but as long as they approach this as a team, there should be a comfortable pickup. And Turkey right now looking good, but Happy wants to play some mind games, trying to sideswipe him. Finds the first one. Nice job. Doesn't want to commit to the second, but he's got his ult. This could be the huge play. Popping the ult and doing some serious damage. Oh, no. Paranoia's gone out. He can't see for now. They should have given him good information as to where he is. He's trying to spray him down. It's not going to work out. He was fully outnumbered. Nice bit of damage. No ult used. But it's going to be 8-4 to my boys on Team Turkey. We got this.
Really flying that flag, Banks. Well, look, we're going to have to wait and find out if Team Turkey have got what it takes to close this one out and give Banks the victory he's been looking for quite a while. Time to throw things to a break. We'll be back real soon with half number 2.
To force him to take the attack going in there, but It just didn't work out. Oh, this shot. What? Oh, Link.
Wow. Just so they can feel a little bit confident about no flanks coming through. They've got mid control after walking up short, but look at Link. He's playing the jet shorty. I love it. I absolutely love it.
Oh, he just dashes and puts the smoke down. He's still going to hang around. Oh, he's avoided. They might not expect this. It works out perfectly. He's getting both of them. Link.
For market on that one and just happened to hit him in the spawn as well. Worked out really well. Scream just swings in like, bonjour, how you doing? I'm gonna just take you down real quick. Comment ça va? Not too good anymore, my friend. Look at this. He just goes, I'll just check the corner, why not? What else would he be doing? There's no other angles to check.
To play with. Cryptic's looking to lead the charge and push on up. The turret's up high. They'll easily deal with it. But this could be huge from Ryan. This could be the thing that saves them. Tries to make it work. Committed the ult. Comes in with a spray, but Link still deals with it. Operator in hand, they've only got Hip to find, but is his position going to be checked? He starts with a spam, he's got himself 2, and Hip! It's incredible! He holds strong!
2 bullets later.
Oh, the bait as well, because Link's there with the shorty. Is he going to be checked by the drone, or Reyna deals with it? If this isn't checked, Link is going to do some serious damage. One goes down, and the second! Link with the shorty plays again. He's going to try and get out of there, and he does escape with 13 health. They try and run away from it if they want to have a convincing win here. Because Big have shown that they can be, well, the German side, I'm just calling them Big off the bat now, right? Just got 2 players on it, just throw it out there. Just give them the free promotion on the charity game. Zonic starting off really strong. There we go. Now it's coming into full effect. And he's got the ult once again.
All this presence he's making in towards the window really gets him nothing. Maybe he can catch Sonic's off guard, or maybe it's going to be the opposite way around. Sonic's been heard reloading, but he's looking the right way, and he's aced this one, closing it out. Fist bumps in the air.
He hears it, he sees it, but he can't fire any shots just yet. He'll start off with 1, but he needs a lot more than that. Waits for his team's backup. The pad attack's there to take the fight. Xiao's going to be able to do 1 better for now, but it's still an even Stevens duel. Angel! What sheriff shots!
How has he done that? That's just ridiculous. They died almost instantly. Oh. You have to remember, your rate of fire is massively reduced then as well. Look at David P. Even he's like...
FPX on split.
This was so good. The volley came through. He took so much damage, I thought it was over, but the nade, he bounces it perfectly to Angel's feet. And that is a close round. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Looker is the unluckiest man alive.
This is the blast of Valorant Twitch Invitational, and we've got an amazing charity show match. 5,000 euros going to the winning team for a charity of their choice, and it's Turkey taking on France with some names and faces you may remember. There's Woxic, who had that God mode sheriff play, and Happy, well, I spoke to him, I interrupted his flow, interrupted his game. He was sounding confident, he was sounding cocky, and he got 1 round after I spoke to him. Maybe I'm just a bad omen, or maybe them in general, they're just bad at this point. We'll have to find out as the rest of this match will play out, because right now, Turkey are large and in charge.
You know what, Banks, I'll agree with you there. You're a bad omen, but that's why you always play Brimstone, right?
There we go.
When we look at... yeah.
Brimstone Banks reporting in.
Reporting for duty. This is some great early damage done. And you can see the heals. Rogu healing up his teammate even though he was lower. And this makes sense because of the recent patch where you're actually not doing as much self-healing as you do team healing to promote a more friendly Sage playstyle. That said, no one really plays Sage anymore, so it usually doesn't matter.
Out with the selfish Sage.
Looking at you, David P.
He was just a godlike Sage in general.
Yeah.
He even proved it in this tournament. He picked it once so far. As Mini, he deals away with Akuma. No Hadouken going to come out of him this time around. He's not going to be able to push him away as Mini continues to push on forward. He's got so far into the site, but still, they're going to be oh so careful. Oh, the blast packs from Hacky were just not going to come out in time. What, Mini? Oh, you get flashed fully. And you still managed to get it done. There's actually the other player up there. You didn't quite realize it, but now you hear the footsteps. And he gets headed straight away. Mini pistol power.
Gorgeous work. I don't know how he got that. I have literally no idea. Full blind, just tapping away and taking that kill to save the day. Well, we're looking at a position now for Team Turkey that looks nigh on unstoppable. At one stage, these guys were so low on health, but they managed to just swing right back into the game.
Sometimes, Mitch, you just got to back the right horse. Or have it forced upon you so you lose.
Or have the wrong horse forced upon you. Appreciate that. Let's do that for the finals, actually. I'm going to pick G2. You're going to pick FPX.
I was picking FPX anyway.
For the finals?
Yeah, true.
All right, okay. All right.
Definitely not what I picked.
Yep. Yeah, I'm just going to text them now, let them know that you've officially changed the prediction.
Mikkel knows my number. He knows the official prediction that I put in. I don't flake. I understand mistakes have been made previously.
Yeah,
Mistakes being made, though, right now is by Team France, who gambled on the A site, while Turkey have just bombarded their way into B. And Woxic is waiting by the teleport. Oh, this is going to be painful. Oh, no, it's going to be painful in the opposite direction. But Mako, he's there, spraying him down with a Spectre. Woxic thought he'd have a great chance in it as Mako going for the ace. Throws out the grenades. He's on the hunt, but Rip was there. Maybe going to steal it away, but he might have just been more of a distraction. Oh, look at him go. Deal with it right there, son.
Oh, I love that. I love that.
Stunting on him.
As if he's got glasses just on standby in case. What the hell is that? Not even I'm that bad. I respect it.
To be fair, man. Turkey's a hot country, right? He's got an excuse. If you did it, we could be like, Mitch, please, no.
We don't have the sun in Ireland. Oh, that was ridiculous. That's really tickled me. He just pulls out the glasses.
That's what we want to see.
It's the kind of attitude I'm here for. Oh well, 10-4. See what other kind of nasty plays we've got coming up for Team Turkey. They're definitely dominating at the moment. Even when France get that opening kill, just falls apart right afterwards. They did only have pistols. Now it's time for the rifles to come out and say hello. Team France have come to play. Are Turkey going to be able to still win the day?
Ooh. Rip. Narrowly avoiding the fight. Maku pushing his way forward, but Roden tucked away in the corner. He's able to deal with him. Happy landing the headshot onto Rogu. Mini's elsewhere. He's playing a bit of his own game here. He's got Woxic to back him up, and this could be the ultimate ploy, because I would not want to deal with these players as the Jet speeds on by, but Woxic's ready for it. Up close and personal, taking very forward positions. The smoke's going to go up. Mini's got himself now into the site. Oh, that boombot does not work out. It's just backing up. Doesn't even get involved in the fight. Woxic's got to be careful here. He manages to get the first, but now Mini's all alone. A couple of low health players, but is that going to be enough? Beaz comes down and swings on it. He gets the kill. That's what they needed. France still in it. Still not going to be going down without a fight, Mitch.
No, they're going to be certainly fighting till the bitter end, but the end could certainly be bitter. The reality is they're quite far behind at this point and facing up against an attacking side that's already shown so much individual power. We know they've got that experience when it comes to top-level play. I don't think we're going to be experiencing too many of these hiccups along the way. You can see that the Sage play isn't going too well there for Rogu either. The defensive side is definitely hard to work on that agent. He
may have not seen the latest notes, you know. Rogu was just like, Sage, still viable, isn't it? Surely. Picks it and goes, oh god, this nerf was awful. This was really bad. I didn't expect this. Beaz didn't expect that. Spray down comes in from the Vandal, gets the opening kill, but is he going to give up the advantage? The jet dash very early on into that. It's just a 1v1. He's like, nope, not going to say that. Not going to give you more of an advantage in this round. Was Woxic with his ult ready is pushing up on it. Turkey now, well, that wall is going to go down very quickly, just a few shots, but the ult coming out from Mako, who has been dominating, is looking really strong. But Roden, he's had some very sharp aim, he wants to put an end to it all, but it's not going to work. The sheriff shot to the face, and it's back and forth. It's still winnable here, but Happy has fallen. And now it's a 1v2.
This is a rough one, but Akuma comes through, and he's giving Matata to Mako. Rat-a-tatting on his head, and putting it into a much more difficult spot for Rip now that his teammate is dead. Trying to sneak in towards Elbow, coming in spawn side, and it's going to be a fight that goes to Akuma as France are still here to ride. 10-6. Going to look to ride that wave all the way up to double digits and tie up with their opponents. But it ain't an easy road, Banks.
Yeah, it's definitely a long road ahead of him. Those Street Fighter skills are paying off for him. Oh, look how far ahead they are, though. That's the problem. I actually thought it was a bit closer than that.
It's like the position of 10-6. It's 4 rounds in between them. It's going to be pretty tough. The buy at the moment isn't great, at least. Even
You
with
can't
the
afford
Sheriff
to drop one round because you don't want to be on eco either.
Yeah. Like for France, they're definitely in a bad spot. Losing out on... Like, the thing is they should win this round relatively easily, but there's still...
Don't jinx it.
Well, it's too late now. There's always a little bit of difficulty to play against. You know, Turkey don't have the best in terms of smoke setups for executing a site. Like, we've got the Omen, which is... Even when Omen was massive meta, he wasn't played that much on this map. Nice dodge by Brahms. Look at the movement. Making it so hard to connect anything onto him. And then pops the ult after.
Double ults being used so far in this round. Woxic trying to find a way in. Managing to try to get the spike plant down, but Akuma was baited out into it. 3 versus 3, and this is actually winnable for Team Turkey. Roden, few missed shots, but then he seals the deal, but that's all he's going to get for now. It's a 1v2. Rogo can still heal himself up a bit here. This might be beneficial. But Happy swinging fast and furious. He manages to clutch it out. A bit of pressure applied to France. They did commit a hell of a lot to that round.
Yeah, that one definitely stressed them out a little bit, considering the kind of buy they were up against. It's odd to see the Sage walls through on Blind. They ain't seen it for quite a while. In this hot climate, they tend to melt, but Turkey aren't falling apart at this one. They're used to the hot climate. They're ready to roll. 22 kills right now for Mako. This guy has been unbelievable.
Maku's out in the show match showing us like, hey, pick me, guys.
If only that's how it worked, Banks. Good show match performances got you on pro teams.
Yeah,
God, signed already.
Would be a real big problem, wouldn't we?
I'd have my contract in the mail a few months ago. Great.
Ooh.
Wow.
Bayaz trying to get aggressive. Not going to work out for him. No chance of grabbing that old orb. And that's when you need to push that bathroom players, like push with someone else with you, don't you? You see how like FPX try and get it done.
Yeah, always the second guy. Always. At least you can return on the spams. If they did push up, maybe get the trade. A nice shot. Okay, we've got Akuma already coming in with one onto Mini. That's a good start for them. France pulling back into this one a little bit. They've not got much by the way of ultimates, but a showstopper could be the difference maker. It's just waiting outside of the B side at the moment for a chance to strike. And it's on Happy. He's still got his nade as well. This could be a big, big difference maker for the team.
They're out. Is anyone else going to go down? Brams is backing him up. Nicely done. And Brams is delivering with this operator. Still a 3v2 with a spike down. Certainly possible for Turkey. The spam up comes through. Brams thinks he's got a good idea. And he hears the shots. He sees the shots. He's not able to get the kill, but it's Akuma going on the cleanup duty. An 8th round going to be secured. And Turkey, they're getting close on these rounds. But it's France that are pulling through.
The previous round being close was better than this one, though, because they had the weaker weapons. This time, this is definitely one they should have come ahead in. They got the opening duel for free with a spam through the smoke. They seized the B bomb site. But that retake was so good from France. They are coming right back into this game and making sure that it isn't just going to slip from their grasp. These guys are ready to roll. It's what I like to see, Banks. Nobody... We haven't had, with the exception of that FPX game, you know, the one time that you picked them as favorites, they just got stomped. 13-3 each map. But the exception of that, we haven't actually had any one-sided games, have we? Everything's been like, okay, they've been 2-0s, but
yeah,
every game in this tournament, including show matches, has at least been interesting.
Show matches always deliver. It starts off as a bit of fun, but then the real competition starts up. Bayaz, oh, he plays it so well with the ultimate, but he's not able to achieve much off the back of it. He might find himself in a good enough spot to do some damage from here. The Raze ult doesn't pay off either. Oh, not the right time, and his dead body flies through the teleporter. Truly knocked into the other side of the map, and well, that's exactly what Team Turkey are doing to France on this round. Still 5 alive, and only the Raze to find. Happy. He's got the show stopper, but it looks like his show's about to be stopped. He works his way into Hooker, tries to get the nade out, but Woxic swings on him. It's an easy 11th.
Good stuff. Good connections. 11 on the board. We're able to sit comfortably now, really, when you're over on Team Turkey, that they've finally gotten back up on the board.
Woxic, how are we doing, my man? You started to slip a few rounds here at the end.
Yeah, bro, I'm feeling this game now. You know, I just warmed up in the first half. Now I'm just playing now.
You had that really nice Sheriff play as well, man. That 1v3. So you're just godlike in any game when it comes to FPS, yeah?
Yeah, actually, bro, when there's a crosshair, you know, there's no problem anymore. I can do everything.
do me a favor though. Stick to the rifle, yeah? I don't want to see the operator. You can't bait me out like that.
Oh, okay, bro. Next round I will play Valorant. Operator for you. What the fuck? And I'm gonna show.
No, I don't want you to play it. I prefer you on the rifle. You told me you weren't gonna play the operator.
Yeah, but I said this, but you know, I can change my gun during the game if you are losing. You know, I can just play specific roles. But now,
okay, you're versatile, Woxic.
You know.
I like it. I like it. I'm gonna let you get on, get into the game, mate. Go and take this win. Full focus from Woxic there, Mitch. Team Turkey pumped up. They had a real serious round in that one, but they're still gonna be careful because France are on their heels.
Absolutely are. They're closing in. They have been, at least. But as Woxic said, you know, now he's warmed up. He's ready to go. Starting to pop off. We'll see what he's got. He's back down onto the Vandal for us. He's not got the operator out. He's listening to you, James.
I can't be baited out by too many players in one day, you know.
It's just my favorite thing, just because we got to see that interview from Sliggy. Yeah, James, yeah, we're going to do something different today. Does the exact same thing. It's like, you've just been done. 11-8.
It's time. Leaking information.
Yeah, just tell you, yeah, we're going to go for Brimstone and Omen. It's going to be great. No, but you don't go to the gym with any of the coaches. Luckily, they can't be trying to steal any info from you.
I don't think they'd want my info. They just want my voice. They want my bias. That's what they're going to try and buy. Well, Brams is going to try and buy some close-range kills. Woxic walking around the corner, instantly finished off. But France need a bit more of that in this one. Oh, and he might be able to go for it. Some extra damage, and Brams taking a few pop shots, and they're paying off. He's not done yet. The judge is wrecking face right now. 4v2, make that one. As Team France, they're bouncing back with a confident round of their own. Mako somehow stayed alive, but it's not for long. Akuma swings in, and France, they want to make this as close as possible. They believe they can still get the win in. But Team Turkey, they're only one round away from map point.
Now, they're pretty close to closing this one out. I don't think they'll feel the pressure just yet.
Money.
They can buy. They can go in for it, and it looks like that's what they want to do. They want to get the investment right here and right now, and that is risky because it means if they lose this, it'll be tied up 11-11. And at that point, oh, you could be in trouble.
Heavy commitment towards A long already. If anyone goes aggressive, that could be problematic.
Now you can see that the complete A side now has just been left open. They have backed off completely for Team France. Oh, they're rushing out. Bayaz, he's just shredded them. A double kill, the spray down onto Woxic afterwards, who's really not had a good last 2 rounds. He said he felt warmed up and ready to go. Well, he's certainly not looking too hot in these early fights as France are just dominating these duels.
No. You know what this is, Mitch, right? I talk to a player and they're just cursed. That's it. It's like, yeah, get in their team speak, talk to him. And then it all goes horribly wrong. They talk confident. And it's quickly taken away from him. Happy on the hunt. Another pickup for him, no problem at all. It will eventually be taken out, but still, this push is going to be very difficult, especially with the Sage already quite low. Unless the heal's going to be able to pop up anytime soon, but nope, still over, just under 30 seconds to go for that one. Akuma committing the ult to it. I respect it. But Rick's able to avoid it for now. Well, no chance of getting any further forward. Akuma's been hitting headies for days right now, these last couple.
Yeah. Akuma's woken up, that's for sure. Really starting to deliver some shots. And I think at this point, the pressure's definitely going to start to build up. That previous round, it wasn't the worst to lose, but having lost this one, Turkey are in a spot where they can't really afford to invest. I see Mako buy up a Vandal, and he'll have some reserve cash. Mini goes down to 700. I really think they should just sell these back and concede the round, but it looks like they do still want to fight for it somewhat.
Full commit. We should definitely mention, right, that there's a lot of banter back and forth in Twitch chat at the moment between France and Turkey. You've got to remember, guys, this is all for charity, all for a good cause, all for a bit of fun. You guys are just enjoying what they do, and, well, Bram's enjoying shots like that over and over again. This man, but the operator, he's a turret that Turkey can't deal with right now. Oh, Billy, the right click didn't work. He tries to take the shot with the Sheriff, but it's Watzik to land 2. But that's all he's going to get, and it's 11-11 right now. And France, they're chaining these rounds together. And Turkey, they're falling apart. They're running out of the answers.
Fair to say, man. Fair to say. At the moment, Turkey are struggling more than I expected them to.
See, look, I may have given you the winning team image. You should be praising me. Say about 4 stars.
Merci beaucoup, mon ami. Appreciate it. The spot for France, realistically, James, I believed in them since day one. Since the first round, I knew this was the team that will be taking the win. That's why I chose them as my team. Turkey, what were you thinking? Come on.
Mate, the Turkish fans gave me a lot of love last time around.
Shout out
we
BBL.
covered their team. Yep, BBL were making it happen for me.
Well, the bubble might be about to pop, though, because Turkey, they're running right into an operator. Not even that, but it's Happy up close, and he's a happy boy as he's taken 1 kill and bailed out with the man advantage for Team France.
Oh, no. Watzik tries to make it work, but Roden's there. These operators are just tearing them. It's standing in the open. Roden can't do anything about it. Watzik all alone. May have the ult, but he's still got 5 players to find. There's flames at his feet. They're not quite connecting with him. And Akuma, he's really stepped it up on this defensive side. The French side are 1 round away from taking the win. And they were down, what, 10-5?
10-5, yeah, absolutely. It was an insanely dominant early game performance by Team Turkey, but on that attacking side, they have not found the success that we thought they would. Ever since that, even the pistol round goes to Team Turkey. That's where they pull it up to a 10-5 scoreline, and it's looking pretty much done and dusted. But it's been pedaled to the metal ever since. Team France right back in the game. 1 away from victory now, and taking €5,000 for charity. This is exactly what they're looking for from the start. They haven't lost focus. And we'll see just how Happy's going to be.
Rip has massively slowed down. He had those few rounds where he was just looking incredible. And Happy Ray's ulted him down to death. And oh no, Happy. You're giving Turkey anything but happiness right now. Brams is just running around all day. The knives come in. Watzik goes down. Happy is loving life. France take the win. A good, fun charity show match once again. And the Turkish side, well, they looked largely in charge. They looked like they were going to take that game. But the French side never gave up. Viva la resistance.
Vive la France, ouais. It's a beautiful game by Team France. They dominated over in that second half. I loved it. You loved it, James. The curse of Banks continues. Will a team he picks ever win? I don't think so. It's time to go to a break. We'll be back soon to talk more about
Freya,
this.
mate. We're not going to.
We're going to Freya? My bad. Freya, Tom, come on in and let us know.
Mitch,
did you believe the whole time?
forget about us. You know what? I think there was too much hype after that impressive turnaround
He's just
from
not
Team
professional
France.
enough, Freya. This is the problem with Mitch, right? We have to keep trading him.
some BM there from James. But I do want to talk about. I thought you potentially might have jinxed it there, James, when you went to talk
I jinxed
to Happy.
both the players.
Yeah, you did, and then you went to talk to Woxic Man. And so next time, hear it here first, players. Next time somebody says speak to James mid-game, don't do it. You're going to take the L.
Stay
for that
away.
one.
Don't speak to them at all.
It makes perfect sense.
I want to hear what you have to say about that one, though, Tom, as well, because that was some pretty impressive stuff to make that comeback from Team France.
Well, I'll be honest. I kind of want that Dark Passage Turkey core to come back because, like, you look at, like, what was it? Mako, Mini, Woxic. That trio all had over 20 kills apiece, and the other two, maybe not
so much.
But yeah, they look sick. So I'm all for it. Whether it's in Counter-Strike or in Valorant, I want Dark Passage to come back. I'm sure all the Turkish fans are with me. So guys, unfortunately, with the majority now saying that has to happen, that has to happen.
Well, it's been some incredible action indeed. And of course, always for a good cause as well. Team France will be taking home that €5,000 prize money to give to a charity of their choice. But of course, that is not all the action we have for you today. Coming up after this break is a grand final for the ages. Europe's #1 in G2 will be taking on FPX in a best of 5 grand final, no less. You don't want to miss a second of the action. We'll be back after this short break.
Hello, I am Meadow, and I'm here with Angel from... Wait.
You're Meadow.
Okay. Today we're going to play Signature Shootouts. Signature Shoutouts. The aim of the game is I'm going to read as many voice lines of agents as I can in 60 seconds, and we will see how many he will get right. Hey, Phoenix. If I... Keep them in our sights.
I saw.
Yeah, we kill everyone, and our job gets a lot more easier.
Dream Bridge.
Yeah, Bridge. Why are they so determined to die?
Whew, I feel like I forgot few of heroes. I just don't name it.
Yeah, I put it on the screen. Who else is having a great time? Just me? Oh, I'm gutted.
I'm Insider. I'm Insider.
No,
Bridge
go
Brim.
Okay. No, go for it. You said everyone. We show them their place. Now keep them there.
Bridge Brim Cypher.
No, wrong. Oh my god,
I'm always naming Brim and Bridge. Bro, it's just your voice. You're acting, you know? Your voice is like Brim or Bridge. I feel like we did awful. Well, okay, we did not that great medal, and we'll see how many medal we'll get right. Are you ready?
I am ready.
Now I know how annoying my healing can be.
Sage?
Yes. Oh, the little machines need help? Take your time. We're ready and still start without you.
Killjoy?
No.
Pass then.
I added ha. Remember, stay out of the fire. Super high level tactic, remember it, yeah?
Brimstone?
Fire?
Phoenix?
Yes. Bridge, clear our path. Will keep us safe along the way. Who will keep us safe?
Sage?
Yes.
Nice note.
Yes, they call me a monster. Shall I prove them right?
Pass.
Why?
What?
There's only one hero that's called a monster.
Viper?
Yes. Zip is to life, a city after my own heart.
I have no idea, what do you mean?
Then pass. Keep giving us visions, Sova.
Yet.
Pass.
Pass. That's super harsh.
It's really hard. Make sure you're following Blast for more content.
Switch Invitational, and everything has been leading up to this very moment. Grand Finals time and a best of 5, no less, with 2 of the top teams in Europe in FPX and G2 Esports fighting toe-to-toe for the coveted title. It all comes down to this, and of course we have a huge chunk of change on the line. 50,000 euros prize pool, with the winner taking home 25,000 euros for first place. We have so many questions coming into this finals, and it's sure to be an absolute banger. Of course, joining me to answer all of those questions, Tom, Mitch, and James. Tom, I am so excited to be getting into this final match of the day. I imagine you're feeling the same as well.
Yeah, since the very beginning of the tournament, this is the match we expected to see, and we got a little bit of a teaser, maybe a bit of a letdown, I guess, a little bit earlier in the tournament. Now for FPX, this is their chance to finally overthrow the likes of G2, and well, I don't think many of us are thinking it's going to happen, if we're being honest.
Yeah, I know that, James, you were saying, even before this tournament started, that this was the match we were going to be seeing in the grand final. Of course, as Tom mentioned there, we already saw it yesterday. A bit of a disappointment from the FPX side, definitely for you, James, because you actually sided with the boys, didn't you, in that one?
Yeah, I had to give them a bit of a chance, right? I can't be like you guys and just pick the easy ones the whole way through. I've actually got to do some work in this, have some analysis. Tom, Mitch, he's just not very good at this. But, I gave the boys a chance. It didn't work out from the whole way through. And I'll say one thing when it comes to FPX is that they stepped up today, but it got very close once again. And if they can't deliver in some convincing fashion, if they can't get some magic on their belts, if Xiao and Zipan can't step up again, G2 will just walk all over them. And I'm really looking at them keeping their heads high and having some full confidence in this. Otherwise, it's just going to be a repeat potentially.
Well, of course, we've got to start off by talking about the G2 side. And I believe we actually have the one and only Ardis on the line for an interview before we go into this match. Ardis, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us, man. Are you pumped getting into this?
Pumped's not the word. I'm happy to go into it, but yeah. It's another final for me, just another final, you know what I mean? So it is what it is.
I love how you put it like that. And I did want to ask you, you've won every single competition that you've attended on that G2 lineup. I'm sure that gives you confidence, but does it also put a little bit of pressure on you guys because you've got to keep up that form?
No, I think there's no pressure. I think we know going into every game that we're probably the best team there. We know that even if we lose a map, it's probably going to be a bad result for us. So if we don't 3-0, I'm probably not going to be happy about this result. Like a quick 3-0 and dip. That's what the plan is anyway.
So I have a question for you more based on just you personally. So in this tournament, your average combat score is above everybody else's by a whopping 47. Now, we've heard you say that NA is basically just irrelevant. So does that mean you're the best player in the world?
No. I probably have one of the most impact in the world. But
okay.
I think our whole team just probably the best in the world. The thing is, everyone in our team's the best at their role. Like Piff clutching, Patatech open up rounds, Oscar just leading the team, David being a fucking nuisance, me just being consistent. Everyone has their own benefits that they bring. Where I feel like you can't say, because we all do our job in the team, so you can't say one of us is the best in the team in the world. Or I feel like our team's the best in the world hands down, but I don't know about individually.
So you guys have changed agent comps a little bit along the way, but it's always been these tiny little changes. I really want to know, what did you make of this new change by Liquid? I'm sure you saw it. Their 7 flash composition with no smokes. What was your takeaway?
I don't know. They're just being cool, in my opinion. I feel like what they're doing right now when the normal comps isn't working, so they're trying to spice things up by. I know they're playing Rain in official games, which I don't rate at all. I don't know. Rain has got 2 flashbangs that you can use, and that's the comp. That's the agent.
Mm-hmm.
With Ban and Pugs, you can get away with it. You can pop off. You can get them 5Ks, all them kills. In official games, Rain is completely useless. And then they have 4 different. To be fair, I respect it. But if they got rid of Raina and added a Brimstone or a Omen, because Omen's another person that flash as well. So. But they just also have the smokes, which is an advantage. So I just don't get why. Just have at least one person who can smoke. I'm not asking for too much, I don't think. But I don't rate that comp at all. I respect them for trying new stuff, though. I respect them for trying new stuff, but that comp, that's, you know, like, let's leave it at that. You know what I mean? Leave it at that.
This last time we spoke, mate, you were saying about FPX is only the real team here that can challenge you. But last time around, it looked so easy, like you guys were all over them. What do you put that down to? Is this just like a lack of experience on their side of things, or just you guys just playing on another level and you continue to improve?
Yesterday was probably that. I'd put it down to two things. Yesterday was the best we've ever played, individually, as a team. Okay. Chemistry. I feel like that's probably that's us at our peak. I'd say that personally, but I'd also say that's FPX at their worst. Like, I thought they were doing stuff that we were like, the fuck are you doing? Like they've never done that. Like, I feel like the nerves got to some of the players. I feel like so. Yeah. Like, there was, and the thing is as well with the FPX, they do a lot of stuff where they're so confident that they have like a aggressive style. And they don't get punished enough by the lower less teams, and like people who know enough skill don't punish them enough. With us, all five of us are individually better than them, so they give us an inch and we'll take them out. I mean, that old saying. It's like it's cliche to say, but we literally they just don't get away with the shit that they do against the bad teams against us.
Now I got to ask you one more question here, Artist, because you guys have won every Ignition Series event, and this is the last one for Europe under the Ignition Series banner. Do you still hold it in like high regard of taking the win, or is it just now expected? Are you just going to come into this and be like, cool, like you said, another 3-0? Or does it mean something to you? Does it still have that impact? That's what I'm really looking at here, mate, because you're winning so much money. You're taking a huge step up from what you had in your CS career. You walk on water, right?
This night is brilliant, you know what I mean? But it's nice to win the Ignition Series, yeah, but... Listen, we're looking at Japan, we're looking at America, we're looking at bigger things now, you know what I mean? Listen, Europe's fun and all, winning everything, but we're going to dominate the world. So if the events won't come to us, we'll come to them. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say, do you know what I mean? That's all I'm going to say on that front.
I'm looking forward to seeing you taking those flights. Thank you very much, Artist, man. As always, you just give me so much entertainment, mate. Good luck.
Thank you so much, man. Always a pleasure to speak to Artist there. Confident words, man. I can't believe that he's ready to get into the game. He's just leaving. And I mean, it's a good thing because I do want to be getting into this game as soon as possible. And I think we can pick up from a lot of what Artist said on that interview just there. We talk about it time and time again, Mitch, but it's the individuals standing up that bring this brilliance to G2. And it just seems like they're all on their best form at the same time.
This is just a ridiculously stupid stat. Like, David P and Mixwell being almost the lowest rated player on this team this tournament is just hilarious because he has not played bad. Everyone else is just so damn good, and he hasn't been needed. But the first games we saw where G2 were still dominating, we were like, yeah, okay, Mixwell's not even playing well right now because he doesn't need to. What happens when someone else cools off? He steps up. David P steps up. David P's messing around with new agents as well. We saw the first breach play of his life because Riot have come along and killed his agent. So he's like, yeah, whatever. Let's just get on with it. Like, this whole team, 100% echo what Artist said. Every single player on this team is the best at what they do. And I think we see that. You go back through our death segments, every game we're complimenting every player. And that really doesn't happen often.
No, it really, really doesn't. And the synergy they have together as well. It's almost unbelievable. I know, James, you were talking about it in a moment on their game yesterday, where Patatek gets 2 kills he had no business getting. But you can see in the team comms, you know, there's this kind of camaraderie around each other. They trust each other in what they're doing.
Yeah, their team comms are some of the best, the most entertaining to listen to. I'm just going to continue to go, bro, the whole way through. Do you know, I'll give you a little story here because I got a friend of mine I grew up with. He's a bit rough around the edges, comes from the hood. He's moved up to Liverpool. He's a Scouse himself. And I sent him the video of one of the interviews that we did with good old Artist. And he went, oh, God, he's that cocky. Like, he definitely lost, didn't he? And I'm like, no, you guys are still winning somehow. Like, even with all that. And he's like, oh, it's not just our day in football. Like, we can do it in this games as well. I'm like, yes, mate. See, look, you Scousers are just having the luck of the last couple of years, I'm guessing. It's going to continue by the looks of it if Artists can keep this going.
That's the incredible thing about this lineup is, you know what, sometimes the confidence can catch you off guard, but that's what just pushes this team through. But of course, they are going to be facing up against FPX. We saw these guys playing earlier, Tom. It was against Liquid, and as you were saying, it did actually get quite close. So what do you think FPX needs to be focusing on here to have any hope at even taking G2 down on one map?
I think they need to shut down Patatek and Artis early. I don't think you can allow those two players to get off to any sort of crazy starts, because we saw, especially on a map like Ascent, which, well, knowing how the map pool goes, knowing that we have to play every map, it will be coming up at some point. We saw they were pushing into middle. Now, something we've witnessed within North America a lot of the time, and even within Europe in most matches, is middle, especially for the defense, is a cursed area. It's like no man's land. You're basically walking into a position where you're asking to be shot. So sure, you have players like Eccles, for example, who will probe and push, maybe push around like the short A side a little bit. They were just straight up pushing down mid, like pushing through B, and just taking as much map control as they want. Now, I personally do think that yesterday was a blip on the radar. I don't think you can expect to see that again from FPX, but at the same time, if you give that level of confidence over to a team like G2, they're going to run with it and they're going to destroy you.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really good point to be touching on. Obviously, we saw these two teams already facing up, James, before this series has even begun. 13-3 on both maps to the G2 side. So I'm wondering from your end, what kind of holes were in FPX's game plan yesterday, and where do they kind of need to be focusing their energy on?
It wasn't even the game plan, right? The game plan was there. It was the confidence. It was the not being able to handle it. It's the being on the stage. I was talking to Angel a bit outside of the stream and just like having a conversation with it. And he's well aware, right, that he's got some young guns on his hand. And remember, like Tom pointed out earlier, they're on cameras. Some players don't want to do interviews and stuff right now because it's all brand new to them. This is not normal. This is not like what it's every day for some of these players out here. The pressure is massive. And the fact that everyone was hyping them up beforehand on social, even I was as well, right? I'm thinking, yeah, this is the FPX patch. Liquid, like Eccles tweeted at him, was like, oh, this is the FPX patch. It's your time to take down G2. That pressure amounts, and for young players, that's certainly not something easy to deal with. They'll get there with time. You've got someone experienced like Angel to help you out. But yesterday, that was the full coming of it, because you looked at Zipan have his worst series ever. Shao was just nowhere to be seen. Right now, it's all about getting these guys in the zone and sticking to the normal game plan, because that game plan works against everyone else, and it has great potential against G2.
Yeah, it really does. And when we checked in with the FPX a lot earlier, they were saying they acknowledged that yesterday was a really rough showing from every single one of them. And I'm wondering, from your perspective, Mitch, we've seen them just coming off a pretty decent run against Team Liquid. You know, we thought that second map was going to be going Liquid's way. Angel manages to says, nope, don't worry, I'm going to be seeing this on round 16, getting 2 kills he had no business getting in that 2v5. So I'm wondering, from your perspective, do you think that momentum coming off that incredible win earlier is going to be pushing them forward in this series?
I think it can definitely help them out, but at the same time, I worry about if we start things off, if we're on like an ascent and they just get dominated, if they start to have the flashbacks of what happened yesterday. I don't really know if they have, from what we saw today, the ability to stand up to a team like G2. Like the fact that they struggled versus a Liquid with the comp that they did, which it seemed like FPX almost directly countered, just heads up on agent picks alone. Then when it came down to bind as well, it should have been very one-sided in my opinion. And the fact that it wasn't, the fact that they struggled to the extent they did, and that Angel's the top-rated player in this lineup coming into this final game across the tournament, that scares me, because we've seen Zipan and Shao slip up, and they cannot slip up in this series.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see exactly what FPX are going to be bringing to this grand final. Of course, G2 are going to be bringing a 1-map advantage to this best of 5 because they took the easier routes to get to this grand final. So they are already 1-0 up in this series, but we are going to be getting it underway after this short break. We're going to be kicking off with G2 versus FPX after this.
Oh, what is this? I didn't even knew that exists. Yeah, I'm rage quitting. I'm rage quitting right now. Wow, I thought it was gonna be easy, but you actually destroyed me with the first picture.
No, I think it's split, and it is A ramp, I think.
When it comes to a map, it's split for sure. B lobby or like kinda T-spawn.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, I didn't even knew that sign exists there. Now I know. The more you know. Oh, I know where it is. It's Haven for sure, I think. Off.
It's Evan. Pretty sure it's Evan.
I thought it's gonna be like a clean sweep. easy answers, but these pictures are actually quite hard.
It is on B side? Yeah, I'm gonna say B side.
A Haven.
What is this? It's on A. A upper. Okay.
Ah, I got it. Not bad, yeah. That's easy.
Oh, it's easy. It's on Heaven.
I'm looking Haven for map. The sandbags are on C long for sure.
It's A long.
I mean, it's Haven for sure when it comes to map, right?
There is no way I'm wrong here. It's Heaven, A long.
Alright, I'm going for my first call that it's C long on Haven.
If I'm wrong there, yeah, I'm rage quitting. I'm rage quitting right now.
I'm pretty confident. 80%.
Yes, I knew. Easy.
Ah, yeah, the 80% got me. Ugh.
Did Patitek find that?
Ah, man.
Oh, it's easy. It's on bind, it's in elbow.
That's bind when it comes to map, that's for sure, 100% bind. And I think it's elbow.
I always play there with Sage. The enemy teams put a smoke here, and I'm always putting a wall behind the smoke and killing people above it.
Yeah, I got it. I hope David is worse than me, of course, but I think he's gonna do well in this. I'm trying my best though.
Pretty sure it's split. Don't know why. It is split or no? Maybe Ascent?
That's on Ascent.
Pretty sure it's split. I don't know why. I have seen that on split.
Can I get a, like somewhat of a hint or no?
Bind? Where it is?
My first thought was Ascent because of this like chairs and this like paper thing is on wall.
I'm thinking it's bind or split.
I think it's the hardest one.
I will say bind.
Yeah, I'm locking in Ascent on map. Yeah, I'm locking in market.
Really? It's an Ascent?
Oh, I didn't even knew that exists.
Never noticed that. And it's in the middle of the map.
Now I know.
It's grand finals time here at the Blast Twitch Invitational, and everything has been leading up to this very moment. A clash of two titans as FPX go head-to-head with Europe's #1 in G2. The question is, can Angel's Men take their first Ignition Series title and halt G2's winning streak? All those questions and more are hopefully going to be answered by my wonderful panel. It's, of course, Tom, Mitch, and James joining us to break this incredible match down. And obviously, this is going to be a best-of-5 coming into it. G2 are going to be coming in with the 1-0 advantage due to how they came through the bracket. But James, the pressure is definitely going to be on for FPX because we should, in theory, be seeing all 4 maps being played out.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, it's most interesting if we get to see bind happen early on. That I hope that when we do see FPX be able to challenge, at least get a map right and show that there is some closeness to this. And well, here we go. This is the picks coming in. Ascent, you can expect it. It's G2's home ground. They love it. Bind from FPX. That means we could potentially be looking at like a situation where you're in a 2-1, you know, that there is potential that for FPX, but that's the real difference maker here. FPX must win bind without a doubt. Then we come on to Haven, and it's kind of the 50-50. It's the middle ground. And a final map, if even needed, will be split. I want to see all maps. I want to see a proper fight. I want to see a brawl. I want to see G2 push to their limits and see how they handle it, because so far they've not been tested here in Europe.
Yeah, Tom, what are you making of the order in which these maps are being picked out? Obviously, we're seeing every single map in the map pool potentially being played in this series if it does go the full way to split. But what are you making of the order of this and the potential for FPX to actually come in and take one?
I'll be honest, the problem with even bind, like for example, I think the order's expected. I don't think anybody would have expected anything different. Maybe the last 2 maps you could interchange because it really just came down to, oh, do we prefer beating people on split or Haven? Like that's basically the choice. But with the first 2, you've got Ascent, which is a map obviously that I think it's now something like 20-2 or 21-2, something ridiculous at this point. The other problem is as well, you look at bind, I think they're on something like an 8 or 9 win streak on bind as well on the side of G2, and they've beaten FPX twice on it. So Sure, they will have made some adaptations. Sure, they were close, but it's going to be a tough one. Agent pick-wise, I know we're going to be getting into this. I think the only one we have to look at is maybe Pith and David P. Pith, as said, has been moving back towards his Cypher, and that's interesting. So he's actually going to switch it up again. As said, I was wondering if he'd pick the same as his opponent. In this case, that's evidently not true, and going to spice it up a little bit.
It's going to be very interesting indeed. And of course, David P, the last man to be picked out for G2 Esports, is going to be going with Sage. I'm liking this one, James.
Oh, I'm loving it as well. This is him staying true to it, right? He says it's viable on Ascent. He's proving that it can be done while other teams may want to go away from it. He wants to stand strong in it. So the Killjoy on Piff, David P having his Sage. The only difference that we expect to see here, we expect to see the same stuff from FPX as well. The only thing, right, is that when it comes to Ascent, it's like Meadow, he is sticking to that Cypher. He's always going to stick to that Cypher. We spoke about it in the interview when it came to it. But you wonder, like, does he maybe start to mix around a little bit more? Does Angel allow him that at any point? Could that be a difference maker? Could that be a big enough chance of it?
Yeah, that is a good question indeed. And Mitch, as well, what are you making of these agents now? We can see them all lined up for both of our teams.
I think it's very much what we expect from these guys. You know, we see G2, it's the same lineup that they've gone with the last 4 times they've played here, and it's been versus NIP, Bonk, Rix, and Need More DM, pretty respectable teams. So I'm not surprised that they're not mixing it up when it comes down to Ascent. When it comes to the FPX side, they're going with the lineup that we saw debuted from them most recently on this. It wouldn't be their most picked, but certainly when it comes to the Ascent play, it was what they chose last time. Nothing too surprising. The reality is, in the way this veto has gone down, though, I feel like it's fairly tilted towards G2 just because they get to they're already 1-0 up, first of all, but then they get to set the pace coming into their best map where they dominated not just FPX but most teams that they play here. So there's really nothing but positives for them, because even if you win bind, right, let's paint that picture. G2 come in, they win the first map as we kind of expect them to, they're up 2-0, and then you're FPX, you win binds, like, yay, we need to win the next 2 maps in a row now, we can't lose one. It's not a positive, is it? You're not going to be happy.
It's going to be a difficult journey indeed, but I think that leads us nicely into our predictions for this game. Of course, we're all going to be siding with G2. James, I feel like I did hear you, though, in that show match. So you're going to be picking FPX. What happened?
Well, see, you idiots, all seem, not you, Freya, just these 2 other idiots, right? The bald one and the Irish one. They believe that I've got a curse going on, So if I've really got a curse going on, FPX is supposed to win this right now.
True.
There we go.
Can we get him a G2 and FPX shirt so he can wear it like half and half at the same time?
Mate, send me the merch. I'll wear whatever you want, right? I'll be here rocking it. I'll make this stuff look good.
The 200 IQ plays here from Banks. And speaking of which, I don't think we can wait a moment longer to be getting into our first map of this grand final. It's going to be a treat indeed. James and Mitch, take it away.
Oh, that is right, Freya. This is the grand final. It's a best of 5. It's FunPlus Phoenix taking on G2 Esports. G2 Esports have a 1-map lead because they came from the upper bracket. FPX fought through the lower bracket and had that horrible start against G2. Both maps ending 13-3 in the favor of G2 Esports. Now they've got to show us a different face. Now, Mitch, we've done many of these Ignition Series Grand Finals. This is the last one for an Ignition Series here in Europe. We don't have a crowd, but we do have all of you amazing people in Twitch chat. So make some noise. Get ready for this. This is going to be great no matter how it goes down. Let's get it on.
The energy being brought by Banks is unrivaled. Let's see if there's enough energy over on the FPX side to make up for what happened last time. They've given up mid control. They're in a little bit of danger because David P, he's already snuck around the side, but they haven't checked their close left. 1, 2, maybe 3, running out of ammo, but Shadow does well to pull that back into a world where FPX can win. And Angel, he's doing it all.
Angel again with the sheriff in his hand. He's trying to make the magic happen. It's all on Ardis. You told us you walk on water. You told us you do something with some brilliance as well. And you start off with 1 kill, but you've got no option to heal yourself up. You've got to play this like a god. He's waiting for the push to come through. But FPX aren't going to give it to him just yet. Trying to gather some extra information here. And he doesn't want to plant it. He knows he's got plenty of time. So he's going straight in for the kill. But Zipam, he's razor sharp with that aim. He delivers the headshot. And this is the confidence booster we were talking about that is needed for the likes of FPX and Shadow. My man, him and Angel, pistol power right now.
Absolutely. That's what we wanted to see, Banks. As you said, the confidence booster that they needed. And if you're FPX in that position, you know, the fact that there were 2 players in market is really what won them that round. David P finds the first, but you'll never expect another guy to be there. Why would you? And they just shred. Great work by Shadow to find that double connection. And with that now 1-0, it's only pistols to come through from G2. And as you're seeing, it is decimation from the get-go. He didn't take full damage. They've invested. Yeah, they've taken out their marshals. They've not. G2 are playing their aggressive game again. That's my bad for presuming that they'd be playing sensibly and safely, but that is not how G2 play. But unfortunately, they're being wrecked.
Is this going to give them 3 rounds more already from the beginning, potentially? You know, can we see the 3-0 start off strong here for FPX? Oh, this is dancing around a little bit, but it won't be long for him to stand strong. So I'm all down for this, right? Because this has already given them more rounds than what they had on the first time around. FPX need to bring a whole new level to this. And that's what we've been wanting to see from these guys.
You know, at the end of the day, it is all about finding the confidence for FunPlus Phoenix. And really, why I say that is not the typical, like, oh, you got to, play your own game, feel comfortable. No, it's because G2 consistently, when they play against FPX, they get given way too much space. They feel way too comfortable. And I think an element of that might be down to how individually strong this G2 lineup is, that even when FPX try to fight, they just get smacked back. Look at that little boost up on top of the wall straight away. The benefits of a Sage being shown by David P indirectly as the tag goes down, lighting up their rays of Zipan to 49 health, to slow to keep him in position, and he's only barely able to make it away, burning up most of his utility as he goes. This is a great start for G2 in that sense on the short battle, but unfortunately, they've lost a lot of their players.
Yeah, this is not what they would have wanted to see early on with this. Zipan trying to use the blast packs to his benefit. Not much the Patatek's going to be able to see from that for the moment, as Meadow's working his way forward. This is easy for them to play into. Just a killjoy to find, and poor Piff's already down on 34 health. Easy finish off for Zipan. This is what we expected, though, given what we'd seen. Now it's the real test. Now it's the real time to see what FPX can go up against, right? Can they deal with the might that is G2?
Never an easy task, Banks. Never an easy task at all. But at least they're starting it out the right way at the end of the day. The amount of damage they've managed to do, the confidence that must be brewing over on the FPX side. Remember, G2 came in, they force bought round 2. They even had some decent weapons in round number 3. So this hasn't been an easy road for FPX, but now they do come up against the full buy. And this is something that Shadow talked about. The fact that they never find those early rounds. They never win the pistols, but then they come in with the first buy round. Well, if they manage to do that, they will be well ahead on G2's favorite map.
Oh, not the start that Angel would have wanted there, though. Mixwell opening it up. Grabbed himself the ult orb. He's taking some damage and wants to avoid being spammed. Just see how quickly he decides to get out of there. But the benefit is David P can still heal him up, right? So it's the unusual. Only on this map do they still opt for this Sage to come into play. And I love the fact that G2 didn't commit to this B site.
You should run.
They know how FPX like to try and rotate this around. The Killjoy is going to come into play. Trading out kills for now. David P's gone down, actually. And that's way before Mixwell even had a chance of getting healed up. They're going to try and push up into the A's site. And Meadow's actually in a good spot. He'll be avoided. He won't be detained. He can actually cause some damage, but he doesn't have the weaponry to fight up against Patatek. And Artis, he's getting up close and personal. He's going straight up on those rafters for the final kill. G2 with weapons in their hand, looking a lot better, the least.
Hey, first time I've actually seen G2 focused. I'll be completely honest. In this tournament, genuinely, every time we've switched their cams, they've looked like they're...
Smiles.
Yeah, they look like they're playing a matchmaking game and they're 13-0 up, just chilling like, yeah, how you doing? What's up? But now, they're not in streamer mode, they're in gamer mode, because FPX have come in and they've shown them, we're here to play. And it's not even down to the fact, okay, they win the pistol, who cares? It's how they did. Shadow sneaky play, Angel building up a bit of confidence. Second round, they get up in their face, they take the aggressive fight straight away. That's something we haven't seen from FPX for quite a while. And a face I'm happy to see on them. This is dangerous. He's seeing them all. Xiao in with one, and lucky that he only gets away with one, to be honest.
Oh, the shock darts as well. He's looking to end a few more lives. He's done a hell of a lot of damage here. The ult orb's going to be picked up, and well, Xiao's going to hear it all at least. If he wants to have another go, another spam.
Oh, they're resin? That's dangerous.
Already.
It was to try and bait that player out into peeking so that the Jet could come through, but Mixwell didn't actually spot him on the updraft. Gets out on the site. Oh, he distracts so Patatek can get the kill, but Xiao still coming through with wall bangs. Took down David P from below. That's ridiculous. And they maintain an advantage.
G2, though, they're not pushing into the site just yet. They want FPX to make a mistake before they try and push on it. The ult's going to be used by Ardis. He's trying to force him out of Boathouse. It's not going to work out. He's done a bit of damage, but Mixwell will finish him off. 3-2. G2 still on the back foot, but they know they can try and get this done. They've got the position, but it's trying to get that spike planted. It may now be too difficult. Zipan comes round. He's making it work. Then FP up 4-1. They bounce back straight away. They do not want to let off of G2. They want to keep applying that pressure and put them in an uncomfortable position that they're not often found in.
This is looking good, Banks, straight away. And a big mistake by G2 not having someone looking for that recon. Definitely a frustrating opening duel to lose. And then for David P getting shut down by a random spam through the wall a little bit later on hurts even more. At this point, you know, that's straight away. It's the Xiao machine, the Odin, that we've seen so many times do the damage. It's had the impact in the very early stages of this game.
Now Ardis getting the recon in early. FBX keeps his defensive. Meadow loves to play from this position. He's trying to spam him up, trying to soften him up a little bit here. G2 may have full control, but look how low Pip's been put already. Zipan straight in with the ult, fires it off, but he doesn't really have the information to do that with. It doesn't connect, it doesn't really achieve anything for him, but FPX still have the numbers advantage in this round. Shadow trying to get some spam on go, but it's all about this push in. How do they find their way in? Nicely done by Zipan. He's in full form, in full force. He is wrecking G2 right now. Only Patatek remains. And it's an easy kill for Meadow. He could not move. They were completely ready for him. And a flawless round. And look at the smiles. Rightly so.
Whew. Well, they heard Patatek's TP over towards middle, so that's unfortunate. This position just kind of given away as he ran back on up. And all in all, that is a huge round for them. Zipan, we said that he's one of the players that cannot be quiet. He cannot be silent. And 11-1. This guy is on fire. He's just carrying the team through these opening rounds. And on a 5-1 scoreline, this is the most threatened G2 have ever looked on this map, without a doubt.
Oh, Xiao looking to get aggressive here. I love it. Tries to spam up the corner, needs to back away. Some shots come out towards him. A very chaotic first start to the round. Just results in 1-for-1 trades, but Xiao is so low. And this is the problem here for him. Shadow wanting to play off the edge of it. Oh, and he's tagging him up nicely. Beautiful work being done there. The teamwork comes into play. The ability's paying off for him, but will they be aware of how far Ardis has got? Oh, the drone spots him out. And Angel puts him down. The teamwork, the synergy that we spoke about with FPX is starting to flourish here, at least at the beginning for Ascent. Wow. You got to think about this, Mitch, right? Whoever had the team talk at the beginning before they went into this final, it must have been one of those epic, you know, those movie moments where you've got like the sergeant giving it before they go over the hill.
It's a game
like
of
one of
inches.
those kind of things. Yeah. I hope last have something like that recorded because we spoke about it. Them needing to be hyped up, them needing to have some confidence. Right now we've got a game on our hands and this is million times better than what we saw from them yesterday.
By far, by far. You know, Banks, you know me. You know me pretty well. I'm a critical person. I'm a negative guy. You know, I'm going to sit in a position where it's 6-1 often versus G2 and go, yeah, these guys, it doesn't matter. I'll point out every reason that they won the round that G2 should still win. But in this instance, I've got nothing. I've got nothing for G2 to give them excuses in this. FPX are looking way better than what we've seen before. Okay, another opening duel lost. The trades are there. Angel punished this time, going down through middle. That's a good start. Do they know Meadows in this corner? I don't think so. That walkout on mid by David P certainly doesn't seem to indicate it, but they've spotted him now with the drone. He puts a cage down, but a little bit too late. G2 winning this one off the back of Mixwell, popping off with the operator. And hey, that's good enough for me. A round win's a round win. 4K on the board. Now, FPX have lost that. Do they do it again? Do they give those opportunities away? Probably not, but here's the upside, Banks. That was a very aggressive play. That's what we've seen from FPX so far. Even like rewind to the previous round, they lost a player on Catwalk, and immediately Meadow pushed out Catwalk to try and trade. The player was already gone, but he maintained the control late round. Now they might be a little bit more skittish about going out for those kills is the only thing, about going out for that aggressive map control now that Mixwell's really chimed up.
This is the point, right? It was a total of 6 rounds across 2 maps last time. Now they're already up 6-2. One thing we touched on is Mixwell didn't need to be activated, and well, Angel's going to put an end to him despite that good round he had on the previous. The rest of G2 have been dominating, but Angel, this confidence, this push play, the spikes on the floor now as well. 2v5 and G2, they don't know what on earth just happened to them. They're second-guessing themselves at this stage, and I would be as well.
Start around TP from Angel, just so aggressive, and it worked out perfectly. Shot missed as well, but Xiao shutting them down. That was a gorgeous round by Angel. And hey, I love exactly what they just proved there. In a previous round, they get shut down by some of the aggression they were trying, getting slapped back, getting punished for it. And so I'm like, oh, well, Bankston, maybe they're not going to play aggressive this round because of it, and I don't want to see them turtle up again. Angel's like, yeah, I'm a TP their spawn. I got this.
Now, G2, though, it's how they deal with this. It's how they handle all of it, Mitch. I think that's the key thing, right? Because they've been down, and we've seen them make incredible comebacks. You remember that game we covered of them, where they were down, like, 10-2, and they won 13-11, and we're like, yep, just G2 things. It always happens. But they've never been pressured by a team like FPX. Like, we ignore the one that happened to Allied Esports because it's obviously, oh my God, Shadow. Here we go. I'll stop what I'm saying because I want to focus on this man on your screen right now. Operator in hand. And he's delaying what G2 were trying to achieve. He's even going back out for more of a cheeky peek. He wants some more of that action thrown his way. And Meadows pushed up here at A main, and this could be a real problem for him. Piff goes down, and he's been not having a great game. I've been saying he's been Mr. Consistent over and over again for G2 throughout this entire tournament. I've been overly impressed with what this guy's been able to achieve. But in this game where FPX are showing a new level, well, he's been put on the struggle boat.
This is a pretty unbelievable performance from them. 7 on the board already, looking for 8. David P, good for 1 kill. How much more can he get? He's close to his ult at this point, but he's been shot in the back. 2 seconds on his heel, but he can't even get it up in time. Angel's there to shut him down, avoid some bullets from Patatek, and the Battle of the Omens comes through. Patatek not winning it this time, as 8-2 we go. FPX looking better than they ever have. That is for damn sure. And G2, they said, Artis straight up said last time they played FPX, it was a combination of FPX playing worse than they ever have and G2 playing the best game of their lives. Well, now it seems like we've gone for a bit of a flip-flop on that, Banks.
Oh, yeah, massively. Well, oh, well.
As a wise man once said,
keep it up.
My favorite quote is how the turntables.
Again, he's trying to spam it up. A little bit too high this time around for young Xiao. And G2 want to try and push on it. Artis is popping his ult. He's trying to make it connect, but he's not finding too much success. Angel's falling in the meantime, and they're running round G2. Even with lesser weaponry, they want to make this happen. Xiao, what are you doing? You can't do this. You can't get away with that. Straight up in their grills, and he makes this possible when it was looking like a almost clear round for G2.
Guys just pushed them with an Odin. What's
That's confidence, Mitch. That's the confidence we wanted to see from Xiao. Zipan's in there, the showstopper as well. And it wasn't just the showstopper that hit G2. It was Xiao with the Odin in hand, up close and personal. 9-2, and FunPlus Phoenix, they are alive. I want to hear these comms out of G2.
Yeah. Oh, man. The reality is, versus a team that can actually challenge them, we have never seen G2 in this position. They're not the underdogs in a matchup, ever. They're 1-0 up already in a BO5, and Ascent's pretty much a guaranteed win. That's what I was saying in the pre-show, you know? If we just kind of follow a train of thought, it's like, okay, already 1-0, they win Ascent. Even if they lose Bind, they're still so far ahead that the match is theirs. But in this position, that might not be so true. We could be in for one hell of a finals.
Oh no, Shadow. He's been playing that angle a couple of times now. Yes, he's mixing it up, but Mixwell's always ready and waiting for it. But David P. up high, and Angel even gets away with the second kill. G2 are going to try and push on this, but Shao is still in Boathouse, and this could be a problem. They may know his position for now, but he's going to tag him up again, and he's going to frag him up as well. He's not done yet. He's trying to put the end to more of them, but he can just wait for his teammates to come back him up. But Patasek and Mixwell, they believe they can get this done. Mixwell's incredibly low, but the spike will get planted. It's all on Patasek to deliver the kill onto Meadow, who's trying to bait him out. He's going for the jumps. He's going to look in for it. And Mixwell with the operator, even with the low health, he's standing out there and he's standing strong. He's grabbing him a third round, but what a half we have just seen, Mitch. Incredible stuff from FunPlus Phoenix. They have defied the odds, came back with a whole new level, and understood what needed to change going into this.
They've done their research, and they're definitely getting a payoff for it now. How's the second half going to go, though? Is this the gigantic comeback from G2? Well, we're going to have to wait and see. It's time for a quick break, and when we come back, half number 2 is coming your way.
Hello, I am Meadow, and I'm here with Angel from... Wait.
You're Meadow.
Okay. Today we're going to play Signature Shootouts. Signature Shoutouts. The aim of the game is I'm going to read as many voice lines of agents as I can in 60 seconds, and
I feel like I forgot few of heroes. I just don't name it.
Yeah, I put it on the screen. Who else is having a great time? Just me? Oh, I'm gutted.
I'm Insider. I'm Insider.
No, go for it. No, go for it. You've said everyone. We show them their place. Now keep them there.
Breach, Brim, Cypher.
No! Wrong! Oh my god,
I'm always naming Brim and Breach. No. Bro, it's just your voice. You're acting, you know? Your voice is like Brim or Breach. I feel like we did awful. Well, okay, we did not that great, Meadow, and we'll see how many Meadow will get right. Are you ready?
I am ready.
Now I know how annoying my healing can be.
Sage?
Yes. Oh, the little machines need help? Take your time. We ready and still start without you.
Killjoy?
No.
Pasta.
I added hahaha. Remember, stay out of the fire. Super high level tactic, remember it, yeah?
Brimstone?
Fire.
Phoenix?
Yes. Breach, clear our path. Will keep us safe along the way. Who will keep us safe?
Sage?
Yes.
Nice note.
Yes, they call me a monster. Should I prove them right?
Pass.
Why?
What?
There's only one hero that's called a monster.
Viper?
Yes. The poor place. It clings to life. A city after my own heart.
I have no idea. What do you mean?
Then pass. Keep giving us vision, Sova.
Yet.
Pass.
Pass. That's super hard.
It's really hard. Make sure you're following Blast for more content. Two guys long. And one
Okay.
side. One side. I smoke long.
Long 1 HP.
Seattle?
Well, hit TP, Omen TP, guys.
Dead metal. Long
Omen
dead.
mid, Omen mid.
Omen
Last
mid,
mid,
last.
last
Diffuse,
mid.
diffuse,
Okay.
yeah, diffuse.
I have the angle, I have the angle.
I'm picking your contact.
Diffusing.
mid.
Pick my contact.
Nice. Good job,
go,
guys.
guys.
Good job.
Zipan, really
There we
nice.
go.
Now, Mitch, those are some really good, clear comms. Not overdoing it, not too much craziness. Even when it's a nice round like that, just a nice at the end. They're very calm, cool, and collected. And I like that we see, like, we know who their analyst is, but it's nice that we see the coach shown on the screen there as well. A little bit of a difference maker here for FPX, that they've got the full backing now, all large and ready for them.
Well, you know, when it comes down to clear-cut comms, that's about as good as it gets, right? Say as much as you can in as few words as you can. Not something I'm good at, but...
I just loved it from like Zipan there, where he's like, oh, dead here, dead there. Meadow's trying to go dead Meadow. It's like, that's exactly what you want to hear. So you're not checking spots twice. You're not second guessing yourself, things like that. G2 massively put under pressure here. They need this pistol round. Because right now, FPX, they are so far ahead.
Yeah. Oh, they're miles in the lead at the moment. It feels like FPX are playing it feels like the names are swapped, honestly, compared to what we saw last time. G2 are struggling, and they know exactly what FPX felt like. But this is a team we know are capable of comebacks, and in this pistol round, it could be the start of something special. They need it, really, on the G2 side if they want to be coming ahead. And you can see FPX immediately. They want to move towards this A site. They've already been spotted by the turret, and they've used up a cage on cross. That's a lot of utility expended, and it's for a fake. They might just catch David P, or maybe it's going to be the opposite way around. David P, he's just snuck into this corner. He's not being checked, but now spotted by Angel.
Angel trying to tap him away. It's not going to work out. FPX want to make their way around. David P cannot be in the fight until he deals away with Angel, and that's exactly what he does. And he's going to flank from a different direction now. He's going to more join up with the rest of G2. Those flashes come out. Oh no, Shadow! The key shots that he hit in the first pistol round, they're not going to pay off in this one. G2 have the advantage on this retake for sure. It's the after pump positions that FPX need to get locked down. Shower's incredibly low, but Meadow's in a good spot. Problem is, Meadow's all on his own from here, right? He's expecting David P to come from there, and he's gone the whole way around. G2 are playing this smart. They're not taking the risk. Mixwell checking all the corners. The smoke's going to be put down as well. And Meadow, oh, he could play off the back of this. Jump up from Shadow. Zipan's pulling in one of his own, but G2, they're getting this done. Shadow's got other ideas. He's finally pulling it back. 12 health in a dream, and now it's all on Zipan in a 1v2. He's outnumbered, he's outgunned. And G2 pick up the pistol, an all-important one they desperately needed here.
It comes pretty close in the end, but it wasn't enough to pull them across the line over in the FPX side. That could have been the game under their belt, more or less. And now the question for me is, do they go for a force buy? I hope not. I think this is a spot where they can very easily and comfortably take an eco. But I don't know. The confidence is definitely in their court.
Mitch, there's no more fitting last Ignition Series event here for Europe than getting a team that might actually be able to do some damage against G2. Now, it's early days. We know what G2 can do. They pulled back from bigger deficits than this in the past.
Yeah. No, like, I 100% agree, though. Yeah, in terms of the finals, literally our life for the past few months, Banks, has been going to an event, being like, yeah, G2 are going to win. We get to the finals, we're like, okay, at least, come on, guys, at least make it close. And they don't.
Nicely done. They're only getting one off the back of it, though. Nice work from David P. Even though that other flash was going out, it could have caused a problem for some of his teammates. And now they'll go on the cleanup duty. Easy stuff for G2 and Angel. Well, you've got that Sheriff out, and you do love to see it. He still lands 2 headshots with it. He's the Sheriff master today.
I remember saying to David P. actually before the, I think it was the Allied Ignition Series one, where I was like, bro, can you at least give us a close game? And he was like, that's not up to me. It's like, you ask them, ask them. But it looks like finally someone's heard our cries, heard our pleas. We're at 9-5, and it's the first buy round. Look at what's coming through for David P. and Mixwell, though. The double operator setup off the bat. These guys are not messing around.
I like it. You're not going to take that risk. You're going to try and put the hurt on them early on. Try to do some big damage. Now that flash is pushing back just a little bit, but he's going in for the repeat. Dangerous stuff. But he will escape with it for now. Mixer wants to trap him here. This could be an easy kill for him to find. Straight away. Angel's not even looking for it. And to be fair, at Catwalk, that should be such an expected spot now. We see it so many times, Mitch.
We've seen G2 come back a million times. Well, actually, no. We've seen G2 come back maybe like 3 times because they're never behind. But we've seen them make the material for a comeback. And I'm getting scared if they win this round. I really am. I'm starting to quake in my boots. They've already got the opening pick, that short pick. Now looking in towards a very passive play. I'm surprised at how far back they're playing on B, actually. They've got one player. That's Artist with a Bulldog, right? And he was the one just playing in market. He's so easily pushed off that angle, but usually it's via a smoke, which I guess isn't in play for FPX anymore, so they're a little more comfortable, at least in that early stage, playing that passive role. Now they switch back over to site plays, 2-1-2 setup, just a little bit of control on bottom mid. This is what they need, this is what they want, and Mixwell in with another.
That's the shots you gotta hit. Shadow 40 was the only one there, but Piff's hiding around the corner. Mixwell dominating with the operator, up to his old tricks again. Meadows trying to push his way in. And he will get the kill onto Patatek. He's going to go for the spike. Very little chance, though. He's got 52 health. Mixwell to finish it off. Great stuff from him. 4 kills into the round. And this is where G2 look incredibly scary. You mentioned the double op setup, but it wasn't even really needed.
It did get them a couple of kills at least. I guess it's the... I also think when you come through with a double op setup, though, it changes the way you're going to set up in general. What kind of surprised me was the fact that it wasn't the op holding over towards market. Just that super passive hold was kind of surprising. And also, if you look at that kill Mixwell took, like, yeah, short plays, we see it quite a bit. He didn't dash out of the angle. That's what confused me. Like, he was quite confident to just walk away. Obviously, knowing he got the first player around the corner, and they probably wouldn't be able to trade him in time. I guess he was just waiting for a bullet to come his way to dash. And that allowed him to find that kill a little bit later on without really having to worry too much. When he did see Ray's shoulder peek him, he knew, well, I've got an escape. I can dash out of here.
This could be huge, and that's exactly what it is to start off with. Mixwell's backing him up as well and slapping FunPlus Phoenix down. Goes in for another pop shot. The shock darts are coming out from Artist to give him the backup. And although the flashes are good, Meadows only walking away with 1 kill. Artist right on the edge of it. Takes a shot, isn't able to make it connect. This will allow FPX a little bit of room to work with, but still. Oh, nice timing there from Patatek just before the door went down. Meadow just thought he was safe. But you can never be safe against the likes of G2. Shadow cornered, locked in, may have the spike, but he needs someone in G2 to make a mistake. Now Artist is droning out. Perfect timing. He heard it. He knew what's up. And that's the mistake he needed, but it's still 2 more players to find. Oh, this is going to be great from Patatek. He's seen where they've gone. Going to try and find his way out. Pops the ult, but is it going to be enough? Patatek and Piff, they're playing it smart. They're playing it together. And they're grabbing a 7th round. The pressure is certainly starting to mount up against FunPlus Phoenix when you were so far ahead.
Oh, we've seen it so many times, Banks. I'm getting worried. Yeah, this is the confident, the strong G2 that really scares me when I see it coming through. Committing the defuse to Pith. Obviously, the ult was already up for Omen, so it makes sense. You want the kill drone to be in play. This first half was a shocking underperformance from Pith and Artist. 2 players that I think have had some of the highest impact out of anyone on this team across this event. And to see them be ones that slowed down did surprise me for sure. But now, hopefully this is the turnaround. It must be kind of upsetting, though. Can you imagine where the mentality's at for FPX now if they lose this buy round and they're tied up 9-9?
Oh, yeah.
That is your chance back into this series. You're already 1-0 down, remember, with the map advantage.
Yep.
And then it's just, boom, it's out of your hands.
And the thing is, it's great for FPX if they have been able to pick up a scent, because what will happen after that is they can push into a situation where buying looks really good, the confidence is going to be high. That's nice from Shadow. He's looking for the catwalk push this time around. but you've still got to deal with a hell of a lot more that G2 will throw at you. And Mixwell, you guys spoke about it, right, in the pregame, that he's not been having to step up. Well, when they need him to step up, he's been showing it, and that's what he's done so far in these previous rounds.
Yeah, 100%. Mixwell has been a player that has underperformed in quotation marks, just if you looked at stats. But if you see how these games went, it's somewhere that he has not needed to perform. He's still massively positive in his KD. It's just that he's not D'ing. He doesn't die. Doesn't get involved in the kills or the fights. David P's got to run. He's got to run for his life. They're coming after him. And that rocket just about misses him. The showstopper. Well, the show isn't over just yet as David P looks to hold on the site. Dodges the blast back. Out he comes. Hello. Surprise. It's David P. And he's coming through to at least find one. But nothing after.
Meadows' ult's going to be coming up huge for him as well. Tells them how close these players might be, but they still can't deal with Piff. 2 operators in play, but Mixwell brings out the knives. You say don't bring a knife to a gunfight, but Mixwell loves it, and he's going to finish off Shadow. He's looking for more. Can't get much from the updraft. Throws the smokes on down, and oh, Piff! Zipan runs straight into it. They're giving him the chance. They're giving him the opportunity. Nicely done from Meadow. Oh, Mixwell, he swapped his guns over. He wanted to try and get the rifle in his hands. And finally, FPX, they grab a round, but my God, it's got so close, and it came down to a 1v1 at the very end.
As close as you like it, Banks. We're not getting anything for free, but FPX, they've picked up 10, and that is the round that they needed. You could see that. That is both a symbol of victory, of happiness, and relief on Angel's face. Like, oh, thank God it's not 9-9. Oh, like, that was... definitely a requisite for them, but now up 10-7, they've given themselves a little bit more breathing room.
Well, that round, though, shouldn't have been as hard as it was. It should have never been Meadow on his own. Like, Zipan pushed into it, he's trying to make a play, but he's trying to make a play into an operator. You could hear where Mixwell was going around, and he just went in at Piff, and that's what I'm not a fan of. Little things like that is going to be the difference maker in the game that we're seeing right now. Now, Artis, he's tempting fate here. He's able to deal the damage and take down Shadow early on. Mid control going to be had by G2. It's pretty damn scary. As Angel, now David P might not expect this. If Angel doesn't make any noise, he might be able to get away with a kill that evens things up here. Oh, beautiful work from Angel. Patatek, he ults his way in, but it doesn't pay off at all. Mixwell's going to bait out the blast. Oh no, the back and forth is Zipan. That's what you want to see. His boom bot went out. No one could hit the floor, and he was going to drop the bodies on the floor, but landing all the kills. Only Piff to find, and it's got a slow rotate over. He might not even decide to go for this. Wow, the throws. Look where they've hit.
Back in P site. That's some pro he's got.
That was good. That was a great lineup. Not going to work out, mind you, but...
Oh, there's the info. Swing, good kill. Oh, dodges the second. That was so close. That is a sigh of relief from Meadow, I'd imagine, coming through as they just about managed to take that round. And you can see G2, oh, they're sweating a little bit. This is getting dangerous. Like you said, Banks, they win this game. They move on to Bind. All of a sudden, they could be 2-1 up in this series and 1 away from victory.
It's a long road ahead for FPX, but they did the legwork in the first half. It's G2 that's been clawing it back incredibly well. But now, looking at this score, FPX just need to make one more happen, and it's a low buy coming out here for G2. It's going to take some big plays to come up. And no mistakes can be made now either.
Over 90% win rate on this map, Banks. G2 have...
It's their map, like, not just in their map as a pick. I mean, like, G2 claimed descent early on.
Yeah. From day one, this was where they belonged. This is where you did not want to face them. And now they are under threat in a round where they have very little hope anyways. The tag, the kill. Pith got double ulted there. Not a whole lot you can expect from him.
No. Super unlucky of your Pith. And the rotates fully come in, but is it going to be enough? The spike's down, but the afterplant position's already here for FPX are huge. Zipan gets the nade out. Oh, David B's got to be careful. So much damage potentially done. Mixwell can't hit the shot either. Zipan is feeling it right now. There's still 5 alive for FPX, and David P is just right on the edge. He's just got to hope for some way to escape, but he's going to get shot in the side of the head. Shao runs around the corner. They're all over him. And right now, FPX are 1 round away from evening up the score 1-1. We've got to remember, right, is that G2 came from the upper bracket. For anyone that's just tuning in, they've got a 1-map advantage in this best of 5. But that advantage is slipping away ever so slowly because the next map is going to be the pick of FPX. It's going to be Bind.
To be honest, a turn of phrase that I didn't use on the desk, but that I was going to, was that they don't have a 1-map advantage. They have a 2-map advantage because of Sense in the pool. But
Lucky
evidently,
you didn't say that.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is unheard of for FPX. If they can beat G2 on Ascent, there's no map they can't beat them on. They can win this series. They can defeat G2 in an Ignition Series event, and they're certainly going to do it on this map by the looks of things. A 5 versus 2, G2 falling apart at the seams on their home turf. And it's all down to Pith and Artis to try and make this comeback happen. A long-range judge, not what he wants. Hold on, Pith could for one, but he tanks the damage, and there's no way out. 13-7, FPX have just beaten G2 on Ascent.
The Titans have finally fallen on their map pick, but this is only the beginning of the grand finals here at the Blast Twitch Invitational. This has been a crazy start, and it got off to an incredible start for the likes of FPX. G2 tried to make a comeback into it, but it wasn't quite possible. Next up is Bind, but before that, we've got to look at all the madness with Freya, Tom, and Mitch after the break.
It's not fair at all.
What is this?
Nice.
Oh well, unlucky.
Oh, heaven.
It seems like modern building-ish.
Split, definitely split.
So my guess is CT spawn on split.
Between ramp and T-spawn.
När du ska prestera ditt bästa kan små justeringar göra stor skillnad. Varje rörelse, varje vinkel. Och när du rakar dig är det ingen skillnad. Gillettes rakhyvlar är utformade för att anpassa sig till ansiktets konturer. Så oavsett vad som väntar får du alltid ett perfekt resultat. Gillette.
Yeah, should be.
What maps do we have? Split, Heaven, Bind, Ascent. Okay, yeah, let it be A1.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Yeah, it's A1 for us. Nice, nice.
Ooh.
And I'm 95% sure I was aiming through these flowers, like, to find an arrow.
It's a hard one.
But now I need to remind myself what map it was and where it is.
I'm thinking Ascent or Bind.
Oh, flowers.
This one was super hard.
It should be Bind. I don't know why, but I think flowers is all around Bind.
Or Haven maybe actually. A main, like close to A main.
Tunnel, basically. Entrance to tunnel. There is only one tunnel.
I'm gonna guess like outside of A main on Haven.
No, it's long. No.
Oh well, unlucky.
It's actually harder than I expected.
If I'm correct, I think I usually place a camera here.
Definitely Haven.
If I'm correct. I think this is Haven seaside.
You can lock my point already.
Oh wait, no, wait. It could be A as well.
A or C connector, I would say, right?
It must be Haven. Okay, split on B side somewhere. Quad maybe.
What? It's split?
Oh, I had one right at least.
It's not fair at all. See, the guy's flying up to see this texture. How can I answer this?
There's so many green boxes though.
Can I swear in Russian?
I'm gonna be honest with you, I have no idea right now.
Oh, Haven.
Can't be B site on Haven, it can't be C site.
So there's the roof, green boxes.
It can't be A. Oh yeah, it could be everywhere actually.
Or it's B.
Ascent B site.
Whew. It was really hard.
What is this? You don't even look up there. Did he guess B site on Haven? He's so smart. He's much smarter than me.
I will laugh at him after.
I'll take the loss on that one.
An incredible performance from FPX sees them cement G2's map pick of Ascent against all the odds. Europe's #1s are being tested, and a series that promised to bring the heat just got a whole lot spicier. FPX even up the score to 1-1, and Tom, they completely turned around their performance from yesterday. What on earth changed coming into this game against G2 today?
Oh, it was polar opposites. They looked incredibly confident. They were super aggressive on their defensive side, which is almost an oxymoron in itself. It's one of those things where you just kind of, you look at this squad and you go, well, how is this even the same team that we saw yesterday? One of the rounds that sort of highlighted to me this sort of like almost, no, we're going to play you at your own game. Mitch pointed out, it was just, Angel just TP'd into the enemy spawn and was just like, yeah, you know what, I'm just going to take the fight to you. You think we're going to be passive? Not this time. The man picked up a sheriff in the pistol round, which, I'll be honest, I can't really think of anyone that picks up a sheriff in the pistol round. It's just not something that happens too often, but he was clearly feeling confident in his individual ability, and I think it shone through his players. Zipan was someone in the last series that said the last time these two teams played, he had his worst performance ever. In this game, he dropped 21 kills, and everybody else was alongside with him. Meadow with some impactful clutches. Xiao holding down that B site in crazy fashion with an Odin. It was just a lights-out performance from them, and I'll be honest, Freya, I think even this scoreline was somewhat generous to G2. I think 3 of the rounds they gained, Mixer got a 4K. You remove those, and this is even more dominant.
I think that is a really key point to be touching on. And I do want to start off by talking about that defensive side from FPX, Mitch, because it just looked so strong. Why do you think they got off to such a fantastic start from the FPX side?
I really feel like this was the best of FPX. As I was saying in the cast, you know, if it feels like last time, what Artis said was G2 had the best game of their lives, FPX had the worst. This time, it was almost inverse. We saw straight away so much confidence coming out from the FPX side. They didn't give the space over to their opponents. And just take a look at that scoreboard. I do not remember ever seeing Artis finish a game on 5 kills. I think this, off the top of my head, might be the worst game of his career. And so it seems like these two teams bring out the best and the worst in each other.
It's definitely rough to see from Artis there. Obviously, we heard him before the match, and he was feeling so confident going into it. But I think you touched upon it there, Tom. It was slightly generous towards the G2 side because, you know, Mixwell was just stepping up when they needed him to most, of course, reflected on the scoreboard here. Joint top fragging, of course, with Zipan from the FPX side. And I want to start to unpick some of the holes that we've seen from this G2 side because, of course, we saw this exact same map yesterday being played out against the exact same team, completely different scoreline. So from your perspective, Tom, where were the key issues from the G2 side? Because we don't often see them have issues.
Well, firstly, what Mitch said is true. That is his worst map ever. So that's obviously going to add into things there. The artists really didn't have much of a performance at all. And I think they did a very good job, even when they went on to the attacking side, which I'll be honest, right? Like, we have seen like weak attacks from G2 in the past. Like, that's not unheard of, especially with the style that they look to play. They get very aggressive. They push sites together. They look to try and basically just run in and absolutely wreck everybody. And I think that this game, the communication and rotations from FPX were on point. They had a lot of good paranoias, sort of shutting people down. They had really good positions basically held with different agents as well. I was thoroughly impressed. I think Angel, like, playing that Omen is something I actually really enjoy on this map, and the fact that he's brought that into his game is something that really is a testament to him. But then we switch, and that's where I wanted to sort of give more credit over, because when things started going wrong, we saw the adaptations. Now, something I mentioned in the pre-show is you can't allow Artis and Pat to get super aggressive into middle. Now, there was a specific round where you could see Pat like, okay, don't worry, this is my time, and Shadow just instantly takes him down with the operator, didn't give him a chance, and you could just see the second they get that man advantage, like, okay, we've got this round, it's in the bag. And I think they were ready this time. I think the prep work was put in to make sure they weren't allowed to get up to the same sort of mischief. And honestly, I'm thoroughly impressed with what we saw from FPX.
Yeah, and that's such a key point to be touching upon, that preparation work that goes into a game like this. And we've heard from multiple people from that G2 side, you know, they don't really bother putting too much preparation specifically for the opponent they're facing against because it just comes so naturally to them in the server. But I also wanted to touch upon the comms perspective you brought up there, Tom. Mitch, I know you love talking about the comms, and we heard it there before the second half got underway. It was just so cool, calm, and collected, as James put it, from the FPX side. And I feel like that's something that's totally carrying them forward.
Yeah, definitely. Up against a team like G2, you got to have your wits about you the whole time. And the fact that they were able to say everything they needed to in as few words as possible, completely chilled out, it's exactly what you want from a team. No panic, no excitement, just here's what happens. And at the end of the round, that's when you can get loud, when you can get happy. I think it's in stark contrast to what you'll see if you listen to the G2 comms, which is mostly just artists screaming and everyone else going, woo! But I think that all in all, I'm excited for the next map and for the rest of this series. I looked at Twitter just there to see if any of the guys have been tweeting out, and David P put out just like, sit down in your chair, take something to eat, to drink. That's it. It's just a chill tweet. He's not angry. He's not upset. It's like, we're going to be here a while, but we're still going to take the win. And that's the kind of attitude G2 have. I know they're not going to count themselves out of it, but we still cannot deny how insane this is. That it's not just the fact that FPX are the first team to take a map off G2 in this tournament, and one of the few teams to take a map off them in a series in general, but it's the fact that it's Ascent. That is nuts. I think, Tom, correct me if I'm wrong here, G2 have lost Ascent 2 other times. One was to Vodafone Giants, in which they just massively underestimated Vodafone and then realized, oh, these guys are actually legit way too late in the game. And the other was FPX, wasn't it?
Yeah, you are correct, but that works as a stat in the sense of you're like, they're the only other team to beat them on Ascent. Where it falls a little bit flat, however, Mitch, is they have never beaten them on Bind.
Ooh.
That's going to be key coming into this next one. I want to get a brief thought from you, Tom. What do FPX need to be doing to make sure they cement this next map?
I want to see more from Angel. I love Angel's Brimstone on this map. I think with the double operator setup that they've been working on, I think on the defensive side, they're going to look good. And if he can prod and probe, use all his utility as well as we know he can, I think he's going to lead this team to at least do some damage. They've come close on this map twice. One of the victories that went G2's way was a 15-13 win at the level Valorant Clash. So they have come very, very close before, but they're going to need that little bit extra to drag them over the line.
They are indeed. And of course, none of this action would have been possible without our wonderful partners. Never have our MVPs looked so fresh, thanks to Gillette. Of course, Alienware for powering the frontier of esports equipment. And last but not least, our wonderful friends over at Twitch for making this competition possible. It's been an absolute blast so far, and I don't see the competition getting any weaker just yet. We're going to be going into map number 2. It's going to be Binds, and it's coming up after this.
Hello, my name is Lucker. I'm here with Hoop. We are from Team Ninjas in Pyjamas. And today we're gonna play Signature Shoutout. And the rules are we have 60 seconds to guess different voice lines that the other guy reads out. Are you ready, Hoop?
I am ready. När du ska prestera ditt bästa kan små justeringar göra stor skillnad. Varje rörelse, varje vinkel. Och när du rakar dig är det ingen skillnad. Gillettes rakhyvlar är utformade för att anpassa sig till ansiktets konturer. Så oavsett vad som väntar får du alltid ett perfekt resultat. Gillette.
Treat this like any other job. No more, no less.
Rich?
Yeah.
Ooh.
I would make fun of the dumb faces, but they're us. We look stupid.
What? No deep pass.
Okay. If I must live in this nightmare, my enemies might as well join me.
Oh man.
Yeah. Look at me, know that I'm by your side.
Sage?
Yeah, it is. I drain the life from our prey. That's all they're good for.
Reina?
Yeah. When I'm done, there'll be nothing more than ash. When I'm done.
Phoenix?
Yeah. Pay attention, might learn something.
Sova?
No.
Cypher?
No.
Who was that?
That was a good run. That was Brimstone.
Ah.
Like all these characters that we never have, it's hard.
Are you ready, Lucker?
I'm ready.
Stand in my way, I dare you.
I don't know. Race?
No.
Jet?
No.
Breach?
Yeah, breach.
Oh.
Think you can keep up? Who am I kidding?
Jet.
You know? Oh yeah. I am both shield and sword.
I don't know. Breach again?
No.
Brim?
No.
Cypher?
No, I am both shield and sword.
Oh, okay. Sage.
Yeah, they have no idea how earthless I am.
They have no idea how hard this I am?
Yeah.
Reyna?
Yeah, they think I'm an old dog? Hey, I will show them how many tricks I know. Yeah, I'm Brimson. Wherever they run, I will find them. Easy one.
Jet?
No.
Oh, Cypher.
No.
Nova.
Yes, Sova. Just take a seat, I got this.
Race?
No.
Jet?
No.
Reyna?
No.
Who else is there?
You want to pass?
Yeah, just go next one.
I am the beginning, I am the end.
Oh, that's Omen.
Yeah. My power dot... Okay. And just take a seat, I got this was Phoenix. But that's hard to find out though.
Yeah, you
like
need to go with playing, my friend.
If you want more content like this, please make sure to follow Blast.
They say revenge is a dish best served cold, but FPX, they are bringing the heat to this series against G2. They claimed ascent to even up the score 1-1, and now it's over to their map pick of Bind. Joining me to break it all down, of course, the wonderful Tom, Mitch, and James, and we'll be getting into the Asian picks very shortly indeed. But before we do that, we've got a resident FPX fan over here in James Banks, and I feel like now you pick G2, the curse is real.
Do you know what? I didn't believe in curses. Tom and Mitch kept putting this curse on me like, oh yeah, who you pick loses. Like, it may have started with Liquid once. Sorry, Liquid. Then it happened with FPX against GC when I picked them. Now I picked G2. And Carlos, I'm sorry, I know you're probably watching. I got love for you, brother. We're good friends. I don't believe in curses. So if this happens, you blame Tom and Mitch. They are the evil guys. All the GT fans at Mitch and Tom and just bully the hell out of them. Because I'm already Tom.
Yeah,
like, the curse is real.
Just follow me first. Then
Shameless self-promo, Tom. Shameless. And you know what? We've got too caught up in that because we are getting our agent picks on screen right now. Tom, are there any surprises coming out of here already?
I just want to see what David P's going to pick. Because like we haven't actually seen them play Bind yet, so it could be interesting. It's actually going to be back to the breach, so I respect it. I like the fact that he's picking up that agent more and more. It's something that we see regularly from Shadow on this map. In fact, this was where he initially began bringing it in. Yeah. So I'm interested to see that battle. That is the battle of the breaches, and with how aggressive we know that David P can be, and with a lot of opportunities for cheeky bits of aggression and reclaiming ground on this map, I'm looking forward to see what he can do.
It's going to be an incredible battle indeed, and we're not going to wait a second longer to get into the action. James and Mitch, take it away.
Thank you, Freya. Thank you, man, that may have cursed my everything in Tombiz. Yeah, go follow him at Tombiz or whatever the hell his at is. Just go give him the abuse. Literally, right? I go on to Twitter during the break, and then straight after this guy goes, obviously they lost because of this curse. Like, I don't actually have a curse. This is not a real thing. I don't believe in this bitch.
The stats don't lie, Banks. The stats don't lie. At Banks Esports, thank him for the curse if you're an FPX fan. This guy is...
I'm all for love, positivity, happiness, and right now, it's really not looking good. But G2, maybe they're going to break the curse. Maybe they're going to turn things around and grab themselves a second here. But this is the map pick of FPX, and we've always been impressed with what FPX have been able to deliver on Bind, even pre-patch, right? That's the main thing here. Oh, that's not what Mixwell wanted. Patatek's there, luckily, to give a bit of backup, but does Meadow really want to try and challenge this? He's toying with the idea.
He's practicing his squats there on the corner, keeping himself active and ready to take some shots if Patatek does swing around, but he might not be ready for that flash that was being lined up, only for a moment, just in case Patatek needed support. But they decide to back off and hold off in the 4v4. A passive approach by G2. Now, they know they've removed the smokes from play. Again, that's a very important part of FPX's game plan. The fact that they cannot now just fast smoke down and execute this site means that G2 can feel that little bit more comfortable with passive play.
G2, they're setting up ready for it. The push comes come in. The FunPlus Phoenix, they need to find this action. A shorty in the hand of David P. He's hoping someone wants to push into Lamps, but no one's challenged him just yet. He might have to go and hunt for the kills himself, and that's never ideal, depending on the distance that shorty may have to fight from. Look at him go for it. Oh, David P. Shorty Papow in their face. Now it puts it into the 3v2, but Meadow, he wants to stand strong. He doesn't have much health to fight with here, and David P is certainly on the hunt. Zipan's going to have to be putting in a massive amount of work, but he's backed up there. G2, they're pushing on forward, and Zipan couldn't hold on for much longer. The camera is only going to help him so much. It's easily going to be found and spotted out. We get an extra bit of information here, but this is a lot to ask for from Meadow. And Piff, he manages to make it work. A solid start there from G2, but you've got to say for David P, that was huge. He was waiting. It's a risk going out of Lamps with a shorty in the hand like that because you don't know what the distance they'll be at, and they just so happen to be so close.
Yeah, backed up by the fact that he had the flash as well. If he didn't have that, I don't think he would have went for that peak at all. And that's really the turning point of the round when he just swings through and grabs that double. From there, G2 pulling to a 1-0 lead. This is a team that's out for revenge. Remember, they've just been beaten on their home map of Ascent. But as Tom pointed out, they've never been beaten on Bind by FPX. Both these teams have got the same win rates, but in head-to-head, it has been, what, a 13-9 and a 15-13 win for G2. It might always be close, but it always goes G2's way.
Battletech trying to spray on through. He knows what that smoke means. It's FPX going in for the ult orbs. And that's the smart thing about FPX. They utilize this more than most teams do, right? They put a hell of a lot of their planning around what they can pick up in terms of the ults and how they use it and how they utilize it throughout the game. Now, Angel with a sheriff in his hand, Mitch. My God, today, what he's delivered for us has been incredible.
Yeah, the whole day long, he has just been fragging out. He's all the season to control. As you said, we see it a lot going in for the ult orb, but as they go back in for bathroom control, Patatek's waiting there for him, and he flushes those smokes right down the drain yet again. Oh, this sneaky little angle by David B catches yet another, and this is looking like a nice little shutdown by G2. A round that they should be winning, of course, but one that they're doing quite convincingly considering the upgraded pistol.
Completely pins it in there. Nice work from both Patatek and David P. Pushing around the angles at the same time. Going on a bit of a clean-up duty. And that's what you like to see. Making sure it's done without too much risk to it. Able to back each other up.
I think he just got stunned by David P in that instance.
He's like,
from the look
come
of
on,
the
what are you
angle.
doing, man?
Like, bro, what are you doing, bro? But he got away with it. It's okay. There was no punishment.
Have you just gone with the whole thing that everyone on G2 is now just dropping bro all the time because of Artis?
Bro, Artis is going to pass it on to them. I guarantee it. At the end of it, we're just going to have Mixwell coming in. Hey, bro, what's up, bro?
Imagine if one of them gets a Scouse accent because of him.
Oh,
Just starts talking English like that. Because you know what happens, right? A lot of people who English isn't their first language, they watch a lot of American shows.
True, yeah.
And they get that slang. You spend all this time with Artis and we're just going to have a bunch of Scouse G2 Valorant players walking around.
Someone has Scouse accent, like, oh, what part of Liverpool are you from? Spain. It's like, what?
Well, the real guns are now in the hands of FPX, and ooh, you got to be careful with that one. David P jumping around. Could have lost his head if he wasn't careful. He's going to get up close and personal underneath the Cypher Cave. The Shadow trying to work his way through. It's going to force away the Sober for now. Oh, great work from David P. Him and Mixwell. The double team, the communication, it's on point. FPX, they are getting shut out of this round despite the lesser weaponry from G2. That's the huge thing here.
It's like there's no access. Shadow eventually picks up one at least, but these weaker weapons are indeed just shredding FPX. That was such a great play as well. Meta, okay, good. One kill. Needs a couple more, though, and they've got to all be headshots, whereas HP is going to be slowly eroded. Oh, my God.
Hello.
What was that shot to Mixwell? Now it's doable. This is possible. Spike's down in hookah. He can go all the way around and get it, but he doesn't know where these players are, and that's the problem.
Not enough time. Yeah. Oh, what a shame for Meadow. Real nice shot onto Mixwell, though. that's something to scream and shout about, but that's it. 3-0 and such a play from David P and Mixwell. The communication on that to come through the teleport, it completely distracts him. He pops into hooker and he just wrecks him.
Dave's just tweeting. Middle of the game, doesn't care.
Is he actually tweeting? What did he say?
I just saw him on his phone. I'm guessing he's tweeting.
Oh.
Texting in some strats. I mean, when you're dead, there's not much else to do, right? Just get some tweets out there, get some interactions.
He's like, I'm showing them how it gets done now.
Actually checking out just now. Did he tweet? Just in case. I want to see.
Why not? Why not? Now FPX going to have to check themselves at this step. Because they're down 3-0. And G2 have looked very comfortable thus far. They've not been massively pressured. Had a check. Trying to hold on to bathrooms here. He's able to tap away and do a bit of damage, but that's all. Oh no, Mixwell! He didn't expect Zipan to be there. He wasn't even looking towards that. Luckily, he's able to escape, and Panatek, he's staying alive for now and gets onto the second. Beautiful stuff. But Zipan will eventually put an end to it. But that's all he's going to be able to do because G2 have got a massive lead once again. Meadow may have to save over Vandal. But he's just going to struggle to get anything done. How did Mixwell escape that, man? Look, he's just like, yep.
Oh my god, that's so unlucky. Did he shot right past his nose? That is just ridiculous.
Doesn't even react, you know. He's just like,
It's like, oh, well,
okay.
need to get out of here.
The benefit of Jet.
Absolutely. Now, what was it? Trying to think back. Was it Looker that played that position without a Jet? It was going up with a Sage and got cut off like 2 or 3 times. I think it was. Not in this game. Then in this tournament.
No, I remember what you're talking about. We commented about it quite a lot of times. Oh no. Oh no. What is going on here? Panatek hasn't been checked. Zipan went full force, full forward. They cost a couple of teammates their lives, but Mixwell, he's trying to be sneaky, and Meadow may have opened up a gap in this round for them to find success. David P trying to find his way in. Pip's looking towards bathrooms, knowing there's still going to be a player hanging about. But David P's not done yet. The Rolling Thunder strikes. He's going to go on the hunt. He wants to put an end to it. He's not risking it. The flash comes out as well. Oh, Shao can't save his teammate, but it's still the 2v2 with the spike being down. And that's the angle. Piff and Artis at the same time. Even when it gets close.
I don't know if you've ever played Splinter Cell or Ghost Recon was the other one. Where you used to be able to mark, or you can mark enemies and then execute them at once. So your squad can all shoot them at the same time. I feel like that's what just happened. Also, Panatek, that man fired 10 bullets off and no one was looking at him.
Yeah, that's what I didn't get.
Look at Angel's face right there. He's just like, what? Like, he's right there. That was
And that's really sneaky as well, because Panatek's been playing close-range bathroom so many times. Mixwell has been playing that position, and yet they still didn't check it. And Panatek's just like, cool, fine, don't check me. I'll take full advantage of that.
That's the thing. Mixwell was in not just that area, that exact spot.
Yeah.
Like, he was literally on his footprints from the previous round. That flash not quite worked out as it was intended. But either way, they've backed off, not quite found the kill off the back of that. And now we look at bathroom control. This is FPX at the moment, but Meadow, he couldn't be traded on because the...
Oh, no.
Angel finds it eventually.
That was the best option for Panatek. It's just very unfortunate. Xiao trying to find some success with the Hunter's Fury, but it's not going to work out. It's Angel. He's doing everything he can for his team in this round. But is it even going to be enough? Because G2, they've bounced back out of worse situations than this. And Mixwell, through the smoke, finds Xiao looking for more. Misses one, but nearly gets away with a second. Angel is just a solo fragger here, and he now needs to clutch this round out. But Artis proves too strong. And it continues to go the way of G2. They've reset themselves. They've come back with full force and full focus.
Well, 6-0 is definitely full force for G2. They're not giving an inch to FPX. This is just sheer punishment. Artis said it himself, right? That if they lose a map in this, that's a failure in his eyes, in G2's eyes. And they've already lost that map. Imagine what he'd feel if they lost the series. Especially
feeling after the scoreline he put up himself as well.
Yes, absolutely. That is a great point as well. Like we had the talk on the desk. So last time that FPX played G2, Zipan and Xiao had the worst series of their career.
Yep.
In that previous map, Artis had the worst map of his career. I was saying that these teams bring out the best and the worst in each other, it seems.
We're seeing the smiles back on the faces of G2 though, and rightly so. Tactical pause from FunPlus Phoenix, and most likely the coach is chiming in right now, thinking about a different way to approach all of this.
If you're G2, that just gives you even more confidence, though. You're 6-0 up, and they're calling attack pause. You now know, okay, they're running out of ideas. They don't know what we're doing. They don't know how to counter it. So just keep it up. Let's smash them. And this is where, even if they've got some extra depth, some extra aggression they want to attempt, they can come in with that now and just really hammer home the point that they're the better team.
Well, that's what it's all about. FPX got us very excited on Ascent. But have they awoken the sleeping giants in G2? Are they ready to deliver a whole new level when it comes to this? It's just Pistol's going to be here for the FPX side. And Zipan's expecting someone to pop up anytime soon, especially after that flash has gone out from David P.
The flash causing some paranoia in this instance.
Yeah.
But, yeah, when you look at FPX's approach, they are only on pistols. There's not a whole lot you expect, but look at that damage straight away. Artis is lit down heavily. He spots out. He sees no one's there. Okay, so these players have backed off. And there's probably only one or two of them around this area. David P spots out the second, taking down Shadow. There's something else to work around because they've dropped the spike, and Dave, he wants to maintain control, but he only gets himself the second before falling. And so a 4 versus 3 emerges. With Artis still so low, this could get dangerous.
Certainly doable here. It's all on whether Artis can hold on to it. The smoke's going to be deployed. The push out comes through. Zipan low on health, and he tries to throw the grenade out. But Artis looking to challenge from start to finish. He keeps some biddy, and now Meadows all alone. But Piffy's not going to be caught by surprise anytime soon. 7-0 now. G2. They are just looking real comfortable. Not as happy as we've seen in previous games and previous dominant performances, because they know what FPX can deliver. They've said it themselves many times that this FPX squad is the only team that can challenge them.
I feel like this is it's still not a, so the odd thing is G2 Artis is still playing pretty poorly. Like he's definitely not on form. At 7-0, doesn't matter, does it? You can have whatever kind of score. As I said before, you could have players on 0 kills across the board with one guy doing all the fragging. If you're 7-0 up, doesn't matter. But I do wonder, you know, mentality-wise, where Artis is at. If you have 2 slow maps, even if you win that second, I feel like it has to get on your subconscious a little bit. It has to kind of be a weight on you.
Certainly not easy to deal with.
Especially, you know, you remember the point Tom made that coming into this game, across the tournament, Artis was 47 ACS ahead of anyone else, the average combat score. That's massive.
It's a big difference out there. Having that much of a stat line as well, and you're playing like the best teams within the region.
Yeah.
Confidence can be mad high, but the Artis is full of confidence. We're never really worried about it. They're able to soften up at least one of the players here on the FPX side using the Hunter's Fury. And the one thing I'll say about Artis is that confidence is like, I'd never worry about one game, him having a bad game and then just like dropping off. I know that confidence can quickly come back. It takes a few magic moments. We see some players will get affected across a whole series because of it. Look at the slow play from FPX. You can't even get on the site with this, surely. Mixwell's just waiting. He'll wait to hear it go down. Oh, but he can't make it work. But it's Patatek and David P who are going to make it impossible now. Xiao's just ripping a couple of heads off, but that's all he's going to be able to do. And it was just far too slow. We spoke about it many times at FPX, running the clock down. They run it down so far that they make things hard for themselves.
That was something that was mentioned before in a previous FPX game. I think it was versus Liquid. You guys were saying like 15 seconds left a lot of the time when these guys are pushing in. And there you go. Yeah, and you can see the frustration, man.
Yeah.
That's one thing. Shadow does not seem to deal well with frustration, I'll be honest. Like, from what we're seeing, the player cams at least, his table's always shaking. Oh. That's not the accuracy we're looking for.
Definitely not. Right now, though, FunPlus Phoenix have tried everything. Slow plays, fast plays, the smoke plays in. Kind of heavy focus towards A still more than B. But they've been shut down every step of the way. The timeout achieved nothing for them. They had a talk and it didn't get much better from there. This is why I really need Angel to grab the team and say, all right, we're going to go in off my entries. Maybe going for a couple of pre-fire spots. Maybe he tries a few different smokes, right? So you line up the smokes differently. You go in just getting an opening pick. You go in for a different kill. Nice sight once again seems to be the target. The smokes are down. Jipan throwing the grenades up high, but it's a very defensive G2. Currently 2 players backed away in lamps. Mixwell's working his way over with the operator. And how much ground are they going to give to these players? Zipan's fallen straight away. Oh, and it's just domination from Piff. He's up in it, large and in charge. Padatek there to get the refrag in, and it's no problem at all. The spike doesn't even get close. Angel in the back line is catching a flank, but like with the Vandal, he should be the one up charge. He should be the one helping his teammates out.
So again,
I'm not a fan of him not entering.
Well, this is what we know Angel for, right? Entering, getting in there first. But this is another round where even on those pushes forward, it seems like the extra buffs up on Breach, the smokes they've got, it's making no difference on those executes. Because Padatek, he just wrecked them in this instance. Pith gets the first up close. He swings through for a little bit more, and he's just given so much space. Then in this crossfire, Padatek comes out to grab the trade immediately, and it's just as easy as they get. I don't think we could play what Padatek just said on stream, just off some basic lip reading. But it basically, let me summarize, he's very happy.
I would be too. 9-0 up, and you're basically just showing, right, that whatever you can do FPX, even on our map pick, we can do better, and we can do better by a hell of a lot right now.
Thanks. Artis and Mixwell have 4 kills each.
Don't even need to play the game, do they? Just let the teammates do it.
No, they haven't logged in
Look at
today.
these flashes! Forever blind. Oh, he's popping out. Well, he's going to get a few more kills now for his money. Charming in with some success. Can he deal away with Shao on the last bullet? It's all going in favor of G2 right now. Those flashes.
Meta. Just flash, 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 flash. Okay, now we'll fight. It's like all 6 get chucked out before they actually fight. No, Google has decided I was speaking to it for some reason. It likes the flashes as well. A 4K for Artis. Dominant work.
Doubled it up.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. He's like, yeah, Mitch, how many kills I got now, huh? Check it out.
You can't talk against him, right, can you? He's always listening in some way.
But this is what I'm saying, man. Like, Artis and Mixwell having such low kills and then being 9-0 up is just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Like, the fact that 2 players that we look at as the key. You think about this lineup. Artis, highest rated player, dominant as hell, one of the best players in the world for sure. Mixwell, innovative on the operator, so damn strong when it comes down to a lot of these rounds. And they're not even here, and you're still getting smacked. Or they weren't even here. Artis showed up.
But Mixwell having magic moments on ascent, and that didn't lead to anything, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, Padatek. Angel caught slipping. Straight slipping. Far too focused on everything else around him. Zipan's fallen as well, and Mixwell, it's just the whole of G2. Whenever kills can go their way, it certainly is. Okay, there's not much brought up into this, right? You don't expect much from it, but Mitch, we could be looking at a 12-0. That's realistically on the cards right now. This is absolute annihilation.
It's really ruining the hype of the previous game. We get FPX come through. We're like, is this the time that G2 finally get beaten? Did Banks curse them enough have his Witch Doctor
Told you I'm not
classes
a
been
curse.
taken? You obviously didn't ace your Witch Doctor classes, Banks, because this is
It's only you two. It's like you two are playing Voodoo Doll with me. You and Tom. You've got a little Voodoo Doll, right? And I'm like, I'm being forced to have some curse that I don't even believe in. I'm completely anti all of this stuff. I'm a positive force to be reckoned with. A positive being of gleaming strength and love and happiness.
just pure energy, pure positive
Yeah.
energy.
Yeah,
Look
but
at this
it's
final
in
round.
there as well.
So there was an opening kill there for G2 going down, but there's still a lot of ults in play. There was the Hunter's Fury removed, which is a bit of a downside. But they've still got the potential, huge potential in this round, as they push in. So that Boombot might not trip the wire, actually. We'll get a little bit more progress before it does. Nope. Coming right back out. They destroy it, though, start to move forward. Now the rotates are on the way after that tripwire got the lead and made through. Oh, no, it's the ult instead. Got to be careful over towards elbow. Patatek down. That's a good start.
The ult's being used as well. Isn't able to get any kills on the board for him. Piff's working his way around, but will he expect it? He's heard some noise. Tries to spam it away. We'll be able to back away. More flashes coming out towards him, but the rest of his team are putting in the work that they need. Shadow may have got one kill, but he's all alone with that spike on the floor. He's going to have to put in some serious work, but it's not possible. G2 achieve the 12-0 dream. They make a statement against FPX and show them how it's done. FPX, it's their map pick, and they look lost. They look dumbfounded. They look completely down and out of it. And even when some of the rounds were going those ways, well, it's G2 doing G2 things once again. We go into a break as always, Mitch, and when we come back, we'll be trying to see if FPX can get out of this rut. To force him to take the attack going in there, but it just didn't work out. Oh, this shot. What? Oh, Link.
Wow. Just so they can feel a little bit confident about no flanks coming through. They've got mid control after walking up short, but look at Link. He's playing the jet shorty. I love it. I absolutely love it.
Oh, he just...
You are under a misconception that you are our most valuable asset. You are not. Oh my God. Who do you think you are?
I'm Stormfront. I'm the new girl.
No, it.
What do we do now?
This is a war.
We're gonna take her down.
I think this is going great.
Out of there, and he does escape with 13 health. To try and run away from it if they want to have a convincing win here. Because Big have shown that they can be, well, the Germans, I'm just calling them Big off the bat now, right? Just got 2 players on it, just throw it out there. Just give them the free promotion on the charity game. Sonic starting off really strong. God. There we go. Now it's coming into full effect. And he's got the ult once again.
All this presence he's making in towards the window really gets him nothing. Maybe he can catch Sonic's off guard, or maybe it's going to be the opposite way around. Sonic's being heard reloading, but he's looking the right way, and he's aced this one. Closing it out, fist bumps in the air.
He hears it, he sees it, but he can't fire any shots just yet. He'll start off with 1, but he needs a lot more than that. Waits for his team's backup, but Patatek's there to take the fight. Xiao's going to be able to do 1 better for now, but it's still an even Stevens duel. Angel! What sheriff shots?
How has he done that? That's just ridiculous. They died almost instantly.
Oh.
You have to remember, your rate of fire is massively reduced then as well. Look at David B. Even he's like...
FPX on split.
This was so good. The volley came through. He took so much damage, I thought it was over, but the nade, he bounces it perfectly to Angel's feet. And that is a close round. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Looker is the unluckiest man alive.
Some people say 3 is the magic number, but you might say it's 12 as G2 dominate FPX, not allowing them to get a single round. And to be honest, it wasn't even close. Smiles on their faces all around. G2 back in full form and full force. They want to make a statement here, and I don't think they care if it's 13-0 or 13-2 or 13-3 or whatever it's going to be, because right now there is no way G2 can see themselves losing this. Not even my curse can make that happen.
The curse of Bangs. G2 tweeted about it. They were asking, was it going to be enough to take them down? Well, not on this map. That's for damn sure. Tom made the point that G2 had never beaten FPX when it came... Sorry, FPX had never beaten G2 when it came to Bind, and you can see that that probably isn't going to be changing anytime soon. This has been dominant start to finish, and G2, well, they're looking to finish it, moving to the B site, and they've already got all the control as they move right into the back of the site.
And the quick rotations come straight in from FPX. They're not messing about. One player trying to still hang around A just in case, but is there any point at this stage? Now the rotation is fully underway. A few players tagging up Mixwell there, but Xiao is going to start off strong. This is exactly what FPX needs, but can they move on it? Angel coming from the side. He's moved around elbow. This could be their chance. It's exactly what they need. Oh, but Mixwell up close and personal, but he needs a hell of a lot more than that. FPX, they've got the numbers. They've got the control. They just need to find the final 2 players. Both have full health, and G2 aren't going to make it happen. The pistol round goes to FPX. They're not going down without a fight, and they had to win that round. They have to win every single round just to take us to overtime. It's good. It's a lot better. And finally, there's a smile on these players' face. That's the first time, because I was starting to worry about some of them. The cameras look like they were about to cry.
I don't blame them. This has been a punishment of a first half. Just like that timeline is just depressing. It is just not just because it's a line of red. Look at how many times there was anything that could be done. Defuses, 3 of them. 3 times G2 had to retake. Every other time, they either killed everybody or they won based on the timer running out. That is insane.
Full force push through. They're going to go through the teleport and potentially... No, they're going to continue on round to the A site. They're not getting the kills, but they might try and get the spike down. Look at this. This is a crazy run around. We're just pushing into spawn by the looks of it. All right. I'm confused by the attempt here, G2. It's very unorthodox, but, you know, it's working.
I'm not even going to try to... I'm not even going to try to suggest what was going through their heads at this point. I think logic might be completely out of the question in this one. They are just coming in to try and...
I saw them jumping right as they went to push into the site. I'm like, oh, maybe they just hop in the teleport. We played to, like, run around the whole map. But no, they just went for the craziest play ever. Straight up in your face, straight up in spawn.
When you're 12-1 up, you can do whatever the hell you want. In my book, when the rifles come out, that's when you need to play. And this is it.
Quickly wanted to get into the rifles, didn't they?
What have FPX actually gone for? I see a Spectre still in play. That's a dangerous game. I mean, you cannot play for...
Whoa! Hello, Shadow. He's tagged up Mixroll quite heavily as well. Nice work from him. The grenades coming out from Zipan. But still, G2, they're trying to win it out. Oh, wow. Shadow back in full form and full force. Is it going to be enough, though? 2 players left to find. Padatek's pretty damn low. You can't catch a break. Shadow single-handedly wrecking him as much as possible. Eventually, he will fall, but Piff's all alone. It's a 1v3. He has been Mr. Consistent other than that one game. In general, Piff's just been a wreck. Every time he's got close to someone, he's been destroying them.
Small little details, but they do make a difference. He's picking up his tripwires as he goes just to minimize investment into the next round. Of course, they can be quite costly if you're buying 2 every single round. In the end, it doesn't even matter. As he falls after trying so hard. But he's lost it all. Lost the weapon, lost the round. 12-3, though. The one thing they haven't lost is the advantage.
Well, it's going to take a long time for them to lose the advantage. That could perfectly get them to a position where they might lose the game. 1 round is all they need, and Okay, and that one they got shut out of it, but Shadow was just like completely dialed in, right? Spamming through smokes, managing to make it work.
Yeah, Shadow had one hell of a round. Repeatable though, Banks. That's just what I need to see. See, the thing is, in these kind of games, when it's 12-0, 12-3, whatever it is, this much favor towards one team, I don't care if you win the round. If you don't do it cleanly, if you don't have 3+ players left alive at the end of every single round, I think you're going to lose. Because eventually, that 1vx is going to happen. Eventually, that 2v2 isn't going to go your way. And you lose. You lose the game off the back of that. It's like a 50-50 scenario. So you can't really... can't rely on just winning a round. You got to win it convincingly so you can do the next one and the next one. And this is it. I mean, the opening duels so far have been very convincing. Granted, they're not up against the best of buys, but still.
And the thing is, it's just one wrong mistake from FPX that's going to cost them, right? If you over-rotate, you get too aggressive into a few pistols or something crazy, it's just, it cannot happen. It needs to be played flawlessly, and that pressure's on your shoulders the whole time throughout this game. Oh, Mixwell, he's dashed on in. They're not sure where he is. Zipan is able to stay alive, is able to get a kill in here, but this is very scary for them to deal with. Zipan's in the back lines, but there's players all around him. The recon's going to go up. The Sova ult's coming in play as well, but G2, could they potentially doing this off the back of pistols? Surely not. The spike's going to go down. And Shao, he's an incredible young man, but he's got a lot to do in this round. Piff is quite low. He's able to get the kill onto David P. Shao saving the day. A 3K for him off the back of his ultimate being used. He's going to go back and grab that operator because it was a costly round for sure, but that is so scary. It should have never got to that, and we spoke about mistakes being made. Well, there was many in it. Mixwell dashed on forward, and Angel didn't even react in time. It was Zipan that had to jump fast on it.
You know, in a round like that, again, we got to just quickly swing in the point. Repeatable. You know, you're up against pistols. 2v1.
Oh, boy.
Should never happen. But look at that shot. The second as well. So clean by Shao. I love it. I know Pith was low, but still, to flick over in time, he was 70 HP. I was never believing in that for a second. I was ready to get back on cam and get the analyst segment done and dusted. But this guy, he believed in it all the way, and I love it. The Shao show. Really... You know, it is better to lose 13-4 than 13-3. And every step of the way, right back up to a 12-12 scoreline. You can have that in your head, you know? Okay, we're going to lose this game. We're probably going to lose, right? But, because you got to be realistic with your expectations. But, let's not lose as badly. And at least then, coming into the next map, you can have a little bit more confidence. You get 13-0, It's hard to have confidence. It's hard to say, hey, you know, it was just a couple rounds here or there. Like, no, it was everything. Everything was wrong. But if you manage to make that comeback, yeah, it's just one half.
Oh, the ult's going to be popped. He's going to full force into this one with the weapons in the hands. Oh, Piff! That is huge! The missed shot with the operator, then he slaps a couple of them around, but Zipan looking to pop the ult. They would have heard it, would have known what's going on. Meadows there for backup. Two deadly players left on the FPX side, but Panatek is ready and waiting for it. All on Meadow. Another 1vx situation for FPX to deal with to stay alive. Could it be too much? He's checking all the corners, and Panatek finishes him off 13-4. The dominance from FPX was not going to be seen in this map. They looked so good on Ascent, but G2 went with the 12-0. Okay, yes, we saw a bit of a little mountain comeback off the back of a pistol, but 4 rounds, it's not really enough. Now, Mitch, you touched on the point, right, of saying, oh, it can be either way. If you get a few rounds, you start to feel like, okay, we've got some confidence. But sometimes you feel like you can make it, and then you hurt even more with having it ripped away from you. We're going to have to find out how it's all going down going into the next map, which is going to be back to G2's pick. Was FPX going to have to find that form and come back in style if they want to hang on this final anymore? We'll be going to a break, and when we come back, we'll be back with a desk. To force him to take the attack going in there, but it just didn't work out. Oh, this shot. What? Oh, Link.
Wow. Just so they can feel a little bit confident about no flanks coming through. They've got mid control after walking up short, but look at Link. He's playing the jet shorty. I love it. I absolutely love it.
Oh, he just dashes and puts the smoke down. He's still going to hang around. Oh, he's avoided that. They might not expect this. It works out perfectly. He's getting both of them. Link.
For market on that one and just happened to hit him in the spawn as well. Worked out really well. Scream just swings in like, bonjour, how you doing? I'm gonna just take you down real quick. Come on, ça va? Not too good anymore, my friend. Look at this. He just goes, I'll just check the corner. Why not? What else would he be doing? There's no other angles to check.
To play with. Cryptic's looking to lead the charge and push on up. The turret's up high. They'll easily deal with it. But this could be huge from Ryan. This could be the thing that saves them. Tries to make it work. Committed the ult. Comes in with a spray, but Link still deals with it. Operator in hand, they've only got hips to find, but is his position going to be checked? He starts with a spam, he's got himself 2 and hip! It's incredible! He holds strong!
2 bullets later.
All the bait as well, because Link's there with the shorty. Is he going to be checked by the drone, or Reyna deals with it? If this isn't checked, Link is going to do some serious damage. One goes down, and the second! Link with the shorty plays again. He's going to try and get out of there, and he does escape with 13 health. To try and run away from it if they want to have a convincing win here. Because Big have shown that they can be, well, the Germans, I'm just calling them Big off the bat now, right? Just got 2 players on it, just throw it out there. Just give them the free promotion on the charity game. Sonic starting off really strong. There we go. Now it's coming into full effect. And he's got the ult once again.
All this presence he's making in towards the window really gets him nothing. Maybe he can catch Sonic's off guard, or maybe it's going to be the opposite way around. Sonic's being heard reloading, but he's looking the right way, and he's aced this one. Closing it out, fist bumps in the air.
He hears it, he sees it, but he can't fire any shots just yet. He'll start off with 1, but he needs a lot more than that. Waits for his team's backup, but Patatak's there to take the fight. Shao's going to be able to do 1 better for now, but it's still an even Stevens duel. Angel, what sheriff shots?
How has he done that? That's just ridiculous. They died almost instantly.
Oh.
You have to remember, your rate of fire is massively reduced then as well. Look at David P. Even he's like...
FPX on split.
This was so good. The volley came through. He took so much damage, I thought it was over, but the nade, he bounces it perfectly to Angel's feet. And that is a close round. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Looker is the unluckiest man alive.
It almost looked too easy for G2 as they still bind in a near flawless victory and prove why they still see themselves as the top dogs in Europe. A role reversal as both teams take one another's map pick, and we're guaranteed to be going to Haven. But before we can jump into that, we've of course got to break down what on earth happened in that last map. Tom, it was a completely different story from map number 1, and I want to even begin to break down why and how G2 managed to do that coming off that initial loss.
I think Patatek on this map, like, it's something I sort of like to highlight with this battle between him and Angel, and it's sort of the reason that if you talk about a win condition for FPX, a lot of the time I talk about Angel, because both of them like to try and control that mid portion of the, or I guess a short portion of the map, as they try and get a little bit aggressive. Pat got away with way too much around that A side. Like, we saw multiple rounds where he would push into that sort of short side cubby and be able to get a multi-frag a couple of times. In fact, in some of the, I think it was like round 4 or 5, they just didn't check it. They was just sat in the corner. They got baited in by Mixwell. They saw Jet and were just, we've got to take him down, and Patatek was just lurking in the corner. And he was able to do that throughout the map, like getting pushed into long, getting aggressive. So much so that one of the stats that was really interesting to me, I don't know if you spotted this, Mitch, 8 rounds, right? Doesn't sound anything too interesting. 8-0 scoreline, something we saw. Well, round 8 was actually the first time that Piff died, because throughout that match, he actually didn't have much to do, because they put so much pressure on that A side of the map, and he was so good at staying alive on B that it was that round where he gets a double kill and then gets traded. That was one of his, I think that was his second death of the whole match. It was just too simplistic, and with David P and Patatech just getting aggressive and getting multi-frags in almost every single round, they just didn't shut those two players down. And I said it on the first map, they needed to shut down Pat. Maybe they forgot about it on the second.
That was a
we want to talk about that defensive side as well from G2, because we were saying it earlier, obviously an almost flawless run for G2 on the entire map, but a completely flawless run on that defensive side. Do you agree with Tom's sentiments there, Mitch, about why G2 were just so solid on the defense?
No, I completely disagree. I think FPX were amazing here, and that, obviously there's not much else you could really point to. Like, Pat got 20 kills, he dominated, he was 5 for 2 in opening duels. Even the stats show it, and it was tangible throughout the game. This guy was untouchable, but so were the entirety of this team, essentially. And to me, when you see Mixwell in a position where he's not doing much and you're getting slapped around, it doesn't feel too good. It doesn't look good for what you're going to be able to do later on. I mean, there was even the moment where Mixwell's on short, or mid, excuse me. He was pushed up in the cubby, right? He misses the shot. He dashes away, pops the smoke down, didn't even take a lick of damage. He was out of there, no problem. They were just given so much space on the G2 side, and
now that there's a Sage nerf coming out. But Tom, what was his impact like in this game? Because we saw from the scoreboard, he was second top fragging on the server.
He was a menace. I think that's the only way to put it. Like, even from the very beginning of the game, like, just using his own flash to set himself up and get a double kill with the shorty. Like, he was irritating, and that's basically, I think, the best way to describe David P across his whole career within Valorant. Is he's one of the people I can safely say I would least like to play against, and not just because of like his individual skill, which is obviously there, or the agents that he picks. It's just that the manner in which he seems to kill people would just make me want to punch a hole in my desk, because there's just moments like, for example, there was a round where he solo pushed B long and just basically flashed himself out, kills 2 people, and then just walks away, and you're like, no, that's just not fair. Like, you can't do that. Or even sometimes he'll do the same thing and just stick around. Like, he'll just be like, yeah, I'm going to give it another go. Like, if I die at this point, it doesn't really matter. I've got 4 amazing teammates behind me anyway. And after a while, it's just got to get in your head. Like, there's also the tweet that Zipan just pushed out where he flashed B-Long 3 times in a row. He did, like, and it was only after that third flash the artist then peaked. Like, you're blind for a full, like, 8 or 9 seconds, and David P, you can tell he's just sat on the other side just giggling to himself. It just irritate the hell out of me.
Artist labeled David P as a nuisance before we came into this game, and yes, that is definitely the way I would be describing him throughout that map. It's going to be very interesting to see what he's going to bring to the next map, which is of course going to be Haven. Again, G2's map pick going into this, and I think there were some quite interesting stats, Tom, coming into this next map.
Yeah, we've actually not seen these two teams play against each other, and considering we've now seen a couple of series, I don't think it's overly surprising, considering I think it's a bit further down both teams' map pool, especially with like Liquid having such a good, strong Haven. A lot of teams just have decided to ban it out. At the same time, even if you're just looking at pure numbers, which I know Mitch loves to do as well, there's still 12-3 on this map, an 80% win rate. And sure, you've had some losses here and there to the likes of Party Parrots, but the fact that I'm talking about Party Parrots sort of shows that it's not very regular that we see them lose this map.
Yeah, indeed. I do want to touch upon this before we head to a quick break, Mitch. If you're FPX, you have literally one more chance to take this to the final map of Split. What should they be focusing in on to make sure that G2 don't just take away that one again like they did on that map?
You know, I feel like a lot of the time we saw a lack of confidence really after the first 6 or 7 rounds come into play. And what I mean by that is that FBX, they played a very passive style. They tried to find mistakes from G2 rather than landing their own openings. And I think a major part of that was the fact that Angel got picked apart so many times in the early round, meaning they didn't have smokes to try and get their execute in. Then they got a little bit afraid of doing that. I need to see them come back in. I need to see them play confident. This is a map that, to me, FPX have never been good on. I don't like them on it. They're very inconsistent. And when it comes down to playing G2 on it, to try and win the series or give yourself a chance at another map to then win the series, this is somewhere that a lack of confidence could definitely seep in. So I want to see them with smiles on their faces from game 1.
It's going to be a hard-fought battle indeed. And of course, we'll be getting into Haven, map number 3 of this best of 5 grand final after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
To force him to take the attack going in there, but it just didn't work out. Oh, this shot. What? Oh, Link.
Wow. Just so they can feel a little bit confident about no flanks coming through. They've got mid control after walking up short, but look at Link. He's playing the jet shorty. I love it. I absolutely love it.
När du ska prestera ditt bästa kan små justeringar göra stor skillnad. Varje rörelse, varje vinkel. Och när du rakar dig är det ingen skillnad. Gilettes rakhyvlar är utformade för att anpassa sig till ansiktets konturer. Så oavsett vad som väntar får du alltid ett perfekt resultat. Gillette.
Link's there with the shorty. Is he going to be checked by the drone, or Reyna deals with it? If this isn't checked, Link is going to do some serious damage. One goes down, and the second. Link with the shorty plays again. He's going to try and get out of there, and he does escape with 13 health. To try and run away from it if they want to have a convincing win here. Because Big have shown that they can be, well, the German side, I'm just calling them Big off the bat now, right? Just got 2 players on it, just throw it out there. Just give them the free promotion on the charity game. Exotic started off really strong. There we go. Now it's coming into full effect. And he's got the ult once again.
All this presence he's making in towards the window really gets him nothing. Maybe he can catch Sonic's off guard, or maybe it's going to be the opposite way around. Sonic's been heard reloading, but he's looking the right way, and he's aced this one, closing it out. Fist bumps in the air.
He hears it, he sees it, but he can't fire any shots just yet. He'll start off with 1, but he needs a lot more than that. Waits for his team's backup, but Patatak's there to take the fight. Xiao's going to be able to do 1 better for now, but it's still an even Stevens duel. Angel! What sheriff shots?
How has he done that? That's just ridiculous. They died almost instantly.
Oh.
You have to remember, your rate of fire is massively reduced then as well. Look at David P. Even he's like...
FPX on split.
This was so good. The volley came through. He took so much damage, I thought it was over, but the nade, he bounces it perfectly to Angel's feet. And that is a close round. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Looker is the unluckiest man alive.
The pressure is on for FPX. Only 1 more map separates them from elimination here at the Blast Twitch Invitational. The lifeline comes in the form of Haven, but it may not be much of a lifeline, gentlemen, as this is G2's pick, no less. But it's going to come down to the agent picks, isn't it, James?
Oh, yes, it will do. Standard stuff of what we expect from FPX. It's more on the G2 side that we'll look to see if there's any great difficult change up in there. Piff's going to be on his Cypher. Artist likely, yep, Sova, no problem at all. And David P, does he go for the Breach or does he go for the Sage? The Breach is still going to stay in play. We like what we see. It worked out well. And G2, they've got some massive momentum.
Tom, very quickly before we jump into this one, do you think FPX have any chance of taking it? And what do you think they need to be doing if they will?
I think it's going to be a rough one, but I think, again, like, shut down the aggression. David P is going to push him. Make sure you stop him. Maybe then they have a little bit of a chance.
I'm also interested to see what you're thinking about this one, Mitch. Seeing those agents come out, it's kind of what we expected. And maybe it might be G2 taking it over the line as we head into map number 3 of the series.
Quite possibly. It really could be. Don't worry, Mitch, I was going to let you answer a bit of that because Fred did kind of throw a question to you, but you just sat there and blanked out. So I'll allow you to have your little moment, as this moment could be the last moment we have here of the Blast Twitch Valorant Invitational. This was a best of 5, and FPX showed us something we hadn't seen from them before. It was an incredibly dominant performance against the best team in Europe. They were trying to challenge the Giants in G2. We're now on Haven, which has always been a pretty good map for FPX, but you're going up against the likes of G2, and can anything be a good map when you're trying to take on these Titans?
Well, only time's going to tell if FPX have got what it takes to bring this across the line. I just want a massive shout out to Zipan for not picking Phoenix like they did versus Skate. That one gave me an aneurysm, so I'm very happy that he's just sticking down at what he's good at.
As we look at what he's good at, though.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, headshot.
Now Zipan, right? Obviously, his Twitter has just blown up massively because everyone is amazed by the breach flashes. That's what you were alluding to there, Mitch. For G2 right now, 3v5, and I don't think any amount of flashes will help them in this one. Harder trying to sneak his way in, but he's going to have to back away from that. Isn't caught by it, which is a solid push for him. Might be able to try and sneak around, but the paranoia comes out. He can't see anything, and Angel's just doming heads everywhere he goes. Now we're going to see FPX go on the hunt. They want to get these last 2 kills in, and David P is hoping someone might fall for his trap. He's got the shorty in hand. He's looking to do some serious damage. It's Angel who's going to meet first, but he's got backup from Shadow as well. And this is what FPX needed. Some sort of a mental reset to come back into a game after being demolished on your pick. And remember, to me, Haven is always a middle ground because it's one of the most played maps. It's one of the most comfortable maps for many teams.
Yeah, it can definitely be that middle ground. And for both of these teams, yeah, I've seen quite a lot from FPX that was good. And then a couple of games that I'm just scratching my head going, how the hell did you lose that? Like, the one I always go back to when we saw them versus Skate, I said the same thing. AOXE, they lost 13-4. Who are AOXE? And how have FPX lost to them? Like, these kind of things, I'm starting scratching my head going, is this a good map for you or not? Please make your mind up. Because I don't know.
It's a true 50-50 depending on which FPX shows up, but this is a very different FPX from what we've seen before, at least on Ascent, and I just need their confidence to stay up as Fifth being very cautious. We're seeing the force-up count out from G2. They don't want to allow FPX much to work with in this one.
Has he just headbutt that nade back at them? It looked like he actually just went in and went, nade? Just headed it back. Go on, you eat it.
It's a good tactic. I'm all down for it. Unless it explodes in your face and you go, errors were made.
Yeah, just start kicking nades back at them. Hey, you know what? You go and take it. Try and nade me.
Mate, that's adding a whole next level skill mechanic to the game. Ooh, okay. They've spotted now that there's at least 3 players on scene. They seemingly still want to challenge it, and it's going to go their way. But Mixwell, that's huge. He picks up 3 kills, and he's given them an opportunity. The force-up could be working out for him. Spike will go down, and FPX, they've really got to make some magic happen here. Shadow's going to upgrade to the Bulldog, but is the Bulldog going to be enough? They're trying to check their corners as Artis is going to go and get as much information as possible with both players showing. And the fact that Angel doesn't have a weapon here, this is scary, but he's the headshot machine continuing. The flashes come out towards him. He's going to back away from the first one. The second delivers. He's trying to turn. He's trying to make it happen. He's trying to keep some cover going on as well, but there's just too many players around him. G2 get it done. And now we're looking at 1-1.
Tying them up. FPX here, they get off to that pistol round. You're like, okay, here we go. Never mind. Yeah, slap back immediately. And it's Mixwell in this round.
Yeah. Here we go.
Hey, nice heady back. Come on. Take your nade. Come on.
Mate, that's the new tactic. We're going to try that in many of our games from now on.
I wonder, can you like jump, if it's above you, jump and like heady it up higher in the air? I was just wondering. I was like, that didn't bounce off a wall. That must have been his face.
And the way it's a cypher head, you just get that ting.
Yeah. Oh man. Well, that was. If that had killed someone, I'd laugh my ass off. Oh, you should get the kill if you heady it back at them.
Yeah, you take this like now it's mine.
I've thrown the nade.
The power play. That's the real alpha move, isn't it? Full chat mode. Well, that's an alpha move as well. Alpha aggression from David P. He'll take some more control here as well.
David P. ever harassing those back lines, and he's around the side, but he's missed the shots. That was a little bit dangerous, un petit peu dangereux, as he would say, but he's able to get out of there safely, duck away into the alley, and he's not running for the hills. Even against pistols, this man's still staying aggressive.
And on the breach, he constantly does this. How many times do we see him get aggressive on breach? We saw it last time around, and now he's got artists to back him up. The confidence is sky high. Yeah, they're only against pistols, but this is all about what G2 like to do. Get in the heads of these players. Because we spoke to artists about it, right? He's aware that a lot of the FPX players don't have the same level of experience of playing in these high-pressure games, in this high-pressure situation. For now, for him, he didn't before going into VALORANT, but now he's getting used to it, and look at his confidence. If they can try and put him down, they know that that's giving him a bit of an advantage when it comes to the mental state of play.
Shadow must be at a huge disadvantage in every fight he takes. It looks like he lives in a high percentage earthquake zone. Every time we switch to this dude, his whole house is shaking.
Like, do you know what? Like, he's Swedish. Go to IKEA, buy one of those strong desks, you know? Like, ones with the legs that aren't going to wobble like that might help you out a bit. Even that, he's got a bit of rhyme time in there. His legs supposedly always shaking.
Well, I could see both his hands, so I don't know what's happening with Shadow. I don't know what his excuses are.
Got a helping hand instead, you know? He's making it work that way.
Oh, no. Okay. Sorry, Ryan. It's you'll live it down.
Yeah, Ryan already hates that everyone pointed it out in the first place. It's a little shaky leg. It's a dance for Ryan, and right now David P might be dancing into a lot of fire. He's going to have to back away, but he can't escape that. FPX now going to go for the full charge ahead. Padatech, he can hear what's going on, but there's not much he can do about it. Good shock darts going up here, and it's going to do a nice bit of damage. Only softens up Zipan, though. Not going to put him down. Azard's going to have to try and escape that. Padatech's fallen in the meantime, and G2, they're struggling to gain control of this site. FPX, still with 5 players alive, is looking real good for him. Mixwell and Piff came late to the party. Oh, and they just can't see anything. The smokes continue to go down. Yeah, save time.
Yeah, definitely. Time to back out of there. There's nothing else you can really do in this situation. And for G2, yeah, it's not going to be upsetting. It's not going to be too deflating, really. They've come into this half with at least a little bit of power. But I think they'll be upset that they haven't managed to take any weapons away from FPX. That's really where the downside of this round lies.
Yeah, that's it, right? You kept 5 alive. They comfortably all exit from the same area. No chance of an opportunity to get any frags out there, and FPX was smart enough not to go hunting for any of these G2 players. You're not in a position to do so just yet.
It's been a really topsy-turvy series in the sense that, you know, for Ascent to go the way of FPX, that really caught us off guard.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden they come in and they look like they forgot to log on or turn their monitors on the second map. G2 just wrecked them. And now, like, they're in a position where, okay, they've got to win the next 2 maps to close out the series and win the tournament. The final Ignition series of the EU region. And that made sense. This is what we expected. FPX, like, coming into Haven, this is a scoreline that we could definitely see happening. It's just the way that they won each other's maps was not expected in the slightest.
Now Mixwell, he's got backup from Piff here. Trying to find an opportunity and straight away deals with Zipan. That's a big scalp to take. FPX trying to fire back through the doors. Cage is going to go out as well, which is perfect for just backing away from. No extra information going to be had there as Angel deals away with the dart. But the control that G2 have now is huge. Instant reply from Mixwell to put the smoke down. Angel trying to tap away through it. Oh no, a lot of damage goes out towards the breach. That's less than ideal. Shadow got tagged up heavily. The rest of G2 can fall back, and okay, some damage has gone towards Mixwell, but they've still got the numbers in their favor. Oh no, Angel, you're not checking it. They're too busy getting ready for the setup, and they don't even have a chance to get set up. The same thing happens to Shadow, and it's all going in favor of G2. Shao's trying to soften it up and even up the numbers. But it's a little bit too late now. The time is just running out. You're never getting in there.
No, there's no way. Saving over these weapons is the only way that FPX find any sort of success out of this round. And again, another good answer back by G2. I feel like, oh, that's a risky push out to grab. Was it even to grab a weapon pick? I don't know. That was a bit wild. When I look at the position that they're in, the bank, so I want to get your opinion on this one, because obviously you've got some professional play under your belt, if you can remember back to 19.
Here we go.
And,
Here we go. Of course.
When you're in a position that FPX are in, that they're down a map, about to lose the series if they lose this one, and you end up trading rounds back and forth, to me that feels like it's going to feel pretty bad, because it's like the tension just creeps up and up while G2 are just sat back kind of relaxing in their hammocks.
It's one of those things, right? It depends on the state of the team and the mental side of things. Because, like, you mentioned it in the previous game, but we didn't really get to talk about it. It's like, is it better for them to mount a comeback in a way and then lose anyway and feel like, oh, okay, we got something done? Or is it better to get it over with? Like, for me personally, if I'm playing it, it's like, I'd rather just get wrecked, move on to the next game, and then you save yourself a bit of energy, right? You just go, cool, we didn't have a chance in that one, let's come back stronger in the next. But some people actually like the idea of, like, getting a bit more pumped up, getting that adrenaline running, and then going into the next game thinking, look, we nearly even come back after such a deficit. So it really depends on the mentality of players on how they approach these kind of things. That's what makes it so difficult.
Yeah, I think it's always interesting to me, because it's like, there's basically the statistical element and the human element behind it. It's like you're saying about, you'd prefer to just get it, save the energy, get it out of the way, let's just get the next map started, and we'll bounce back there. Whereas obviously, if you do manage to bring it back to a 13-10, if you look at it from a bookmaker's perspective, from a purely analytical, statistical standpoint, you're far more likely to win the next map if you lose 13-10 than if you lose 13-0. Like, odds are way more in your favor. They're not in your favor, but they're way more in your favor with the closer scoreline. But like, that's the thing. It's like, well, okay, but maybe you've expended all your energy to get that 13-10, and now you come into the next one, you're kind of a little bit more laggy, you're more tired, and that's where it can really hit you. So yeah, I guess it's kind of the clash of the two sides, and down to really what kind of player you are and what kind of team you are.
Well, look at other games, right? See how many times we've seen tournaments, and even in VALORANT tournaments themselves, it'll be like, really close first game, one team wins it, really close second game, and then you see both teams get onto the third map, and it's sometimes going to be about who's got the stamina left within them. Sometimes when you have these blowout games, it's like one team wins their map, picks super blowout, the other team wins their map, picks super blowout, and then you get this amazing third and final decider, because it's like they're both fully charged, they both quickly ran through it, and it's like, now we'll meet in the middle, and then we get to see the full extent of it all.
Yeah, no, I've seen that a lot. I've seen exactly what you're describing the second one. Anyways, the two really quick games, like each team trades it back. Obviously, I'm going into Counter-Strike territory, but it'd be like 16-5s each side. And then you come into the final map, and it's a really close, really grueling game. Maybe you see some OTs come through. So, yeah, I'm with you on that 100%. It's always an interesting conversation to me, and I guess we'll find out what side FPX are in terms of the trading back rounds argument, if they can keep themselves in it. Because to me, it feels like G2 are just moments away, rounds away from just running away with it. And what's David P doing there? He's running forward, flashing as he goes, but luckily, no charges pressed against him. He's able to just bail on back towards the A site, and even rotating further over towards B after.
He loves to get aggressive, but Patatek's also getting aggressive, and he won't be able to do much from here. Mixwell right on the edge of the smoke. Oh, straight in with the knives. First headshot delivered. He's looking for more. Goes up in the air, but they're ready and waiting for him. FPX expected it. They know how Mixwell likes to play it. Already waiting outside. He went in full charge. But that full charge wasn't charged up enough. No Super Saiyan mode for Mixwell this time. And Piff, do you know what? Up until the finals, I've been so impressed with him. Super, like, just playing out of his mind, much better than we'd seen in previous tournaments.
Yep.
And he's had a couple of these games now. It's been slow starts for him.
Yep, the previous map definitely wasn't one that I would take into consideration, but the one before, first map, he had 2 kills in the halftime on Ascent. If I'm not misremembering, had a slightly better second half, but still only finished on 7. It was a really rough series from him, or at least map from him. And I 100% agree with you. He's been one that we've sung his praises again and again. You look at the opening games from G2, he was just smashing players out. But really, you know, it's performing under pressure. It's performing in moments like this when you come to a grand final. You need to be reliable for your team, and right now, he's having a tough time.
A slower round coming out from FPX this time around. They're waiting to see if anyone else is going to get aggressive on FPX. Wow. Nice use of the paint there. A lot of damage done to David P. Now, Sardis needs to try and even up these numbers a bit. He starts to see the push coming through. Luckily, Mixwell's already decided to rotate over. Angel coming in with a teleport, and he's gone up high. He's going to jump straight down, but into the clutches of Ardis. It's a straight refrag coming in there, but Angel, you don't want to give away opportunities like that.
Well, we're now in a spot in a 2v4 retake that I don't even expect to see G2 moving towards this site. Although they are walking on forward. That drone's already cleared out this angle, but they're still watching it. Zipan was cautious on 1-for-1 trades. Are they still going for this? Patatek wants the 1v3. He thinks he can win it. He's had to back away after the flash, and it looks like that is going to be the end of his run at the retake. Although I still feel like they stuck around maybe a little bit too long.
He was hoping someone might overextend or poke on into it. But not this time around. FPX are trying to play it as smart as possible. They know how difficult it is to deal with G2's attacking side on this map. They've seen many teams on the receiving end of it. It's a much more even game, though, from these two to start off with here. This is much more what we expected.
It's what we hoped for, definitely. After the double 13-3 that they initially clashed on, I was quite worried that G2 would just dominate this series. Then Ascent goes to FPX, and it's looking like the inverse might be true. But here we are. We're at a position where G2 are obviously ahead, as you'd expect. But they're struggling. 4-3. Patatek having a slower game. Pith having a slower series. This isn't the time that you want players to disappear on you. As I said, it's all about consistency, and these are the moments that your team needs you more than ever. And we haven't really seen that from G2, where a couple of players drop off coming into important games. I think FPX are doing a pretty phenomenal job with this slow, grueling playstyle on the attacking side. They're really punishing G2 for any of the mistakes that they're making and causing them to constantly question themselves. I want to make a point here, James. Nobody's pushed forward on G2. We're now a minute in the round when we see Mixwell eventually peek over towards the A site. But up until now, there's been nothing from them. And they're usually a very proactive and very early aggressive team.
Shells went out but didn't find anything. Angel pushed up. It's a back and forth battle. A lot of G2 have already got themselves into the site, but is it even going to be enough? They're trading out, and Shao looks to deliver some more. David P wants to sneak up on it. The spike only just about to be planted. Mixwell's hoping to be given an opportunity. They're ready and waiting for this push to come through. Nice positioning from Meadow there. Oh, the trade-off and the swing, but Mixwell onto Shao. That was a beautiful shot, but it's just not enough. And finally, we see FPX a pace, but go towards the C site and then have a lot of focus towards A and B. And this was, again, very back and forth, very chaotic, coming down to some real close encounters.
That was a... we ran out of battery. That was a serious jaw dropper shot from Mixwell. I mean, that genuinely dropped my jaw just instinctively. That was
I didn't think he hit it. I had to look up. I was like, huh?
Yeah, I have no idea how he hit it either. That's the thing. Like, just watching that, just going, no, he couldn't have hit that. He couldn't have gotten the shot off even. It was so damn good. But 5-3. Position for FPX, ever improving. You know, the attacking side of this map can be clocking up about 7 rounds. It's reasonable. G2 have got to feel somewhat comfortable, but it's now about getting access. You know, the previous round they had 3 players rotated into the C site ready for the push, and nothing really came of it. And FPX, they've still got a little bit left to commit in terms of ultimates, certainly more impactfully than G2 do. With that Hunter's Fury already playing massive roles in some of the games we've seen in this series alone. I'd be cautiously optimistic if I was FPX about how that previous round went.
Yeah, FPX are really on this position right now, though, of like, we want to play, G2 has to play against guess who, you know? Like, which way are we going to go? What's going to happen? Nicely done from Shao with the Hunter's Fury. Goes in to try and tag up another one, but the destruction continues. They've got themselves into the A site. The spike's going to be planted. They've been met with very little resistance here. Mixwell's just up in the tower, and even if Patatek's able to find that kill, Mixwell, he needs to find an opening of his own. He can't just push in just yet. Ooh, Zipan, a bit slow to react on that. You don't normally say that about him. Angel still sat in the back lines, and well, that's information for Patatek to play off. He can give that over towards his teammates. So a good use of the ult, at least in that. No success found with the breach ult. Shao looking to face for it, and that could be problematic. If Mixwell can get this kill onto Angel, it's going to be huge. He dashes on out. He's got some backup, and they swing round together. If they can pull this off, it's going to be absolutely huge. But Shadow lands a big shot, and Piff won't have enough time. He has to get the hell out of there. He manages to grab an operator for his troubles. But that's still 6 rounds now on the board for FPX. But that got way too close.
Huge read by Shao as well on the Hunter's Fury. That opening was invaluable to them. And they realized, you know what? Artis is still in his drone. So he's stuck stationary, probably on the side itself, right? So they ult in, they grab that kill, and although it comes very close, the time is what ultimately buys them the win over on the FPX side. On the back of that, and we talked about the Hunter's Fury impact. Great that we got to see it straight away. 6-3. The scoreline is good for FPX. Everything is going their way. And G2 have got a much weaker buy than is really ideal for them at this point.
FPX want to up the pace a little bit here, knowing that it's a lesser buy coming out. But Mixwell with the knives could change things up a lot here. Oh, plenty of damage going the way of FPX. This is a huge push in. Full confidence, full force, and G2 don't know what to do. Piff's trying to escape. He may have the operator, but he can't get anything done with it. Patatek's all alone. He's got a Spectre at least, but he's got to rely on them pushing him. And what they do, but after already finding out where he is, the FPX show continues. So much better from them, Mitch.
Looking a million times better, Banks. Absolutely. The fact that they're delivering after such a crushing defeat on the previous map speaks to the professionalism of this team. Now that we look at moving into the final stages of this half, a G2 that have been pretty flat so far. We're missing Pith. We're seeing Mixwell turn up, but not to the extent that we need to alongside Patatek, who is, you know, had an amazing first map, an amazing series so far.
Yeah.
But himself and Artis have not been here in this map, and Artis in this series as well. It's been tough.
Now Boombot not going to find any success. You can see the change-up as well. David P not getting as aggressive anymore. FPX started to get wise to it as Shadow finds himself a nice one. Tries to take a pop shot through the smoke. Won't connect, but they're well aware of the positions now of some of these players. And just the use of smoke we're seeing here from FPX is making this so difficult for G2 to find any success. The onslaught continues, and this time they're going to barrel into the B site. Artis is pushed away by the paint shells. He can't push onto this just yet. He's got his ult in play, but is it worth going for? Maybe after this kill, there might be a chance for it. He's trying to chime in and find some success, and nicely done. Angel thinks he can sneak on and back in, but it's not going to work out in his favor. They spray down Piff, but Mixwell could easily try and clutch this out. Xiao's trying to get some extra information in play, but that drone went the wrong way. Mixwell now in the 1v2. Oh, Meadow. That timing certainly didn't work out. But Mixwell, he needs to get on this, he needs to get on it fast. Can he even get it to go halfway? He sat on it for now for the first part. Doesn't decide to come off just yet, and Mixwell, a huge clutch. After nearly going down at the beginning on C Long, he brings him in a big round that G2 desperately needed. Because FPX were on a tear. They were on a roll.
Again, though, look at those player cams. Not a single player on G2 is reacting the way we saw them on the previous map. No one's jumping for joy or screaming. This is a tough game. FPX are delivering exactly what David P said in the previous time these two met, when G2 manhandled them. It was what David P said he expected of them, to put on a show, to make it difficult between these, to make it difficult for G2, and that didn't happen. But now FPX have woken up. They've come in, they're firing on all cylinders. The 7 rounds, I said it's acceptable for them to get. Past this would be amazing, but Mixwell shut them down and stopped the chances of it going their way on an 8-4 in the previous. but they've got one more opportunity to close this out on the attacking side before G2 go over to a side we know they're capable on. The ult not landing to start this off. That's the showstopper already popped. Hunter's Fury comes through. It's looking for damage. It's going to land quite a bit on that third shot. Taking the armor off most players, a shock dart to do a little bit more and almost take the breach out of play as well.
Big damage coming in. G2 are ready for this if they still want to commit to this B push. David P looking to try and find some success. He's daring to push on through. Shadow's waiting for him. Smart stuff there from FPX. Back away a little bit. Know how much the G2 are starting to commit to it. Know that you've ruffled their feathers just a little bit. And Meadow's still sticking about on his own, but you want to hold on to that advantage. You've got to be careful here. Be aware of a flank, sure. That's what he's doing, going back to group up towards A. The ult's going to be used. Everything's being committed for this last round, and rightly so. Oh, they're trying to get the information. We'll get it for now, and Piff's able to react on it. This is huge. G2 can start their attempt. They all push into the site. The kills start to go their way. FPX needs to find an answer, and they need to find it now. That's the start of the good. But it could be the end of the bad. Shadow needs to land some key shots. Mixwell swings around the corner. It's a 1v1, and Melo doesn't have much health, but he lands the key headshot. A big-time win for FPX. 8-4 is certainly the strong start they wanted, but is it going to be enough against G2? Remember, for them to survive in this, they need to grab this map. They need to take us to a 5th. G2 right now are being pushed harder than we've ever seen so far in a European Ignition Series event. They've made it look so easy prior to this, and after the break, we'll be finding out how far this test will go.
It's not fair at all.
What is this?
Nice.
Oh well, unlucky.
Oh, heaven.
It seems like modern building-ish.
Split, definitely split.
So my guess is CT spawn on split.
Between ramp and T-spawn. Yeah, I almost guessed it.
No! So close, so close.
But it's unfair. You're like showing me the building which not even on the map.
That's a hard one though.
It's fine. 1 point for a split, right?
Oh, yeah, this is Ascent, I think.
It's Inferno, of course.
I'm 100% sure on this one. A-long, I think, yeah, should be.
What maps do we have? Split, Heaven, Bind, Ascent. Okay, yeah, let it be A-long.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Yeah, it's A-long for us. Nice, nice.
Ooh.
And I'm 95% sure I was aiming through these flowers like to find an arrow.
It's a hard one.
But now I need to remind myself what map it was and where it is.
I'm thinking Ascent or Bind.
Oh, flowers.
This one was super hard.
It should be Bind. I don't know why, but I think flowers is all around Bind.
Or Haven maybe actually. A main, like close to A main.
Tunnel, basically. Entrance to tunnel. There is only one tunnel.
I'm gonna guess like outside of A main on Haven.
No, it's long. No.
Oh well, unlucky.
It's actually harder than expected.
If I'm correct, I think I usually place a camera here.
Definitely Haven.
If I'm correct. I think this is Haven C-site.
You can lock my point already.
Oh wait, no, wait. It could be A as well.
A or C connector, I would say, right?
It must be Haven. Okay, split on B side somewhere. Quad maybe.
What? It's split?
Oh, I had one right at least.
It's not fair at all. See, the guy is flying up to see this texture. How can I answer this?
There's so many green boxes though.
Can I swear in Russian?
I'm gonna be honest with you, I have no idea right now.
Oh, Haven.
Can't be B site on Haven, it can't be C site.
So there's the roof? Green boxes.
It can't be A. Oh yeah, it could be everywhere actually.
Or it's B.
Ascent B site.
Whew. It was really hard.
What is this? You don't even look up there. Did he guess B site on Haven? He's so smart. He's much smarter than me.
I will laugh at him after.
I'll take the loss on that one.
FPX are not going down without a fight. Their spirits are high as they end the half 8-4 on their attacking side. Their defense needs to become solid now as G2 will be giving it their all. Like we said, Mitch, this is the most tested we've ever seen G2. And this is in the grand final of the last European Ignition Series here.
It's one hell of a show being put on by FPX. Look, they waited for the entire Ignition Series. It's like a dramatic entrance, right? Come at the last hour, kick the door open. We're here, baby. And they're looking to do it with a reverse sweep. From being 2-1 down all the way back up into it in this pistol round. It's a defining factor that Xiao's already underlining the definition, but then he goes down and they close in the distance on the site, finding every fight along the way. Finally, an answer is there for FPX as they come right back into the game and put David P in a 1v2, and he takes a lot of damage on the way out.
And no abilities to play with anymore. He had to commit so much. He's trying to be sneaky, but Angel, he's far too smart for that. Across his career, he's seen it many times in many different titles as well. The pistol will go their way, and they're looking at a temp potentially. But remember, G2 are loving the force-ups. They're loving to fight fire with fire. And will they do it again? Or will they just stick with the classics and concede to go in with the potential for fighting it off in the third of the second half? Shorty in play for Artist, Shorty on Patatek as well. So yeah, they're not going to go in for the Spectres or anything. No spike down kind of makes sense as well. Save on your money and go full force into the next after this round. Let's see what G2 can get away with here. Very fast play from David P.
But they're very normally that team that go hyper aggressive into the second round, right? You can see the respect that they're showing FPX by actually taking into consideration this weaker buy, or this non-buy, essentially. I'm a big spokesperson for buying up your abilities no matter what round it's in. You should always have a full utility belt because you save them over. Unless, okay, if you're Brimstone or someone that has a refresh where you get one every round, okay, you don't need to buy them all up on an eco. But in general, it's always good to have some, because if you don't and you end up in a like 2v2, you're thinking, God, I'd love to have some flashes right now. But if you have them and you die, it doesn't matter. You don't need to use them. You can just save them up and have them in the next round anyways. It's not like you get compound interest or anything on the cash saved over.
Imagine if that was a fake of the economy.
You got 10K, just make so much more money. Yeah, we're going to triple eco. APR. What's the...
Ooh, that's a nice start though for Patatek. C-site under the control of G2 already. They've come in fast, and I don't think FPX expected that at all. No chance of them getting the defense up here. And the retake's going to be also difficult. Look at the positioning from G2. Patatek confidently up high. David P far down C long.
He's got a lot of control. Just anchored in position. This is a round that they definitely need this round. 100% of the time. FPX can't get away with this kind of mix buy. Meadow straight away through the smoke onto Patatek. They're making it costly. Getting back into this round is unlikely considering the time remaining. Oh, no. David P's turned into that flash. He heard a noise, didn't realize it was the flashbang. This is possible. They need to go quickly though. I don't even think it's possible anymore. No, they have to get weapons.
Oh, this is huge. Oh, Shadow. He isn't able to deal the damage onto Piff, but Meadow swings on it as well. So despite the weaker weaponry, okay, it's a round to G2, but the damage done was incredible.
Yeah, that's insert DJ Khaled meme here. Comes out. Another one. Another one. Doesn't get this one, but it's hard. His teammates here for another one. That was dominant. I love it. I love it. Like, making that round costly, make the best of a bad situation. That's what it's all about. An attack pause from G2 because they're forced down to their last dollar and dime. They've got to invest everything into this round, and so there's no messing about. You lose this one, you lose the map, and we go on to map number 5, where it is all to play for. G2, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say it loud for the people in the back. They are being challenged. They're being pressured, and this could be the first time we've actually seen G2 sweat.
It does look a bit like Shadows listening to music there while they're just having this chat, right? He's like, I'm vibing. I'm getting ready for it. First, Link listening to music. And just to correct you, Mitch, remember, it's not just this round, right? There's a few more rounds that FPX need to grab to take the win. But yeah, the economy side of things will be greatly hurt for G2, and they'll be on match point.
That's exactly it. It will be 12-5 at that point.
Just to be clear, you might have confused some people.
It's not literally a win, but it is figuratively like a 99% if you manage to get there.
That's a big win.
That is a big win, but it's traded back straight away. Zipan, he's not going quietly into the night. And they bail out immediately. They find a kill outside doors, and they're just rotating to A. Angel, he's answering up, and he's looking for a little bit more. That paranoia, though, it's cost him his life.
So unfortunate for Angel there. So unlucky. He didn't expect someone to be that close. Patatek's very low. Meadow's going to back away from that. Zipan's now got some extra information to play off of here. He's got a good amount of utility to use to push him in. But is it going to be enough? That's the next thing. Patatek is behind him, trying to flank it out. Meadow needs to find an opening. There needs to be a way he can strike. Good use of the grenade. Does a hell of a lot of damage, but he can't find the kill. Zipan to finish off David P. Patatek in the back lines. Piff's going to be after one that needs to do some serious damage here. He needs to at least get one kill, and that's exactly what he does. Zipan wasn't checking all the corners, and now he's all alone. Not enough he can do, not enough time, but more weapons taken away from G2. It's so costly for him over and over again, but it's costly for both sides now, as G2 managed to chain a couple of rounds together here.
There is no easy winning in this game so far. Every round, every victory has come with its own little cost. And for G2, it's all about answering these rounds back consistently. What is going on in this man's room? Honestly, his house is moving. It is on legs. I don't know what's happening here. Every time we switch to him, it looks like you got to jump under his table. Like, tech pause, boys. Another earthquake. Got to get under the table. Let's hope the PC's okay.
Patatek's not going to be okay for the start of this round. His aggression has been met this time. It was 3 members that pushed up early on A. Now, just to be clear, for anyone that's just tuning in, some new Valorant fans, G2 Esports have won every Ignition Series event in Europe. They are the #1 team in Europe by far. FPX right now are challenging them and trying to take them to a 5th map. 4 in total have played because G2 had the advantage. The ults are being spent. G2 are trying to find their way into the site. There was early aggression on A, but then they fell back, and now G2, they're starting to wreck face.
Shadow, Shadow opened this up. He rocked the world of Patatek, but unfortunately wasn't able to do much more after it. And Zipan, one of the best players in the world you're ever going to see when it comes to Valorant. Answer hugely, and he gets it done. Nade down. This could be it. Straight on three. Forced into the open. What a round by Zipan and Meadow. The clutch, the defuse, and 11-6.
Oh my God. A 2v4 in style. Zipan and Meadow. Zipan the fast and furious. Meadow the calm, cool, and collected. Starts off with an ult that doesn't pay off. Then that beautiful headshot. He throws out the satchels. It weakens it up. He manages to get artist. The refrag didn't work out either. And then the nade forced him into Meadow's grasp. What a play, and the smiles. They are big right now for FPX. 1 round away from match point, and G2, they got a hell of a mountain to climb. And that mountain is FPX. It's no small feat.
Well, well, well. How the turntables. You know, I saw Mixwell tweeting during that Liquid game about Liquid over-facing when that Sheriff play came through from FunPlus Phoenix. Well, looks like it's time for Liquid to tweet about G2, because that was ridiculous. They faced everything. They just gave every opportunity away. And that round was lost for no other reason than that. Now it's pistols for G2, or I should say it was pistols. They've retreated.